honest misuse of the above names. V. Lasso, at the 19th Infantry Regiment, Carr, hunched and brooding on a settee, was being called upon to write a proclamation to be posted throughout the city. He finally composed one that satisfied everyone. Deception, he said, had turned a demonstration for Germany's awakening in sickening violence. Germany would have been plunged into the abyss, and Bavaria with it. He dissolved the NSDAP and other right-wing organizations, declaring that those responsible for the putsch would ruthlessly be made to suffer the punishment they deserve. It had been a long and bitter evening for the Commissar. Had the senseless and purposeless attempt at revolt succeeded, it was not until 5 a.m. that confirmation of the repudiation of the putsch by the triumvir it reached military district headquarters. The informant was the deposed commandant of the infantry school. He regretfully informed Hitler that the triumvir it did not feel honor bound to their oaths since they were made at pistol point. General von Lasso was going to put down the putsch with force. If Hitler was stunned, he did not show it. He made a long speech to his fellow conspirators, ending with the declaration that, if need be, he was determined to fight and die for his cause. He ordered Schubner Richter and his servant, who had returned with the champagne and refreshments, to find their own newly designated minister-president and order him to seize the police headquarters with an Oberland unit, with Ludendorff's concurrence. Ner set off on his mission with gusto, and was so confident that he walked in the police directory with a single companion. He was escorted to the office of the major in charge, and to his consternation, it came like a blow from a club. Was arrested. His former assistant Frick was already in custody. By this time, Hitler, Ludendorff, and the staff were on their way back to the beer hall, leaving Arm and his followers to hold the military district building. Dismayed as he was, Hitler had not yet given up. We'll have to hang ourselves. It was still dark as word went out to those puts. Schists not manning strongholds. Assemble at the beer hall. If we get through, very well, he remarked grimly. If not, a wet, chilling snow was falling as it's converged on the Burger Brew. The men had the impression that something had gone wrong, but knew no details. Even so, they proceeded through the empty streets, flags flying, with at least one group of SA men lustily singing Eckart's Sturmlied, Germany awake, break your chains in two. It was a dull, overcast dawn with a biting damp chill. The cold, wet snow continued to fall spasmodically. The rank and file of puts, schists were gathered glumly in the smoke-filled, dank main hall of the Burger Brew Keller. Unshaven and unwashed, they were eating a breakfast of coffee, cheese, and bread. The excitement and exaltation of last night had evaporated. Then someone announced that the triumvir it had publicly denounced the revolution, and the army would not participate. Someone else mounted the speaker's platform, recent scene of such high drama, and began raging against all the traitors the Bourges. And the generals marched to Berlin, he shouted. There was some applause, but the suggestion struck Hitler's lawyer, Hans Frank, as highly romantic and very unpolitical. The leaders were in a private room upstairs where Ludendorff sat stony-faced and frightening in his unperturbed calm, as he sipped red wine for breakfast. In his old tweed shooting jacket, he was still an impressive figure, but his show of confidence cracked upon getting the information that Lasso had publicly denounced the new government. "I will never again trust the word of a German officer," he exclaimed, and retreated in glum silence. The coup which had seemed so successful at midnight was unraveling in the cold light of day, and Hitler's next step revealed his desperation. He ordered a battle legion it to seize the police station and rescue the incarcerated Pner. He then sent a detachment of stormtroopers to the Jewish printing firm of Parkas to confiscate stacks of freshly printed inflation money, continuing to act as if there was still hope. This being Germany, each revolutionist had to be paid his stipend. The sum was 14,605 trillion marks, and, in true German fashion, the Parkas brothers demanded and got a receipt. By this time, more putschist units were arriving in trucks from outside localities. Wet, freezing, and weary, they knew nothing of the turn of events and were in good spirits. The largest contingent came from land. Shut and halfway to Munich, they had been overtaken by a truckload of state police, who exchanged hails with them. Their leader was the druggist Gregor Strasser. He sat in the cab of the lead vehicle, and as it rumbled along the peaceful but busy streets, someone observed that everyone was going to work as usual. "This is no revolution. Something is wrong." "We'll see," said Strasser. At the beer hall he was informed by Captain Gring that those fellows had broken their word to the Führer, but the people were still with him. Stocky man with a shining bald patee, it was Julius Streicher, burst into the main hall to harangue the gathering on behalf of Hitler. "We're going to try the whole thing over again." Then a short gesturing with his whip, he spoke raucously and obscenely in an effort to work up enthusiasm. Arms were passed out to those who had none, and the men were reloaded into trucks and taken to their posts. By this time the battle legion, it ordered by Hitler to occupy police headquarters, was back at the military district building, mission unaccomplished. They had argued with the police for a few minutes before leaving to avoid a fight. Hitler turned the task of rescuing Pner over to his faithful buddy, Gardnit. This hardy group reached the police directory at 9:30 a.m., set up machine guns to cover the building, and made as if to attack. But again the rebels had no stomach for shedding blood. They returned to the beer hall, mission still unaccomplished, to be dispatched minutes later on an easier task. Rest of the Marxist city councilors who had refused to fly the swastika flag over the city hall, they forced their way into the old Rathus. Their commander, the tobacconist, flung open the door of the council room. Cocking his weapon, he shouted that all social democrats and communists were under arrest. Outside in the Marion Platz, according to his account, a large crowd greeted the appearance of the councillors with jeers and insults. As a matter of fact, it was we troopers who had to defend them from the onslaught of the people. Otherwise, actual fatalities might have occurred. It was quite a job getting them safely loaded in the lorries. Putschist speakers began haranguing a crowd which grew so dense that the number 6 trolley cars bound for Sendling were unable to move. As these trucks started for the beer hall, the main speaker was Streicher, who proved to be a greater attraction than the famous revolving figures of the Rathus clock. By now the Platz was festooned with swastika banners, and the party flag waved from the top of the city hall. The putsch was marked by confusion and hesitation on both sides. In some parts of the city, the municipal police were pulling down putschist posters and arresting rebels, while in the inner city rebels were arresting police for attempting to put up government posters repudiating the putsch and dissolving the NSDAP. Hitler's men held most of the major downtown bridges over the Isar River, including the most important, the Ludwigsburg, connecting the beer hall with the center of the city. At the museum bridge, citizens were chiding the youthful Putschists. "Do you have your mother's permission to play with such dangerous things in the street?" called out one worker. The little 10-man detachment returned sheepishly to the beer hall. At another Isar Bridge, rumors were spreading among the men from land, shut that something had gone wrong and that betrayal was in the cards. Their fears were justified. At 10 a.m. trucks loaded with men in green uniforms arrived. These were the state troopers who hurriedly set up heavy machine guns. The Putschists did nothing, since their orders were to hold fire. The state police also had orders to stand in place, and the two sides simply stared at each other. At the beer hall, the rebel leaders were in dispute. Colonel Hermann Kriebel, who had served in the war on Ludendorff's staff, wanted to withdraw to Rosenheim on the Austrian border, where they might win over the local right radicals. Gring seconded this. It was his hometown, and he assured everyone it was strongly pro-Hitler. Here they could assemble reinforcements and regroup. The movement cannot end in the ditch of some obscure country lane, was Ludendorff's sarcastic retort. It was up to Hitler. He hesitated briefly, but he was a born gambler, and the prospect of a lengthy guerrilla campaign was not appealing. He wanted to win or lose on one throw of the dice, and he vetoed the Kriebel plan. The discussion dragged on until late morning, while the situation on the streets deteriorated. At military district headquarters, Captain and his men were under siege by army and state police troops, while the older members of the Battle League were not all eager to face such overwhelming odds. The 150 men of Rm's own group were ready for combat. Word of the government attack against Rm brought arguments at the Burger Keller to a halt. It was evident that the Putschists had to act now or surrender ignominiously. According to Ludendorff, it was he who first thought of marching in force into the heart of Munich to rescue "We march," he said. If it was Ludendorff's idea, it was carried out in Hitler fashion as a propaganda parade, a display of power designed to arouse support for the putsch from the citizenry. We would go to the city, Hitler later testified, to win the people to our side, to see how public opinion would react, and then to see how Carr, Lasso, and Caesar would react to public opinion. After all, those gentlemen would hardly be foolish enough to use machine guns against a general uprising of the people. That's how the march into the city was decided on. The heavens will fall before the Bavarian riots. Where it turns against me, Hitler was just as confident that neither army nor state police would fire on a war hero like Ludendorff. Ludendorff was convinced that army troops would not impede the march, and recently had assured a friend who would be in the front row. Hitler's decision, the most desperately daring decision of my life, was made, and orders were hurriedly dispatched. It's manning the bridges. Outside the beer hall, Colonel Kriebel, the professional soldier, began setting up the line of march. Hitler was just leaving the conference room about 11:30 a.m. as Eckart sauntered in. Once they had been the closest friends. "Good day," in a hard voice. Outside, the affronted author received another rebuff when he greeted Ludendorff respectfully. Now Hitler looked very dark, and said the general gave him an indifferent tip of the hat. The parade formed quickly. There was no band to lead off since the musicians who had reported to the beer hall that morning got neither breakfast nor pay and marched off after playing a dutiful chorus of the Baden, Weiler, the march of Hitler's regiment in the war. In the van were picked skirmishers and 8 men carrying the swastika and the black-white-red flags. Next came the leaders, Hitler with Schubner Richter on his right and Ludendorff on his left, and Captain Hermangring romantically militant with steel helmet decorated with a large white swastika and wearing a smart black leather coat open enough so that his poor Lemurite could be seen. Alongside were Colonel Kribel, personal bodyguard Graf, the commander of the Munich storm troopers. He was somewhat ruffled because his idea to bring along the captured councillors as hostages had been vetoed, but the Führer had curtly rejected the scheme. He wanted no martyrs. Behind the leaders were 3 Yun, its marching abreast in columns of 4. On the left was Hitler's 100-man bodyguard, steel-helmeted and armed with carbines and potato masher grenades. On the right, the Bund Oberland, and in the middle, the battle-seasoned Munich SA regiment. There followed a motley collection of men, some in uniform or parts of tattered World War uniforms, some wearing work clothes or business sits. The cadets from infantry school, smart and ultramilitary, wore sand, witched between students, shopkeepers, middle-aged businessmen, and hard-faced freebooters. The only common mark was a swastika brassered on the left arm. Most of them had rifles and many had fixed bayonets. Others, particularly the SA, held pistols in chilled hands. Schubner Richter, wearing a pince-nez, grasped Rosenberg's hand and said, "Things look ugly," then gloomily prophesied to Hitler that this would be their last walk together. The Führer himself was pale and grave. Against the bitter cold he wore his familiar trench coat and carried his slouch hat. Ludendorff's overcoat over hunting jacket was impassive, but he turned and ordered his servant to go home so he wouldn't get hurt. It was almost noon when the straggling column moved off. In 15 minutes, the 2,000 men reached the Ludwig Bridge and a small force of state police. The police commander stepped forward as the Putschist skirmishers slowly advanced, called out to halt or be fired upon, then turned to his men and told them to load with live ammunition. As he spoke, a bugle blasted and selected Putschists suddenly converged on the police with bayonets leveled, shouting, "Don't shoot at your comrades!" The police hesitated, and before a shout could be fired were overrun. The column continued across the bridge and marched straight ahead. The Zweib Kenstras was lined with people, many cheering enthusiastically and waving swastika flags. Bystanders began joining the parade. This enthusiasm inspired the marchers to song, and, without band accompaniment, they broke into their favorite storm song. As they approached the Sator, where its author Eckhart, who had gone on ahead, stood in the crowd near the ancient gate, he located a grim-faced Hitler in the first row. Their eyes met and he stared at me as if to imply, "So where are you?" The chilled men, their exhalations visible in the cold, continued unimpeded, and in another 15 minutes flowed into the Marion Platz, still festooned with swastika banners from the rallies. The Nazi flag still waved atop the city hall, and a large crowd was singing patriotic songs. At this point there was confusion among the marchers. Some were under the impression they were to turn around and return to the beer hall, while others assumed they would continue into the city and rescue them. Colonel Cribble was surprised when Ludendorff led the way to the right int, the Weinstrasse and toward the Odensplatz, but said to himself, if Ludendorff is marching that way, naturally will go with him. The general himself had not planned this move. At certain moments in life, one acts instinctively and doesn't know why. We just wanted to get to him and bring him back. The impulsive turn to the right by the heavy-set man in the dark brown overcoat was bringing the Putz, Schists face to face with government forces. In moments, the column approached one of Munich's most revered landmarks, the Felder, Ernhal. Here a line of city police blocked the way, but the Putz, Schists surged forward singing O Deutschland hoch in Ehren, O Germany high in Honor. Looking down from her hotel room, Frau Winifred Wagner was amazed to see her idol, Hitler, marching down the narrow residence tras next to Ludendorff. Just ahead in the Odensplatz, small groups of green uniformed men were scrambling int a blocking position. There was only room enough in the street for 8 abreast. Hitler locked arms with Schubner Richter in preparation for trouble, but Ludendorff touched no one, still supremely confident that no one would fire on him. Directly ahead was a cordon of state police under First Lieutenant Michael Freiherr von Goden. Faced with an oncoming mob, Goden called out, "Second company, double time." March, the state police jogged forward, but the Putz, Schists did not break, standing off the enemy with leveled bayonets and pistols. Goden used his rifle to parry 2 bayonet thrusts, overturning the men behind them with rifle at high port all at once. A shot exploded. Goden heard it zing past his head. It killed a sergeant. For a fraction of a second my company stood frozen. Then, before I could give an order, my people opened fire with the effect of a salvo. The Putz returned the fire and panic broke out as marchers and bystanders scrambled for safety. One of the first to fall was Schubner Richter, shot in the lungs. Another was Graf, who had leaped in front of Hitler to take the half-dozen bullets meant for him. In falling, the personal bodyguard clutched Hitler, yanking him down so sharply that his left arm was dislocated. On the other side, Schubner Richter also helped drag Hitler to the pavement. Ludendorff's faithful servant, who had been ordered to go home, was bleeding on the asphalt. His friend Einer, the servant of the dying Schubner Richter, crawled to him. He was dead. Someone stepped over Einer. It was General Ludendorff marching erectly, left hand in coat pocket, int the line of file. As Hitler sprawled on the ground, thinking he had been shot in the left side, comrades tried to shield him. 18 men lay dead in the street. 14 followers of Hitler and 4 state police, all incidentally more or less sympathetic with National Socialism. Those in the front of the marching column alone knew what had happened. The crowd jammed up behind only heard firecracker explosions ahead. Then a rumor that both Hitler and Ludendorff were killed. The Putz, Schists scrambled to the rear. Ludendorff marched through the police cordon and int the arms of a lieutenant who placed him under arrest and escorted him to the residence. Once inside, the man who moments before had acted like a hero in fiction began behaving like a spoiled child. He petulantly refused an offer by a police colonel to inform his family of his safety and forbade the colonel to call him Excellency. From now on he was Herr Ludendorff, and he would never don uniform as long as the offending police officer wore one. Hitler painfully struggled to his feet, cradling his injured arm. He was in agony as he slowly moved away from the battleground, face, pale hair falling over his face. He was accompanied by Dr. Walter Schultz, chief of the Munich SA Medical Corps, a towering young man. They came upon a small boy lying at the curb, bleeding profusely. Hitler wanted to carry him off, but Schultz called to his wife's cousin, botany student named Schuster, to take boy. At Max Jost, if Platz, they finally reached Hitler's old gray Selve, which had been loaded with medical supplies. An elderly first aid man named Frankel got in the front seat with the driver while Hitler and the doctor got in the rear seat. Schuster stood on the running board, holding the wounded boy. Hitler told the driver to head for the Burgerbräu Keller so he could find out what was going on. But at the Marion Platz they came under heavy machine gun fire and had to change directions several times. They found the Ludwig Bridge blocked and turned back. By this time, the boy had regained consciousness and Schuster dismounted, so he could take the youngster home. The car continued toward the Sendlingsgatan Platz. Here they encountered another burst of fire near the old Southern Cemetery. Since it was impossible to get back to the beer hall, there was nothing to do but keep driving south toward Salzburg. Gring's display of his poor Lamar decoration had not saved him, and he lay on the pavement with a bullet in his upper thigh. Frau Ilse Ballin, who had rushed from her home to help the wounded, found him bleeding profusely. With the help of her sister, she dragged the heavy burden indoors. The sisters dressed Gring's wound and were about to summon an ambulance when he weakly asked them to help him get to a private clinic. He could not bear the indignity of arrest. Frau Ballin, the wife of a Jewish merchant, had pity on him, and thus he escaped prison. What had started as a battle ended in a frenzied scramble for refuge, as if some natural disaster had struck Marion Platz. One group of Putz schists got inside Young Ladies' Academy and were allowed to hide under beds and in closets. Others burst into a conditory and hid their arms under ovens, in flour, sacks, and coffee machines. The state police rounded up hundreds, disarming them on the street. Those left behind at the beer hall to hold the command post were so unstrung by the catastrophe they surrendered without resistance to green and blue police. They stacked arms and went home to Brüd. At military district headquarters, Captain also surrendered, realizing there was nothing to be gained by further resistance. The putsch was over, but victorious state police marching away from the beer hall were abused by indignant citizens with cries of "Für Jew defenders, betrayers of the fatherland, bloodhounds, Heil Hitler, down with car." The SA troops from land shut were still at their post when word came of the debacle at the Felder. Hal. Rumor spread that Ludendorff was dead and Hitler seriously wounded. Gregor Strasser assembled his men, and they marched off filled with bitterness and disappointment at Karr's betrayal. At a forest they found an SA group from Munich smashing rifles against trees. Strasser ordered them to stop such nonsense. The rifles could come in handy in the future. In closed ranks the land shut unit paraded defiantly to the Hauptbahn, have singing new words to swastika and still helmet. They had been betrayed. They sang but remained true to the fatherland. Another group of SA men was on the highway in cars and a truckload with the captured Munich councillors. At a woods on the road to Rosenheim the convoy halted, and their commander led the pale prisoners into the woods. They thought that their last hour had struck, but were only subjected to the indignity of changing clothes with the SA so the latter could return to Munich as civilians. Minister-President von Nilling and the other principal hostage were also free. Hess had successfully transported them out of the city to a villa on the Tegern. But while he was out telephoning Munich to find out what was happening, the young man he had placed in charge of the prisoners was persuaded to drive them home. Hess had lost not only his hostage, but his transportation. Schubner Richter's servant returned to the scene of carnage in a borrowed civilian coat to find out what had happened to his master. After hiding his weapons, the Felder, Hal was barred, and Einar told a police official who he was. After much pleading, he accompanied me inside, where near the entrance all the dead were lying side by side. I was close to madness when I had to look for him among the bodies. Einar found his master lying next to his own best friend, Ludendorff's servant. Sick in my soul and totally shattered, I returned to our residence in Weiden, Meerstrasse. Frau Schubner Richter asked where her husband was. Einar lied, but she insisted on the truth. I can still remember her words, "That's terrible, but that is why one is an officer's wife." Hans Stengel missed all the action. He was at his apartment when his sister phoned to say that Putschists were marching into the center of Munich. In the street, he encountered an SA acquaintance in a state of collapse, who told him that Hitler, Ludendorff and Gring were dead, and it was the end of Germany. As Hans Stengel headed back home to prepare for flight, an open car screeched to a halt beside him. Inside were Ammann, Esser, Eckhart, and Hoffmann. He went with them to the photographer's apartment, where it was agreed to escape singly to Austria. Hans Stengel never thought of hiding in his country home at Uffing, but mishap would force Hitler to do so. His car was some 10 miles from Munich when he broke a long silence to announce abruptly that he must have been shot in the arm. "Is it warm?" asked Dr. Schultz. "It was not perhaps a bull. It was there, or something was broken." They parked in the woods, and with difficulty the doctor began removing Hitler's leather jacket, 2 sweaters, necktie, and shirt. Schultz discovered that the left arm was severely dislocated, but it would be impossible to set it properly in a car without assistance. He fastened Hitler's injured arm to his body with a kerchief, then suggested they flee to Austria. Hitler vetoed this, and they kept driving south. On nearing Myrna, Hitler remembered that the Hans Stengel villa in Uffing was only a few miles away. He ordered the driver to hide the self, then started on foot with the doctor and first aid man toward Uffing. They arrived at the Hans Stengel villa, a small stone structure near the village church, about 4 p.m. Without comment, Helene led the 3 exhausted men up to her sitting room. Hitler began to lament the death of Ludendorff and his faithful Graf, both of whom he had seen drop. He became more and more excited. It was Ludendorff's trust, fullness, he said, which had cost him his life, and Graf's faithfulness, which had robbed Hitler of a perfect adjutant. He began criticizing and condemning the triumvirate for their treachery and swore he would go on fighting for his ideals as long as breath was in him. Helene suggested that he get some sleep. He would probably be discovered sin and would need all his strength to face capture. Dr. Schultz and the aid man helped Hitler to a bed, room 1 floor up, where they tried to set his dislocated arm. But the first attempt failed since the arm was so swollen. Hitler grimaced as they tried again, this time successfully. Then the aid man began to bind the arm and shoulder. Helene could hear Hitler's moans of pain through the door. Foreign newspapers were running gobbled stories of the Munich Putsch. In New York City, it was described as a militarist uprising with Hitler playing a secondary role. In Rome, where Kurteldijk was again conferring with Mussolini on behalf of Hitler, the Nin editions declared that Crown Prince Ruprecht had joined the revolutionists. By the morning of November 10, the Putschists were either in captivity or flight. Hess, stranded in Tegern, without a car, was finally able to reach his fiancée Ilse Perthel by phone and tell of the fiasco with the hostages. Could she find some transportation and take him to Professor Hoscheffer's apartment? Ilse set off from Munich on her bicycle. It was a trip of more than 30 miles, and the return with Hess was arduous. One would ride the bicycle for some distance, then rest it against a tree and continue on foot. The other would pick up the bike and repeat the process. It was his idea. At last they reached Hoscheffer's home in the Bavarian capital. He agreed to hide the fugitive, even though he thought the putsch was a ridiculous matter, for he was fond of Hess. Despite his limitation, his strong side was not intelligence but heart and character. Hess was despondent. The putsch might not have failed if he had not lost the hostage. He talked of suicide, but Hoscheffer argued him out of this, advising him to surrender instead. This was counsel Hess could not take, and after several days, he left the Hoscheffer home to hide with friends outside the city. Before long, he was risking arrest by bicycling back to Munich every so often to look after Ilse, who had fallen sick. It had been a restless, anxious night at Uffing. Hanf Stengel had not come home, and Hitler, rolled up tightly in his host's English traveling rug to ease the pain, had been unable to sleep. Hitler sent for Helene Hanf Stengel and told her the aid man was being dispatched to Munich in hopes of persuading the Becksteins to send out their closed car to take him to Austria. Dr. Schultz was also going to the city. To make sure everything possible had been done for Hitler's arm, he was bringing back a discreet colleague, an assistant to the eminent Dr. Sauerbruch. The morning seemed interminable. Even the maids were excited to eat. Only Egon, not quite 3 years old, was normal and had to be kept under strict supervision, lest he call over the wall that Uncle Dolf was there. Just before noon, Dr. Schultz returned with Sauerbruch, his assistant. Together, they explored the shoulder. It was all right, and they changed the bandage. Then Dr. Schultz was instructed to tell Drexler that he should represent Hitler in his absence. This information was also to be passed on to Hess, several other party leaders, and Ludendorff, if he was alive. After the departure of the two doctors, Hitler tried to reassure his hostess that her husband was safe, then fretted about what might have happened to his comrades. If he got any sleep that night, it was shattered early the next morning by the deafening tintinnabulation of bells from the nearby church. It was Sunday, the 11th. Hitler did not appear until lunch. Because of the sling, he could not wear his coat and had draped Hanf Stengel's huge dark blue terry cloth bathrobe around him. It brought a smile to his gaunt face. He felt like a pseudo-Roman senator, he said, and he told Helene the story of how his father had ridiculed him as the toga boy. As the afternoon wore on, Hitler grew restless and began pacing up and down the sitting room. He became increasingly impatient concerning the Beckstein car. Why the delay? It was only a matter of hours, perhaps minutes, he fretted, before he would be traced to Uffing. At dusk he asked Helene to close the shutters and draw the curtains, then resumed his moody pacing. just after 5 p.m. The phone rang. It was Helene's mother-in-law, who had a villa near by, and as the elder Frau Han, Stengel began to relate that her house was being searched by police. She was abruptly interrupted by some official who firmly but courteously forbade her to speak. Then he spoke directly to Helene. He and his men would soon be at her villa. She walked slowly upstairs. Hitler, still in his host's outsized bathrobe, was standing expectantly in the doorway. She quietly told him the police were coming. He completely lost his nerve for the moment and exclaimed, "Now all is lost, no use going on." He snatched his revolver from a cabinet. "What do you think you're doing?" said Helene. She grasped his hand and took the weapon from him without a struggle. "How can you give up at the first reverse?" she scolded. "Think of all your followers who believe in you, and who will lose all faith if you desert them now." She spoke calmly. "How can you leave all the people you have gotten interested in your idea of saving your country and then take your own life?" He sank into a chair. Burying head in hands, she slipped up to the next floor to hide the revolver. The first thing she saw was a large bin where she had been hoarding flour. She thrust the gun down into the snowy substance and hurried back to find Hitler in the same dejected position. She told him that the party had to know what to do while he was in prison and offered to write down instructions to each of his closest followers. All he had to do was sign a number of blank sheets which she could fill in later and deliver to his lawyer. Hitler thanked her for helping him remember his duty and began dictating instructions. First, he requested that Ammon keep business matters and finances in order. Then Rosenberg was to watch over the party newspaper and countermanding earlier instructions to Dr. Schultz to lead the movement from now on hand. Stengel was to help build up the Wahl Kischer Beobachter through his foreign connections. Esser and others were to carry on the political end. After all instructions were written and signed, Helene hid the papers in the flour bin. Moments later came the sound of cars, followed by crisp commands, and most startling of all, the yelp of police dogs. After a wait of several moments, there was a knock. It was a diffident young state police lieutenant, accompanied by 2 other officers. The lieutenant politely introduced himself and apologetically wondered if he might search the house. Helene led the officers up the stairs and opened the door to the sitting room. There stood Hitler, still in pajamas and bathrobe. The unexpected apparition startled the officers, and they stopped. She beckoned them on, and once everyone was in the room, Hitler not only regained his composure, but broke forth in a tirade against the government. Its officials, raising his voice more and more, completely shattered a moment ago. Hitler now was master of himself. Abruptly, he cut himself off and curtly asked the lieutenant to waste no time. He shook hands with the young man and said he was prepared to leave. It was bitterly cold and he had no overcoat, but he refused to put on one of Stengel's outsized garments. Instead, draped his trench coat over the blue bathrobe. He was allowed to pin his iron cross on the coat. As the group started down the stairs, Egan scampered into the hall. "What are you bad men doing to my Uncle Dolf?" he demanded. Deeply moved, Hitler patted the little boy's cheek, silently shook hands with Helene and the maids, then turned quickly and strode out the door. Peering out a window, Helene caught a last glimpse of him as the police vehicle turned toward Weilheim, the district seat. His face was deathly pale. He arrived there about 9:45 p.m. and was formally arraigned at the district office before being hustled to the prison at Landsberg, some 40 miles west of Munich. By this time, it was raining hard and gusts of wind occasionally rocked the car. Throughout the tiring trip over winding, deserted roads, Hitler was depressed and sullen. Except for a single question concerning the fate of Ludendorff, who in fact was now free after assuring authorities he was little more than an innocent bystander, he remained silent. At Landsberg prison, the chief warden was preparing for a possible attempt by Putschists to free Hitler. An army detachment was on its way to stand guard, but had not arrived by the time the great nail-studded iron entrance gate creaked open to admit Hitler. He was brought to the fortress section of the prison and put in cell 7, the only one with an anteroom large enough for a military guard. Its former occupant, Count Arcovalli, the assassin of Eisner, had just been transferred to another. Hitler was left in the charge of Franz Hemrich, who helped him undress. He refused a bite or sup but lay down on the cat. I went away after securely locking him in from one lonely bunk in northern Germany, where he had lain blind until a vision restored his sight. Hitler had come full circle to another in the south with only the bare walls and ceiling for company, when Arthur Muller van den Broek, who had recently published The Third Reich learned of the abortive putsch, he said, "There are many things that can be said against Hitler, but one thing one will always be able to say. He was a fanatic for Germany. Hitler was wrecked by his proletarian primitivism. He did not understand how to give his National Socialism any intellectual basis. He was passion incarnate, but entirely without measure or sense of proportion. Hitler was already being talked of in the past tense, and it was generally agreed that he could no longer be taken seriously as a political force in Germany. He had cast the dice, lost everything. Our history has gone astray," wrote Muller. "Nothing of ours is succeeding in the world. Nothing today, nothing yesterday. Nothing, if we think back on. Nothing for the last generation. Our cause was still born from the start. Something has gone wrong with everything. And when we try to set anything aright, it breaks to piece. Is an evil spell hangs over the Reich." But in Munich, a defiant underground order of the day was already being issued to Nazis. The first period of the National Revolution is over. It has brought the desired clearing of the air. Our highly revered Führer, Adolf Hitler, has again bled for the German people. The most shameful treachery that the world has ever seen has victimized him and the German people. Through Hitler's blood, and the still directed against our comrades in Munich by the hands of traitors, the patriotic battle leagues are welded together for better or worse. The second phase of the National Revolution begins. In his youth, Hitler suffered two major depressions: rejection by the Vienna Academy of Art and the death of his mother. Later, he underwent two more crises: the surrender of Germany while he lay gassed and the catastrophe at the Felder. Hell. It would take a man of extraordinary will to rise above this last shock, and, profiting by his own mistakes, resume his ordained path in the past few months. Hitler, the drummer, had given way to Hitler, the Führer. The most poignant movie of these days was made not by a German but by D.W. Griffith. This was Isn't Life Wonderful? With Neil Hamilton and Carol Dempster as a German couple whose future depends on a tiny patch of potatoes. The climax comes when they secretly gather the potatoes at night, then hitching themselves like horses to their cart. Start through the woods, they are set upon by marauders who steal their crap. The best German film was Pabst's Die Freude, Lowe's Gas Street Without Joy, in which Greta Garbo, in her first major role, portrays the daughter of a bourge, a family in Vienna brought to starvation by wicked stuck manipulators. There are realistic scenes of shoppers waiting all night in front of a butcher store. In the finale, the frenzied mob attacks the repulsive butcher who has grown rich on their suffering. To illustrate the cross purposes within Hitler's inner circle, Captain had already made attempts to enlist Prince Ruprecht's cooperation. On the first occasion, he fell to his knees and with clasped hands begged Ruprecht to work with Hitler. He was summarily dismissed in a not too friendly fashion on the second. Suggested that Hitler, using this state as a base to win over North Germany, with an armed invasion consisting of the various patriotic organizations, Ludendorff and the Crown Prince jointly rule Bavaria. I told him that was nonsense, recalled Ruprecht's political advisor. 3. Hitler often told differing stories to his confederates. He may have dismissed the kidnap plot out of hand, as his remark to Han Stangl implied, was convinced the putsch was on until he discovered on German Memorial Day that there were strong police units in the alley and informed Hitler that the coup de main had to be abandoned. Rosenberg, however, Helene Han Stangl repeatedly noticed Hitler's habit of keeping his advisors at odds with each other and in the dark, never confided a single plan, visit, or the fact that he made new acquaintance is to more than 1 or 2 followers at a time. This often led to uncomfortable situations when different party members suddenly discovered they were not completely in the picture. His idea of complete personal control of all plans. For when Murphy was not permitted to send this telegram in code, he indignantly demanded an interview with Hitler himself. After hours of argument, I finally did get in to see him at 3 a.m., only to be told rather mildly that I could not send my telegram. My protest was only a formality by that time, since I had already sent my colleague Halstead in a car to file the telegram from Stuttgart. 5. Most accounts picture Ludendorff as courageous for staying on his feet and Hitler as ignoble for dropping to the street, even though Hitler's arm dislocation indicates he was dragged down. Undoubtedly, Hitler would have hit the ground on his own, since he was a seasoned frontline soldier. Robert Murphy testified that both Ludendorff and Hitler behaved in identical manner, like the battle-hardened soldiers they were. Also saw Ludendorff throw himself to the ground and then find cover behind a corpse or wounded man. A second watchman corroborated the fact that no one was standing after the volley. Both fell flat to escape the hail of bullets. Another eye witness, a watchman. Part 3, Chapter 7, INLANDSBERGPR Early on the morning after Hitler's arrest, Helene Han Stangl received a phone call from an American correspondent. Hubert Knickerbocker, might he come to Uffing for an interview, and bring along his wife and Dorothy Thompson. Helene reluctantly agreed, then phoned her mother-in-law, whose father had been a general in the American Civil War, and this opportunity of participation in current events was too good to let slip by, so Mama had a thrillingly interesting time. She loves and always has loved excitement of all sorts, asking questions and giving her impressions of the situation. Dorothy Thompson was probably erroneously led to believe I was the typical German Hausfrau, as she described me in an article soon after by my silence. Afterward, the party returned to the Hanf, Stengel Villa, and while Knickerbocker was photographing the rooms, Helene surreptitiously retrieved Hitler's revolver and papers. She stowed them in a briefcase and accompanied Knickerbocker back to Munich, where she went to see Hitler's lawyer. "These are the papers," she told him. "Pass them on, and let's see what happens." The small town of Landsberg had not changed outwardly in 500 years. Nestling in the valley of the Lech River, it was hemmed on both sides by steep and wooded heights. A bulwark against Swabian invasion, since the Middle Ages, it was surrounded by ancient walls pierced by watchtowers. To get to the prison from the Munich side, one crossed an old wooden bridge over the Lech, which was scarcely more than a gushing stream. On the hill ahead was the Gefangenenanstalt und Festungsanstalt Landsberg, a complex of grayish-white buildings encircled by high stone walls. The prison was divided into two sections, one for ordinary criminals and one for political prisoners. In the Festung section, the man in cell 7 refused to eat. Hitler brooded in his room, but not because of its smallness and discomfort. His room at the Mannerheim had been only half the size, and the room on the Thierstrasse was far gloomier. And the double-barred window not only flooded the room with daylight, but looked out on trees and shrubbery to a far pleasanter prospect than that in Munich. The narrow white iron bed was comfortable by his monkish standards. The pain in Hitler's arm was so excruciating he could get little sleep. The house Dr. Brinsteiner had discovered that he suffered from a dislocation of the left shoulder, with a break in the upper arm, and as a result, a very painful traumatic neurosis. He remained under constant medical treatment and would, in Dr. Brinsteiner's opinion, most likely suffer permanently a partial rigidity and pain in the left shoulder. But it was not pain alone that accounted for his utter dejection, or even the realization that his hopes for a march on Berlin had ended in disaster. What hurt as much was the feeling that he had been betrayed by the triumvirate, by the army, by fate itself. The debacle at the Felder, Hal was being ridiculed in the newspapers as a miniature beer hall revolution and a red skin raid school boy style. Moreover, foreign correspondents were describing him as Ludendorff's noisy lieutenant, a pawn in a royalist coup d'etat. The Munich Putsch definitely eliminates Hitler and his National Socialist followers. Ridicule had always cut Adolf Hitler deeply, and the New York Times printed his political obituary on the front page. Beatings and hunger could be endured, but not derision. Visitors were shocked by his appearance. He was thin and pale, almost unrecognizable. I found him sitting like a frozen thing at the barred window of his cell. Recalled Anton Drexler. Hitler had not tasted food for almost 2 weeks, and the doctor warned Drexler that the prisoner would die if the fast continued. Drexler returned to cell 7, determined to save someone he had once tried to strip of party leadership. I said he'd no right to give up all for lost, however bad things seemed. The party would look to him to start it all up again someday, but I couldn't make any impression. He was utterly in despair. But at last I said how we'd all rather die than go on without him. Drexler talked for an hour and 45 minutes, until finally convinced he had won him around. So I nearly fell into despair myself. Perhaps Hitler had a relapse, since several others also claimed credit for saving him from starvation. 1. Hans Nursch, the founder of the National Socialist Workers' Party in Czechoslovakia, was greeted by an emaciated and despondent Hitler. Nursch too accused him of deserting the cause to which he had won many adherents. Without him, the cause was lost, and the party would disband. At first Hitler kept shaking his head, but finally he timidly asked who would continue to follow a man with such a fiasco behind him. Nursch replied that the putsch had, in fact, raised everyone's enthusiasm. Hitler must not lose faith in himself. Most great leaders reached success over their failures. This, said Nursch, convinced Hitler, and on advice from the prison, Dr. He was served a bowl of rice. He ate it greedily, then promised that he would remember Nursch's admonitions. It could have been Nursch who saved Hitler or Drexler or, so said Dick Frau Bechstein, who wrote Hitler that she had not prevented him from committing suicide enough only to let him starve himself to death in Landsberg. There is even the possibility it was Helene Hanf Stangl. That this was exactly what his worst enemies prayed he was going to do. Her advice turned the scale according to her husband, who was hiding out in Austria. Hitler had a great admiration for her, and his whole appearance at Uffing after the putsch must have been part of some subconscious urge to turn for succor to this woman, who corresponded so closely to his repressed yearnings. The Uffing house must have acquired the aura of an extraterritorial asylum. There can be no doubt that Helene's words had a telling effect on Hitler, as did the visit of Frau Bechstein. Also, amidst the annihilation of all that he had organized, who had done so much for him. Thus he was in a mood to be moved by the words uttered by the simple Drexler, and finally convinced by the arguments of Nursch. In any event, before Hitler agreed to take the first bite of food, he was prepared to be saved, if not ready to do so on his own initiative. Even after Hitler broke his fast, he would not give evidence for his trial. At first he insisted on being questioned, but as soon as interrogators arrived, he refused to say a word. To Landsberg, to see if he would get anything out of Hitler, Ehard's efforts were as fruitless as his predecessors, but he patiently continued speaking across a table in a friendly voice, as if to a sick horse. Hitler sat in sullen silence, staring blankly like a sheep, then abruptly indicated a pile of reports on the table, and sarcastically said that all those official records would certainly not hinder my future political work. In desperation, the chief prosecutor dispatched his assistant, Hans Ehard. Well, Herr Hitler, replied Ehard after some thought. You're probably annoyed by the presence of a stenographer. He ordered the secretary, a prison employee, to leave and take with him the offending papers. Once they were alone, Ehard tried a new tack, pointing out that he was only doing his job. Wouldn't Hitler please discuss the matter? Taken off guard by Ehard's unofficial approach, Hitler suddenly poured out words in a torrent. He not only gave details of how the putsch was planned and executed, but why he had been forced to take such drastic action. His voice rose, and his face turned bluish. It was thought Ehard, as if he were addressing a vast audience. Occasionally, the assistant prosecutor would insert a question. If it was an embarrassing one, Hitler would subside into sullen silence, almost immediately broken by another eruption of words. Ehard returned to Munich and turned over his report to his superior and to Neidhart, who would be the presiding judge at the trial. Hitler hasn't told you everything, and he'll probably want to do it just at the trial, but Ehard didn't believe Hitler was saving his best arguments. The former was impressed by what he read, but the latter said he doubted that the man in cell 7 could possibly reveal anything more than he had, and then, recalling Hitler's volubility, warned the judge that such a man could not be stifled. The resurrection of Adolf Hitler was confirmed early the following month by his half-sister, Angela. She came to the prison on a cloudy, foggy December evening, expecting to find him despondent. "Never in my life will I forget this hour," she wrote their brother Alois Hitler, Jr. "I spoke with him for half an hour. His spirit and soul were again at a high level. Physically he is quite well. His arm still gives him trouble, but they think it is almost healed. How moving is the loyalty he is accorded these days. Just before me, for example, a count visited him and brought a Christmas package from the Villa Wanfried from B. That which he has accomplished is as solid as a rock. The goal and the victory is only a question of time. God grant it be." Since the package had come from the Wagner home in Bayreuth, and several days later, Winifred Wagner sent another containing a book of poetry. Frau Wagner had lost none of her faith in Hitler. "Believe me," she reportedly told one audience, "Hitler is the coming man in spite of everything, and for all that he will pull the sword out of the German oak." His racist allies remained confident of eventual triumph and were reforming their ranks under such innocuous titles as Volkischer Singing Club, Volkischer Pathfinder Detachment, League of True German Women, and German Rifle and Hiking League. The old Battle League was also resuscitated under a new name. It was designed as an umbrella organization for all paramilitary groups, recognizing the leadership of both Hitler and Ludendorff in the racist movement. Fronting by Captain who was in Stadelheim prison with another group of Putschists. Hitler disliked the idea, but still regarding himself as corporal, Hitler's superior officer, ignored his protests. Hitler's party, although disbanded by law, began covert political operations. The underground center was Munich, where Rosenberg set up a committee to continue the NSDAP, but progress was impeded by personal squabbles and ideological feuds. While Rosenberg considered himself Hitler's temporary political heir, an exiled group in Salz, Burgesser Streicher, Ammon and Hanf Stangelrigger, did him as an impostor. They neither liked nor respected Rosenberg. But perhaps that was exactly why he was chosen. He was not the type to attempt to take permanent control of the party, nor did he have followers. Moreover, no one else was available. Göring was also hiding in Austria, slowly recuperating from his painful wound. Schubner Richter was dead. Eckart, released from Landsberg, was dying in Berchtesgaden. And Drexler disapproved of the direction in which Hitler was taking the party. Of one thing Hitler could be sure: Rosenberg was loyal. He managed to steal into Austria one night through a forest deep with snow to confer with the Salzburg group. I talked to one after the other of our comrades, trying to give renewed courage and to dispel all senseless rumors. He left a few days later, skiing across the border, under the assumption that he had reassured the dissidents. They were only reinforced in the conviction that he was an incompetent, and continued to make separate plans which ranged from building up the party treasury by counterfeiting or armed hold-ups, to crossing the border with machine guns for a raid on Landsberg prison. Nothing worked, including the dispatch of Ulrich to the United States to get money for Hitler. I was howled down in derision. He reported every time I spoke of him as a coming power. In Munich, Hitler was still taken seriously. That Christmas, a group of Schwabing artists in the movement celebrated the holiday season in the Bloodkampf with living to blow. Adolf Hitler in prison, the curtain rose on a cell, snowflakes were falling outside a small barred window. A man sat at a desk, face buried in hands, and an invisible male chorus was singing Silent Night. Holy Night. Then an angel placed an illuminated Christmas tree on the table. Slowly the man turned and revealed his face. And a half sob went through the hole. When the lights went up, the photographers noticed moist-eyed men and women hurriedly putting away handkerchiefs. Many thought it was indeed Hitler himself, remembered Heinrich Hoffmann, who had provided the doppelganger. On New Year's Day, 1924, the financial fate of Germany was settled in London at a meeting between Hilmar Schacht, the new Reich Commissioner for National Currency, and Montague, Norman, Governor of the Bank of England. Schacht, who had already abolished emergency money, began with a frank disclosure of Germany's desperate financial situation. It would be necessary to set German industry going again, and this could only be done with the assistance of foreign credit and the founding of a second credit bank in addition to the Reichsbank, a bank based entirely on gold. He thought he could raise half of the capital for this gold-discount bank in foreign currency within Germany itself. Once the Ruhr crisis was settled, he said the remaining half I should like to borrow from the Bank of England. Was not impressed until Schacht announced that the new bank would issue banknotes based on its gold capital of 200 million marks. Norman, so wrote Schacht in a memoir characteristically entitled The Old Wizard. I intend, he said, to issue those notes in pounds sterling. While Norman was silently pondering this extraordinary idea, Schacht continued, and just think, Mr. Governor, what prospects such a measure would afford for economic collaboration between Great Britain's world empire and Germany. If we desire to establish European peace, we must free ourselves from the limitations imposed by mere conference, resolutions, and declarations of Congress. Economically, the European countries must be more closely linked. Within 48 hours, Norman not only formally approved the loan at the exceptionally low interest of a flat 5%, but convinced a group of London bankers to accept bills far exceeding the loan, provided they are endorsed by the Goldescant Bank with a few bold strokes. The self-styled old wizard had deprived Adolf Hitler of one of his most potent political weapons. Economic disaster. That Hitler was physically able to stand trial was attested by the prison physician, Dr. who also stated categorically in a special report to the warden on January 8 that his patient had no symptoms of psychic disorders or psychopathic tendencies. Brinsteiner, the doctor who seems to have had some psychiatric training, and his will and his mental capacity were not impaired by any illness, even if the aims and purposes of the putsch are interpreted as being faulty, concluded that Hitler was at all times in control of himself. Hitler had profited by brief imprisonment in Stadelheim prison 2 years earlier. Similarly, the enforced confinement at Landsberg obliged him to re-evaluate his past. In the quiet of his little cell, he had come to recognize some of his own mistakes. He had intended the putsch, for example, to be the beginning of a march on Berlin and the abrupt seizure of power after Mussolini's example. From its failure, I learned the lesson that each country must evolve its own type and methods of national regeneration. He was able to convince himself that fate had come to his rescue in the guise of crushing defeat. It was the greatest good fortune for us National Socialists that this putsch collapsed. He later wrote and listed 3 reasons. The abrupt take over of power throughout Germany would have led to the greatest difficulties since the party had not begun to make the proper preparations. And the blood sacrifice of 14 comrades at the Felder Hal eventually proved to be the most effective propaganda for National Socialism. It would have been absolutely impossible to cooperate with Ludendorff. In the past weeks, he had done more than face facts. He had lived through almost everything in print he could lay his hands on. Nietzsche, Chamberlain, Rank, Treitschke, and Marx he raced through. Bismarck's memoirs and a number of recollections of the World War. Landsberg was my college education at state expense, he told frank and without the pretentious intellectualizing of professors. Anyway, willpower is greater than knowledge. If God had only known the world and not willed it, there would still be chaos today. Hitler entered prison convinced his own destiny had turned on him, but now, through rationalization, he had persuaded himself that it had saved him. Reaffirmation of his own and Germany's destiny came according to Hahn. Stangl, who had found it safe to return to Bavaria that January with the death of Lenin, he went into raptures and told Hahn, Stangl, that history was repeating itself. In 1762, Frederick the Great, whom he hoped to emulate, had also been transported by news of Tsar Elizabeth's death. When everything will be golden sunshine, the Soviet Union would succumb and the whole structure of communism tumble down. Now is the time, he said. In 10 weeks, Hitler had raised himself from the depths of despair. He spent long hours worrying over the nation's economic problems and even evolved, so he confided to Frank, a clever way of putting many unemployed back to work. He would construct a system of highways binding the nation closer together, and would then mass manufacture a small, economical car that the little man could afford, confident that he would be the leader of Germany. On February 22, when he and his companions were escorted through the prison gates and driven to detention quarters in Munich, he was mentally and physically prepared for the trial that would determine his future. It would begin in 4 days. By chance, Frau Eberton, who had predicted failure of his putsch, was also in Munich writing an astrological tract. She had a new prophecy for Hitler. He would not be crushed by his humiliating defeat, but rise as a phoenix. It will turn out that recent events will not only give this Hitler movement inner strength, but external strength as well, so that it will give a mighty impetus to the pendulum of world history. All Germany, if not the world, was watching Munich on the morning of February 26, for the political significance of the treason charges against Hitler. Ludendorff and 8 co-defendants went far beyond their personal fate. The new republic and democracy were as much on trial as one of Germany's most respected war heroes and a fanatic from Austria. Karen Gring wrote her mother from Innsbruck, "At this very moment the trial is beginning in Munich. Oh, may God help him that all may go well." The object of her concern, dressed in his best, and wearing the Iron Cross, was seated serenely in a large classroom of an old red brick structure, the abandoned infantry school. Hitler was prepared to do battle with spirit and determination. He wanted to be Goethe's anvil or hammer. General Ludendorff was the first defendant named in the accusation, but it was obvious from the beginning that Hitler was to be the center of attention. He was first to be called to the stand, and his opening words made it obvious that he intended to be the hammer. He had come not as defendant but as accuser. In a strong baritone voice, he described to the court much as he had to a hard in prison. what impelled him to launch the putsch. He spoke of the march, the bloody assault, his escape to Uffing, and his admittance to Landsberg prison. He had but one regret, that he too had not suffered the same fate as his dear slaughtered comrades. He assumed all responsibility for what had happened. The other gentlemen have only co-operated with me, and then denied that he was a criminal. How could he be treated as one when his mission in life was to lead Germany back to honor, to its proper position in the world? The effect of his words, delivered with the conviction of the true believer, could be seen on the face is of the little presiding judge and the chief prosecutor. Neither protested Hitler's accusatory manner or attempted in any way to control his rhetoric, nor had assistant prosecutor Ehard much hope that either would keep Hitler in check. Judge Neidhart, an ardent nationalist, convinced as he was that the putsch was a national deed, was determined to find Ludendorff innocent, and the chief prosecutor, prodded by student attacks for daring to accept his assignment, felt compelled to proceed cautiously. If these officers of the court were under Hitler's influence, Oswald Spengler was not. In a lecture that day he ridiculed the Nazis' love of flags, parades, and slogans. These things undoubtedly satisfy feelings, but politics are something else, he said, and described the trial as that wretched Hitler case. It only confirmed his view that Hitler was a potential Caesar. Much of the second day was spent in tedious examinations of other defendants. But Hitler once more dominated the proceedings on February 28. In a closed session, he described in extravagant terms how both Munich and Berlin had been corrupted by the Red regime. You have one classic example here in Munich. We should never have freed ourselves from the Red era if recovery had not emanated from the healthy section of the people. His words generated a heated response, and he, in turn, vociferously defended his proposed march on Berlin. As the trial proceeded, Hitler continued to dominate the judges and the court room with his oratory and shrewd tactics. At the same time, Ludendorff had become a minor character in the drama. Moreover, his resentment against the principal co-defendant was becoming obvious. Hitler misled me, he complained to Hans Frank after the trial. He lied to me. He told me on the evening of his mad putsch that the army was behind it to a man. He is only a speechmaker and an adventurer. Perhaps he resented that the speechmaker and adventurer, the despised corporal, was acting more like the traditional officer of honor than the general. While Hitler accepted responsibility, Ludendorff consistently avoided it. He conducted himself with arrogance, snapping at the attorneys and judges as if it were a court-martial and he the presiding officer. He would bark at the court in commando. Stim, the tone of the parade ground, recalled an English correspondent, G. The little Chief Justice in the middle of the bench would quiver until his white goat he flickered so badly he had to seize it to keep it quiet. Ward Price, every syllable clipped harsh, and when his imperious voice rose, newspaper objections to the meek judge were growing, and some foreign observers found it difficult to believe they were at the trial. On March 4, a chorus of criticism directed at night Hart was heard in the Bavarian State Ministers' Council. State Minister Schweier charged that the public insults heaped on the army and state police by the defendants in danger the safety of the state police itself. Another minister expressed doubts of Hart's ability to conduct the trial. At this point, a third minister declared that the manner in which the trial was being conducted was viewed with concern in responsible circles. while a fourth revealed that he had personally censured the presiding judge for allowing Hitler to orate 4 hours at a stretched night. Hart's only reply was, "Especially in Berlin, it is impossible to keep Hitler from talking." After each day's session he would be escorted back to a cell in the same building. Here it was that two antagonists, Rosenberg and Hanfstaengl, visit him. A strong segment of the party's underground movement was bent on participating in the spring elections as part of a united bloc of Wahl-Kisch organizations. The first brought Hitler unwelcome news. It was an attractive idea to those like Gregor Strasser, the druggist from Landshut, since it appeared to offer the party the chance to extend activities in North Germany. Strasser had convinced Rosenberg that the party should participate in national politics, but Hitler derided the idea. Unification struck him as particularly dangerous at a time when the NSDAP was illegal and at the point of dissolution. Hitler would have to delegate authority from prison, and he was shrewd enough to realize that what one delegate, it could easily be lost. Moreover, his safest course was to keep the party in a state of suspended animation until his release. Hitler's opposition took the form of sarcasm. What a come down for the party to enter the election under the name of Der Wahl-Kischer Block. I told him, recalled Rosenberg, that under the name of NSDAP preparations could not have been made in time. We simply had to wait until we could reorganize our party on a legal basis. Rosenberg left assuming he had Hitler's reluctant approval and began paving the way for a dangerous split in the party. Hanfstaengl's visit was social, and he brought along his 3-year-old son. "Now pay close attention, boy," he lectured Egan on their way to the former infantry school building. They were going to visit Uncle Dolph in prison, but someday he would be the leader of the nation and free it from its present misery. The boy envisioned Hitler sleeping on a bare earthen floor with only rats for company. But the reality was disappointing. Overlooking a garden-like backyard, Hitler's cell was very ordinary, but all he could remember of their spirited conversation was that Uncle Dolph's voice was so resonant that the little table vibrated. The boy was placed on a chair in front of a table while the two men talked. Hitler then gave the visitors tea after climbing on a chair and fishing around on top of a huge brown wardrobe for bags of cookies. Despite official and unofficial protests, the trial continued to be a sounding board for Hitler, and he surpassed himself at the closed sessions of March 11 and 14. These were the days when the defendant was allowed by the law, unlike the English adversary system, to go on at length and freely interrogate the witnesses, and so Hitler treated the triumvirate as if they were the guilty parties. When General von Lossow took the stand, Hitler jumped to his feet, shouting out questions. The towering, shaven-headed general bellowed back and pointed a long forefinger at the ex-corporal as if it were a pistol. Hitler sank back into his seat, momentarily subdued, but in a minute it was on his feet again, attacking the 3 men who had promised to join him. General von Lossow's contemptuous declaration that Hitler was only fit to play the role of a political drummer brought such rowdy insults that the defendant was cautioned by the judge to lower his voice. He did so, but only until Lossow described him as part sentimental, part brutal. This time Hitler sprang out of his chair like a jack-in-the-box. "And where is your word of honor?" Was this the sentimental and brutal Hitler? "No," replied Lossow, coolly staring down his nose at the defendant. it was Hitler with the bad conscience. This brought a fresh barrage of insults, and Lasso turned to the presiding judge, when no rebuke to Hitler was forth. Coming, the general bowed and left the courtroom. Only then did Judge Knight hot tardily announce that Hitler's behavior was a personal insult not to be tolerated. I accept the reprimand, was Hitler's ironic retort. I never can think without melancholy and bitterness about this monstrous trial, recalled one German journalist. What went on there reminded me of a Munich political carnival, a court which time after time gave the accused the opportunity to make lengthy propaganda speeches, a lay judge who, after Hitler's first speech, declared, "I heard it myself, but he's a colossal fellow, this man Hitler," a presiding judge who let one man Hitler ridicule the highest officials in the Reich, as His Highness Herr Fritz Ebert, an officer who shouted to an American journalist who was chatting in English with a colleague, a presiding judge who banished a newspaper cartoonist from the courtroom because one of the accused felt he had been the subject of a cartoon. Does not all this belong in the Munich picture book of a great political carnival? Speak German in my presence. The Fasching spirit continued to the end, with Hitler's oratory reaching its peak in his final speech. One part lecture, another part exhortation, and a third part invective. It was always compelling and particularly effective, since under German law, the defendant had the last word. Hitler stoutly denied that he was only fit to be the drummer of the nationalist movement, and that he was motivated by ambition alone. The charge that he wanted to be a minister was ridiculous. I aimed from the first at something 1,000 times higher than a minister. I wanted to become the destroyer of Marxism. I am going to achieve this task, and if I do, the title of minister will be an absurdity. Moments later, Hitler revealed his innermost intention. The man who is bound to be a dictator is not compelled. He wills, he is not driven forward. He drives himself forward. There is nothing immodest about this. The man who feels called upon to govern, people has no right to say, "If you want me or summon me, I will cooperate." No, it is his duty to step forward. He told the members of the court that despite the failure of the November putsch, they must honor him as the future power in Germany, for it was destined that the army and those who supported the ideals of the putschists would be reconciled. I believe that the hour will have come when the masses who today stand on the street with our swastika banner will unite with those who fired upon them. I believe that this blood will not always separate us. When I learned that it was the municipal police which fired, I had the happy feeling that at least it was not the riots, where the army stands as untarnished as before. One day the hour will come when the army will stand at our side, officers and men. Herr Hitler, protested Judge Knight. Hart, you say that the municipal police was stained. I cannot permit that. Hitler ignored the gentle rebuke, and without breaking his rhythm, boomed out his final words. The army which we have formed grows from day to day, from hour to hour. It grows more rapidly. Even now I have the proud hope that one day the hour is coming when these raw recruits will become battalions, when the battalions will become regiments and the regiments divisions, and then reconciliation will come in that eternal last court of judge, menth court of God, before which we are ready to take our stand, when the old cockade will be raised from the mire, when the old banners will once again wave before us. Then from our bones From our graves will sound the voice of that tribunal, which alone has the right to sit in judgment upon us. For, gentlemen, it is not you who pronounce judgment upon us. It is the eternal court of history which will make its pronouncement upon the charge which is brought against us. Hitler won the battle of words, and when the court retired to consider the verdict, a number of observers were convinced he would be found not guilty. Judge Knight heart was bent on acquitting Ludendorff, regardless of the testimony and the 3 lay judges, including one who had peered grimly at Hitler throughout the trial, were also unanimously for freeing the chief defendant. On the evidence of my defense, Hitler commented long after the trial they were convinced that Carr, Lassault, and Seisser must have been equally guilty. They were informed of the objection that an acquittal might entail the risk of having the affair referred to the court at Leipzig. This made the jury reflect. They decided it was more prudent to have me found guilty, the more so as they had been promised a remission of the sentence after 6 months. When Assistant Prosecutor Ahard arrived on April 1 for the sentence announcement, he found the room crowded with women bearing flowers for their idol. He ordered the flowers removed. Other female adherents asked permission to take a bath in Hitler's tub. He denied the request. Just after 10 a.m., the defendants posed for a picture in front of the building. Ludendorff, in full military dress, complete with pointed helmet, scowled. To his left stood Hitler in unbelted trench coat, so neatly cleaned and pressed it looked new, clutching a Weller's hat in right hand. His mustache was neatly clipped, his hair slicked down, and he looked as calm, assured, and well-fed as a successful businessman. For the first time in his life, he was on the paunchy side pounds. By the time the accused were escorted to the courtroom, a large crowd clustered outside the building. It took almost an hour to read out the sentence, and there was no outburst when Hitler, along with Pinner, Kriebel, and Weber, was sentenced to 5 years in Landsberg prison. 6 months were deducted because of the pretrial detention. As predicted, Ludendorff was set free. Once more he answered the consideration shown his rank by petulance. I look upon this acquittal as a disgrace which my dress of honor and my decorations have not earned, said the man who had denied responsibility for the putsch. His heated protest annoyed and embarrassed presiding Judge Knight, who was most responsible for the acquittal. Even in guilt, Hitler was honored by the court. It refused to deport him to Austria as an undesirable alien. Hitler is German-Austrian. In the opinion of the court, a man who thinks and feels as German as Hitler, a man who voluntarily served years in the German army during the war, who was wounded and whose health was impaired, should not be subjected to the Republic Protection Law. The court saved its scorn for Hitler's 3 enemies, who earned high war decorations for bravery in the face of the enemy. Lassault and Seisser had clearly said no to Hitler's demands for participation in the putsch, or, if the repeated attempts by the accused on the night of November 8 to clarify the situation had met with a measure of cooperation, declaring that the tragedy could have been prevented if Carr, Hitler's sentence, was the first announced. While the others were being read out, he was hurried outside to a waiting car to prevent any demonstration. By late afternoon, Hitler was back in cell 7. It had been refurnished in his absence and looked much more inviting. But his earlier confidence was gone, and jailer Franz Hemrich noticed that he looked more wretched than ever. This depression soon passed. Before long, he opened his leather briefcase and brought out an empty diary. On the front, a space in the upper right-hand corner, he wrote motto, "When a world comes to an end, then entire parts of the earth can be convulsed." But not the belief in a just cause below this he inscribed these words: "The trial of common narrow-mindedness and personal spite is over, and today starts Mystrugle Mein Kampf." Landsberg on 1 April 1924. The trial that only the putschists wanted was over, and although Hitler had won the battle of propaganda, he was back in prison. For all he knew, he would remain there 4.5 years. To a large segment of the German public and to the Western world in general, the sentence was ridiculously mild for treason and armed uprising. The trial, commented the London Times, has at any rate proved that a plot against the Constitution of the Reich is not considered a serious crime in Bavaria. Hitler had 2 comrades on the upper floor of the Festung. Colonel Kribel was in cell 8, and the leader of the Bund Oberland, Dr. Weber, the veterinary, was in number 9. Although Hitler complained daily about the barred windows, life at the fortress was passable. At 6 a.m. the 2 night warders went off duty, and the cell doors would be opened. Invariably, Hitler was dressed, washed, and waiting. He took a good deal of care of his teeth and mouth. That came of his having been gassed in the war. An hour later, convict trustees served the political prisoners a breakfast of coffee and bread or porridge in their common room. At 8, the doors to the court and garden were opened, and the men were allowed to wrestle, box, or exercise on the parallel bars and vaulting horse. Because of his injured arm, Hitler had to content himself with the job of referee. After half an hour, the prisoners strolled in the long, narrow garden, bordered on one side by the prison building and the other by a 20-foot wall. A gravel path was Hitler's favor, at promenade, and here he would stroll back and forth, usually with Emile Maurice, his chauffeur, voicing the political theorems he had jotted down in his diary. Sometimes recalled Hemrick. Those who had formerly belonged to the storm troops would start singing party songs as they stamped along. At first we took no notice, or at least we raised no objection to this. But when the convicts on their side took to yelling in unison and disturbed the peace of the whole neighborhood, we put a stop to it. At about 10 a.m., the men were brought in from their exercise and mail was distributed. Numerous food packages arrived from nationalist organizations and private admirers. Hitler particularly looked forward to Pappy Seedstrudel, an Austrian specialty, which a group of National Socialist women brought every Friday. But, recalled Dr. Weber, the chief gave the bacon, sausage, and ham to his companions, preferably those on the ground floor. Upstairs with him were the elite. Yes, even behind the wall there existed a class system. They were not equal before the law, nor were they equal as prisoners. Just before noon the political prisoners were served dinner, usually a 1-pat meal in the common room. Attention, he stood at the head of the table until every man in turn came forward with his table greeting. Politics was rarely discussed. The others waited behind their chairs until Hitler strode in. Then someone called out. Hitler usually chatted about theater, art, or automobiles. After the meal they would smoke and gossip for a quarter of an hour while the table was cleared. And then the chief would retreat to his cell on the top floor to read, write in his diary, or try to catch up on his correspondence. This period was interrupted at about 4 o'clock for tea or coffee, which was brewed in the common room. At 4:45 the gates to the garden were unlocked again, and Hitler would walk alone or with Maurice for more than an hour at 6. Each man had supper in his own cellar, herring or sausage and salad. Those who wanted could buy half a liter of beer or wine. After another hour of sport or exercise, the men assembled in the common room before returning to their cells. At 10, lights went out. Occasionally, Hitler varied his schedule, retreating to his cell as soon as breakfast was over to study or receive visitors. According to Hemrich, who soon became his enthusiastic admirer, he exercised a great influence over his comrades. Because of his sense of soldierly discipline, there were none of the usual outbursts of temper of men penned up together. He was always at their command to be of help or service. Usually he was singularly cheerful, but bad news made him a trifle thoughtful and anxious. He was particularly disturbed by the rancor of party feuds. It was becoming increasingly obvious that the NSDAP was being split into, and that the schism was due in large part his own vague instructions to his praxi. Rosenberg had joined with Strasser and others to support the Wahl-Kisch-Block in the Bavarian state elections, had not only formed the National Socialist Freedom Movement, but entered a slate of 34 candidates in the national elections. More significant, these two with the help of Ludendorff. The Bavarian election came first in April, and the ill-assorted Wahl-Kisch-Block scored an unexpected triumph, winning 191,862 votes, and finished second to the Bavarian People's Party. The Grings were delighted with the triumph. Also, Karen wrote her father from Austria, "It means pardon for all of us living in foreign countries. I really can't believe it. I'm so happy. It has been a very bad time. In North Germany, we are counting on even more votes for Hitler and his movement. And then Hitler can at last come in. Power, you see, dear father, I believe so much in him. He is a wonderful man, a genius, such a one I am convinced, as God seldom gives to the world." The national election a month later proved to be as successful as predicted, with the newly formed National Socialist Freedom Movement polling almost 2 million votes. 32 of the 34 candidates, including Strasser, Feder, Frick, and Ludendorff, were elected. It was ironic that Hitler, who had opposed the basic idea, was responsible in large part for their victory. His oratory at the trial had introduced National Socialism to many voters who were impressed by its leader's forceful manner and his effectively enunciated ideas. But other more profound and lasting force is also contributed to the triumph. The tandem appeal of patriotism and racism was growing throughout the nation. Those in the middle class who had lost homes and property were expressing displeasure at the polls, along with those in the working class who were still unemployed. Moreover, even though inflation had been ended by the drastic national currency reform, understandably, Hitler was not overjoyed by the elections. Ludendorff was claiming credit for the victory and, being free, was in a position to capitalize on his claim. Hitler was forced to join in the applause while fearing that the new grip might swallow up his outlawed party. Nor was his apprehension groundless. The threat to his political power was illustrated by circulation of a pamphlet to Wahl-Kisch groups, which admitted that the National Socialists were pioneers and foreigners of the Wahl-Kisch movement, then sarcastically declared that they are not its savior. The whole affair was a painful but valuable lesson to Hitler. Never again, he vowed, would he take a stand unless he was sure he had the power to enforce it. Hitler was being attacked from his own stronghold. at the offices of the Wahl-Kischer Beobachter, which had been closed down after the putsch. Drexler and Feder were conducting a campaign against him. They called Hitler a dictator and a prima donna, and proclaimed that he must be brought under greater control if the party was ever to be built up again, recalled Han Stangl. One day, Drexler cornered Hans Frank in a small Munich park and poured out a stream of complaints against their imprisoned leader, and now has wrecked the party for all time with this crazy putsch. Once Hitler was free, the rowdy brownshirts would take to the streets again. He intrigued against me and broke all his promises, pushed me out there. Are terrible times ahead for Germany. Hitler betrayed me, and that is why I oppose him wherever I can. That May Kurtlik returned from his money-raising trip abroad to find confusion in the ranks of the underground NSDAP. The various groups quarreled internally and with each other, nor were there antagonisms private scandal. Sin enemies clawed each other in public regardless both of the spectacle they were giving the shocked onlookers and of the damage they were doing to themselves. From Han Stangl, Ammon and Esser he learned that Rosenberg was the cause of party deterioration. But Rosenberg told him a different story. They attack me, he said, because I represent Hitler, whom they dare not attack, helpless though he is. If they eliminate me, they move one step nearer the top. Ulrich decided to travel to Landsberg to find out from Hitler how the danger could best be dispelled. According to Ulrich's account, Hitler declared that the party must pursue a new line of action. Its future lay not in armed coups but the ballot box. Now that conditions in the country have changed so radically, Hitler appeared to be not at all downcast by the party squabbles. I am convinced this is our best line of action. Indeed, he was so confident of final victory that my own misgivings were dispelled. For his mood was contagious, but the party split continued to widen. A few weeks later, Strasser joined with Ludendorff in proposing the foundation of the National Socialist Freedom Party, thus creating a single Wahl-Kisch party of which the NSDAP would be but a part. This raised the intensity of inter-party rancor, which in turn forced Hitler into making a radical decision. On July 7, der Wahl-Kisch Courier announced that he had laid down the leadership of the National Socialist movement, and that he will refrain from all political activity during his term of detention. He requested his adherents not to visit him in prison, since he had so much work, and was also engaged in writing a book. In some circles it was deduced that Hitler was pretending to write as an excuse to avoid the internecine political battle. But even before his arrest, he had been seriously thinking of composing a history of the Jews. Now he had a better idea, which obsessed him to such a degree that he welcomed a vacation from politics so he could get it down on paper. In addition to jotting down ideas in his diary, he dictated to Maurice. Then, in the privacy of his cell, he would laboriously type out the manuscript with 2 fingers on the typewriter loaned to him by the warden. As he finished one section of the book after another, he would read it aloud to the others in their evening assemblies. The book was not always written under favorable conditions. Gott-Hemrich recalled the window, for instance, leaked during a heavy rain. One day, while mopping the floor, Hitler burst into laughter. There was the prison cat perched on top of a stool in the middle of the mess and puddle, and licking at it after her own finicky fashion. His most helpful assistant was a newcomer to the top floor. After Hitler's sentence, Rudolf Hess had taken Professor Hochschäfer's advice to surrender. Hess helped Hitler formulate ideas took dictation and relieved him of typing chores. Frau Wagner also helped by providing quantities of band paper, carbon paper, pencils, ink, and erasers. At first the book was to have been a general history, but the first volume, under the ponderous working title, 4.5 years of struggle against lies, stupidity and cowardice, included an autobiographical account of Hitler's childhood, his years in Vienna, the war, the Red Revolution, and the beginnings of the party in Munich. It turned out to be the story of a poor boy's political education, and gave him the opportunity to discourse not only on his three favorite subjects, Jews, Marxism and racism, but the futility of parliamentary government, syphilis, the decline of the theater, the monarchy, and responsibility for loss of the war. Writing down his political theories was in itself a process of self-education. During my imprisonment, I had time to provide my philosophy with a natural, historical foundation. The authorities had made a mistake by imprisoning him. They would have been far wiser to let me make speeches all the time without giving me respite. It was remarkable how Hitler had gained ascendancy over his jailers. He had already converted a majority of the staff to National Socialism, and even the warden became so impressed that he permitted Hitler's lights to stay on until midnight. Surveillance was so lax that the prisoners established their own underground newspaper, which was typed and then hectographed. One section was comic, the other serious. Hitler usually wrote the leading article and would often contribute caricatures. The existence of the paper was not discovered until one man thoughtlessly wrote home about it, but by the time Hemrich raided the editorial office in Cell 1, nothing could be found. It was also Hemrich's duty to spy on the evening get-togethers in the common room to make sure no revolution was being plotted. But the eavesdropper became propagandized by Hitler's words, and soon fell almost completely under his spell. He and his assistants would gather outside the door, all ears, alert for what he was saying about things that concerned our own interests. We were immensely struck by his speaking. Hitler would close these meetings with a Sieg Heil, and the grip would burst out int, a revised version of the song composed by Gregor Strisser's grip on the day of the putsch. Even if they betrayed us or herded us like mistreated animals, we knew what we were doing and remained true to the fatherland. Hitler's spirit in our hearts cannot sink. Storm Trip Hitler will someday rise again. As Hitler became more involved in his book, he left his men to their own devices. Out of boredom, one evening a dozen of them subjected him to an old-fashioned peasant hazing. They smeared their faces with oven rust and black, wrapped themselves in sheets, and marched to Cell 7 armed with pokers and brooms. Brandishing their weapons, they demanded that he subject himself to their tribunal. What followed was a parody of the Munich trial, Bavarian comedy style. Hitler so wrote, Hemrich joined in the fun, and solemnly accepted his sentence, an auto tour of Germany. Then, laughing still, but shaking his head, went back to work. Hanf Stangl, one of the less reverent visitors, noticed that Hitler was gaining weight and advised him to take part in prison sports and cut down on sweets. A leader cannot afford to be beaten at games, and I shall always be able to get the extra pounds off by speaking. Hanf Stangl brought him several art books, but it was a recent copy of the satirical weekly Simplicissimus that did most to cheer him up. Hitler had an answer for each admonition. On the front page was a cartoon showing Hitler in armor entering Berlin on a white horse as if he were Sir Galahad. "There you are," he said, "they can laugh, but I shall get there yet." He received many ladies, including a monthly visit from 83-year-old Frau Carola Hoffmann, no relation to the photographer. She was a retired schoolteacher who had taken it upon herself the past few years to do his laundry and see that he was properly dressed, whom he called my beloved and devoted Mutterchen, still pretty and petite. She fed him on cakes and cream and, like a good mother, made him pay for the sweets with lectures on how to behave in polite society. Once Karen Green came for financial assistance, but had to be satisfied with a picture of the Führer inscribed to the honored wife of my SA commander. Use Pruthel, the Fianch of Hesse, was a regular visitor. Every Saturday she bicycled to Landsberg from Munich, and one time managed to smuggle in a camera. Hitler and Hesse would be waiting for her on top of the Festung staircase, and the former invariably kissed her hand in his gallant Viennese manner before leading her to the common room for lunch. Once she came by train with her mother, who was not too fond of Hesse, particularly now that he was a prisoner. But a kiss from Hitler changed all that. My mother was totally unpolitical, but as soon as she got back to Munich, she joined the Partial because of that hand kiss. Professor Hoscheffer also visited Hesse to bring him books and articles on political science and geopolitics, including works by Sir Halford Mackinder. He sometimes saw Hitler, but never alone. I avoided it, he later testified. I always had the feeling that he felt the distrust of a semi-educated person towards a scientifically educated person. Perhaps it sprang from Hoscheffer's expressed hope that Hesse would continue his academic career and not enter political life, or the fact that the professor openly described the putsch as a tragic mistake. He was aware that Hitler was writing his political autobiography and that he had discussed Lebensraum and geopolitics with Hesse, but I received the impression that Hitler never understood these things and did not have the right outlook for understanding them, realizing that neither Hesse nor Hitler understood political geography. And I am utterly convinced Hoscheffer tried to explain the basis, for example, of the second edition of Ratzel's work. But it was useless. Hitler took from geopolitics only what he wanted, while Hesse still revered the professor. He had already decided to become Hitler's personal secretary and devote his life to National Socialism. He confirmed not only Hitler's gene, and discussed with the wrangles disrupting the party, but his preoccupation with book. By now, he was the chief's closest confidant, and from this position of trust. On July 6, Dean Hesse wrote a university friend that Herr Hitler wanted to know nothing of present-day politics. For the time being, he has withdrawn himself publicly from the leadership of the party. The reason is that he does not want to assume the responsibility for what happens outside without his knowledge, and possibly against his better judgment, nor is he able to smooth out the constant quarrels, at least not from here. He considers it unnecessary to bother with such petty disagreements. On the other hand, he is convinced that once he obtains his freedom, he can steer everything back on the right track. Determined opposition to the Wahl, Kisch merger came from left-wing Nazis in North Germany who denounced the racists as enemies of the working class. Collaboration with them, warned one student leader, would force the true National Socialists, especially the workers, to leave the NSDAP. While these northern leftists agreed with Esser on the impossibility of merger, they wanted no part of him, and 2 days after the Weimar meeting, one of them wrote a letter obviously intended for the Führer's eyes. It expressed a desire for Hitler to come to the north once he left prison, but to leave Hermann Esser behind. Such men would not be tolerated in the north. We will not build a Chinese wall around Hitler as was done in Munich in 1923. Here, live men of northern blood, who refute spiritual servitude, who are not cowardly. We are not speakers and mercenaries, but only men who ask for contact with the Führer, men who want to serve the rising crescendo of disagreement among these in basic agreement reinforced Hitler's decision to stay out of politics. And on July 29, he sent another appeal for privacy to Der Wahl, Kisch Courier. Since I am presently engaged in a work which must not be disturbed, he would from now on use all use not confirmed in writing. Wearied as he was of politics and visitors, he did take time that day to see a German Bohemian Party member, N.S. Kugler, who asked a crucial question. Has your position on the Jewish question been somewhat changed? This was one subject near his heart. Yes, he told Kugler. It is quite correct that I have changed my opinion concerning the methods of fighting Jewry. I have come to the realization that I have been far too soft up to now while working on my book. I have finally come to realize that the harshest methods of fighting must be employed in the future if we are to win. I am convinced that this is not only a matter of life and death for our people, but for all peoples. The Jew is a world pest. Throughout the summer, Hitler luxuriated in his pleasant quarters, preparing himself for the battle to come. He confined most of his efforts to the book, secure in the expectation of an early parole. It seemed to be assured on September 18 when Warden Leibold dispatched an extremely favorable report to the Bavarian Ministry of Justice. It declared that during his months of imprisonment, Hitler had proved himself to be a man of strict discipline and order, who was at all times cooperative, modest, and courteous to everyone, particularly to the officials of the institution. Leibold concluded with a prediction that Hitler, upon release, would not resort to any violence or illegality. More mature and thoughtful individual during his imprisonment than he was before, and does not contemplate acting against existing authority. There is no doubt that he has become a much more quiet. But on September 22, the Bavarian State Police sent a confidential report to the Ministry of the Interior recommending that Hitler not be released on October 1. At first it seemed certain that Leibold's strong recommendation would bring about Hitler's release in early fall, and if this came about unexpectedly, he should be deported as a security measure. Hitler would generate riots because of his energy. Penal Chamber I ignored this recommendation and declared Hitler eligible for parole, but an appeal from the Minister of Justice on the grounds that the prisoner had flagrantly violated its visiting privileges was upheld. The moment he was set free, parole was denied. Hitler's frustration was complete, but as he had done before, he lifted himself out of this depression and returned to work on his book. All day long recalled Hemrick and late int. The night one could hear the typewriter going in his room, and his voice dictating to Hess, nor did he neglect his duty as Führer. On the first anniversary of the Munich Putsch, he spoke with deep emotion to the political prisoners gathered in the common room. While charging himself with the entire responsibility for the whole affair, he demonstrated how it had failed for historical reasons. His hearers were profoundly impressed with the leader's sincerity and deep morality. November passed, and though there was still no indication that parole was at hand, he remained stoic. In the meantime, one of his most prestigious followers, Gring, was in a Venice hotel attempting to negotiate a badly needed loan from Benito Mussolini. Although still recuperating from his painful wound, which required heavy drug dosage, the former war ace was exerting himself in the Führer's service, in hopes of getting 2 million lira from the fascists, as well as a promise from Ildis to see Hitler once he was out of prison. He was involved in a frustrating correspondence with Leoneg, really an agent of Mussolini. In return, the National Socialists would publicly support Italy's claim to the South Tyrolean action that would lose numerous supporters, particularly in Bavaria. But apparently the fascists doubted they would get their money's worth from a party whose attempt to emulate the march on Rome had ended so disastrously, and Gring's pleading became shrill. The fascists were at one time small and laughed at here. Good one should not believe that National Socialists have no future. In a few years they would be in power. He enlarged upon the embarrassment the NSDAP would face because of its support of such an unpopular cause as the South Tyrol, and pointed out what a bargain Mussolini was getting for a mere 2 million lira. For this you would have in our press an important speaking trumpet. Besides, you will get your 2 million back at the latest in 5 years. A few days later, Gring became more insistent. It would really be good if the greatest national movements would have more understanding of each other. Anti-Semitism must in a certain sense be international. The Jew must be fought in all countries. But the month of November slipped by with Mussolini still refusing to commit himself, nor is it likely that he ever did loan the 2 million lira, and the Führer still in prison. A few of his comrades were released by mid-December. Hitler bore these repeated disappointments about his own return to freedom with equanimity and philosophy, remembered Hemrich. The remainder prepared to celebrate the season at Landsberg as best as they could. They put up holiday decorations and set up a Christmas tree in the common room. But before they could decorate it, the efforts of the state cabinet to prevent Hitler's parole finally ended. On December 19, the Bavarian Supreme Court, perhaps influenced by a threat from the 3 lay judges of the Hitler trial, to make a public appellate his immediate release. Warden Leibold himself brought the news to Hitler, and early the following afternoon, after spending more than a year in prison, Hitler bade farewell to his comrades, gave them all his money, 282 marks, then shook hands with Hemrich, and thanked him for all he had done. There followed a tearful parting with Leibold. When I left Landsberg, recalled Hitler, everyone wept, the warden and the other members of the prison staff. But not I, we'd won them all to our cause. It was a gray day. Hitler tersely greeted the 2 who had come to take him home, his printer Adolf Muller and Hoffmann, the photographer. Before stepping briskly into the touring car, its canvas top raised as protection against the cold, he turned to Hoffmann, who had not been allowed to take photographs in the prison, and told him to get his picture. After one was taken at the ancient city gate, which had a fortress atmosphere, Hoffmann wanted to know what Hitler intended to do. Now, I shall start again from the beginning, he said. As they sped toward Munich, Hitler reveled in the experience. What a joy it was for me to be in a car again. He asked Muller to go faster. No, was the reply. It's my firm intention to go on living for another 25 years. At Pacing they were met by a group of Nazi motorcyclists who accompanied them into the city. Party faithfuls were waiting outside his apartment house. At the top of the stairs, Hitler was almost bowled over by his exuberant dog. He found his room filled with flowers and laurel wreaths. Neighbors had covered the table with food and drink, including a bottle of wine. Prison had not mocked him with self-pity. Far from regretting his months in Landsberg, he professed they had been essential for his development. That period gave me the chance of deepening various notions for which I then had only an instinctive feeling. It was during this incarceration, too, that I acquired that fearless faith, that optimism, that confidence in our destiny, which nothing could shake thereafter. Hitler left Landsberg hardened by adversity, more settled in his own convictions, unabashed by the party feuds and the apparent blighting of his political ambitions. He had returned to Munich determined to take a new political road. Never again would he make the old mistakes. He had been a Führer in name, only serving a party that had been founded by others. From now on he would be a true Führer, shaping his own program in his own way toward long-range goals. His first task was to assess the political situation. The National Socialist Bloc had lost more than half its seats in the December elections, with the popular vote slipping from 1,918,300 to 907,300. Moreover, the NSDAP itself was still illegal, and he would have to operate underground. He was not only free, but deportation proceedings against him had been quashed by the man who had recently fought his parole. On the positive side, Justice Minister Gertner had undoubtedly been influenced by Austrian refusal to take Hitler back. He had come out of prison as a martyred saint to all Kish groups and this racist movement. Despite the evidence of the December elections was burgeoning, many people who had wavered between the moderate and radical wings of the patriotic movement swung to extremism as a result of their emotional involvement in the abortive uprising. This growth, ironically, had been unleashed by the putsch. In a sense, the NSDAP had a stronger base than ever, and, while its two warring groups were wide apart, Hitler was confident he could somehow induce both factions to place loyalty to him above their differences. He was to be the program, and his followers would have to equate Kish aims with his personal political success. The image of Adolf Hitler, the national martyr, would become the personalization of flag, freedom, and racial purity. What had been thought out carefully in the peace and solitude of his cell was quite another thing in the unaccustomed freedom of Munich. On that first evening of liberty, he didn't know what to do with himself, and I remained obsessed by the idea that I'd have to ask leave for anything I wanted to do. Shrewd enough to realize that only time would enable him to regain contact with reality, he decided to remain quiet for several weeks before embarking on the task of reconciling the enemy brothers. I had the impression that any moment a hand would be laid on my shoulder. One of the first steps in his project to regain civilian composure was a visit to the Stangls on a snowy Christmas. They had moved from their cramped apartment to a spacious house across the Isar River, a pleasant sector near Herzog Park, boasting such prestigious neighbors as Thomas Mann. As Hitler entered the studio, he looked around nervously, then said almost pleadingly, Stangl, play me the illy bested afterhand. Stangl hammered out this tremendous thing from Tristan and Isolde. With Lycian embellishments, Hitler began to relax. Helene brought in her new daughter, Herta. Hitler crooned over the baby and apologized for what had happened at Uffing. "You are the most feudal acquaintance, as I have," he finally said, surveying the studio. Suddenly, in mid-sentence, he darted a glance over his shoulder. "I'm sorry," he explained, "that's what jail does to you. There is always some damn jailer standing behind watching you in Landsberg," he explained. "Someone was constantly observing him through the observation hole in the door. A horrible feeling, that. I am certain they were seeking for some pretext to have me transferred to an insane asylum. You know, I went on a hunger strike for 2 weeks, and they tried to make that grounds for an insanity charge, perhaps. That was why he ended his fast. After dinner and the presentation of gifts that lay under the candlelit Christmas tree, Helene, Hitler, and 4-year-old Egon settled around the piano while Stengel played piece after piece on the Steinway. A military march seemed to inspire Hitler to stride up and down the room like a soldier, hands clasped behind his back, recalling scenes from the Great War. For the benefit of Egon, he began imitating a battle, reproducing the noise of howitzers and machine guns, separately and all at once. This was followed by a lecture on politics which evolved into a tirade against the Jews. His anti-Semitism, thought Stengel, seemed to have acquired more specific racial undertones. He had become convinced that Wall Street and, in fact, all America was controlled by the Jews. Then his thoughts and word, abruptly turned to his dearest friend in Landsberg. "Ach, mein Rudi, mein Hessel Hitler," exclaimed emotionally. "Isn't it appalling to think he's still there?" Before he left, Hitler managed to have a few moments of privacy with Helene in the studio. She was seated on a large sofa, and all at once he dropped to his knees and put his head in her lap. "If only I had someone to take care of me," he said. "Look, this won't do," said Helene, and asked him why he didn't get married. "I can never marry because my life is dedicated to my country." She thought he was acting like a little boy. And perhaps he was 17 years ago, almost to the day, his mother had died. It would have been awful if someone had come in, recalled Helene, humiliating to him. He was taking a chance, he really was. That was the end of it, and I passed it off as if it simply had not happened. Helene Stengel's reticence, combined with the volubility of her mother-in-law and her sister-in-law, Erna, resulted in a distortion by several historians, who wrote that Hitler was nursed at Uffing by Stengel's mother and sister. To the correspondence between Gring and Neg, Ellie was recently discovered and translated by Ben E. Swearingen. It sheds new light on this to obscure period of Gring's career, as well as giving new information on the early Nazi-fascist relationship. Chapter 8, Hitler's SECRETBOOK. Hitler was invited to spend New Year's Eve at Hoffmann's home. He refused, but when the party was underway, Gohl urged the photographer to phone the Führer and try again. To Hoffmann's surprise, Hitler said he would come, but only for half an hour. His arrival was eagerly awaited, particularly by the ladies, none of whom had met him, nor were they disappointed. In his cutaway coat he looked very smart, wrote Hoffmann, and his air of modest reserve only served to enhance his charm. The women were particularly entranced by his little mustache. He had not yet started to wear the lock of hair hanging from his forehead. One pretty girl maneuvered Hitler under the mistletoe and kissed him. I shall never forget the look of astonishment and horror on Hitler's face. The wicked siren, too, felt that she had committed a faux pas, and an uncomfortable silence reigned. Bewildered and helpless as a child, Hitler stood there, biting his lip in an effort to master his anger. The atmosphere, which after his arrival had shown a tendency to become more formal, now became almost glacial. Hoffmann tried to laugh it off. I'm glad that it didn't happen to one of the more elderly among my guests. But then you've always had luck with the ladies. Herr Hitler, not amused, the Führer bade everyone a polite, cool farewell. Ever since release from Landsberg, he had lived in semi-solitude. He was finding it difficult to adjust politically as well as socially. Determined to confine his activities to behind-the-scenes discussions with Esser and Pner, he refused to reveal his new plans and put off worshipful delegations who sought his advice and blessing. At the same time, he did not make the mistake of discouraging the adulation of rank and file followers, and his silence made them more eager than ever to hear his first speech. Hitler needed this concentrate its solitude to become familiar with recent drastic political and economic developments. The regime in France, which had been demanding occupation of the Ruhr, had been replaced by a more conciliatory grip, and a more equitable payment by Germany of war reparations had been recently instituted by the Allies. On the economic front, the establishment of a stable mark had stemmed the toboggan slide to economic chaos. The dual prospect of a peaceable settlement with France and economic recovery meant that Hitler had been deprived of political assets. On the other hand, a social change had come about, which now offered him the chance to re-enter politics on a national scale. Rapid technical developments, urbanization, dispersal of the population, and the industrialization of the past decade had upended the middle class. The small merchant, the independent businessman, and the farmer were in a state of uncertainty and fear. It was the middle class that had suffered most during the inflation. The margin of affluence which had set these people above the working class had been wiped out along with their savings and capital. Many blamed their misfortunes on the Reds and Jews, and their bitterness was already turning into hatred, making them receptive to Hitler's message of anti-Semitism. The new year presented as many opportunities as difficulties, and his political future would depend on ability to cope with both. He made his first move on the 4th day of 1925 in the form of a gesture of truce to the new minister-president of Bavaria, Heinrich Held. He spent half an hour alone with Held, pledging his loyalty and offering to cooperate in the fight against the Reds. He promised to confine himself to legal means in his future political struggles, and made such a favorable impression that Held reportedly remarked that evening, "This wild beast is checked. We can afford to loosen the chain." Alfred Rosenberg was not one of the few admitted to Hitler's company in these days of seclusion and preparation. He knew that Hitler was driving around the countryside with Esser, Amann, Hoffmann, and Hahn. Stangl and he was irked at being excluded from this select company. "He valued me very much, but he did not like me," Rosenberg later complained. Rosenberg persuaded his friend Dick to write an article warning that the party was doomed unless its members stopped sniping at each other, piqued as well as concerned about the party split. After sending a copy of this article to Hitler, Dick requested an interview. It took place at the little room on the Thyerstrasse, and after attacking Lud and and delivering a lecture on the Jews, Hitler finally got around to the article. Dick, he said, could not possibly know the real facts of the putsch or the trial, since he'd been out of the country. He derided Rosenberg's attempt to separate him from Esser. That fellow has more political sense in his fingertips than the whole bunch of his accusers in their buttocks. Then sarcastically advised Dick to see that Rosenberg comes to his sense and stops playing the offended innocent. Although Hitler seemed to be rejecting Dick's counsel to end party squabbles, he took it intending to effect it in his own way. This decision to heal party wounds, combined with his promise, is to Minister-President held Sinn bor Fritt. On February 16, the Bavarian government cancelled the state of emergency and removed its restrictions on the NSDAP. 10 days later, the Wahl, Kischer Beobachter was back on the stands with a lengthy editorial by Hitler entitled A New Beginning. He promised to confine himself henceforth to organization and policy, not personal and religious differences, and called for peace among all Wahl-Kisch elements within the party. They must unite, he said, to defeat the common enemy, Jewish Marxism. It was the new Adolf Hitler in action, determined to operate legally and willing to compromise for the sake of a party unity. At the same time, he was going to run the party his way, and despite a pledge to work within the governmental framework, he had not tempered his attack on his primal in myth Jew. Hitler made his eagerly awaited return to public life at a party convention in the Bürgerbräu Keller, where he had launched the putsch. On the following day, February 27, his speech was scheduled to begin at 8 p.m., but at mid-afternoon lines were already forming in front of the beer hall. By the time the police closed the doors at 6 p.m., the large hall was jammed with 4,000 people. Another 1,000 were turned away. National Socialists from all over the nation were on hand, with three important exceptions, Strasser and Rosenberg. I won't take part in that committee, the latter told Dick that afternoon. I know the sort of brother kissing Hitler intends to call for. Rosenberg was proud and refused to shake hands with man he felt had forsaken him. There was almost as much excitement in the hall as there had been on the night of the putsch, and as Hitler marched down the aisle, wildly enthusiastic adherents waved beer mugs, cheered and hugged each other. Lifting his eyes above the party leaders, he appealed to the multitude beyond. While his words were fervent, they were not designed to antagonize either faction. He didn't make the mistake of going into the details of the squabbles of 1924. He ignored them. He called Ludendorff the most loyal and selfless friend of the movement, and urged all those who in their hearts remained old National Socialists to join together behind the swastika flag and crush their two greatest enemies, Marxism and Jews. The first was in appeal to revolutionaries like Esser, the second to Drexler and his more conservative Wahl-Kisch followers. After an inspirational appeal for national regeneration, it is madness to believe that a great people of 60 or 70 million cannot be destroyed. It perish is as soon as it lose its drive for self-preservation. He turned his attention to the party officials at the front tables. He neither asked for their loyalty and support, nor offered any compromise. He ordered them to join the crusade or get out. If anyone comes and puts conditions to me, then I say to him, my friend, wait and see what conditions I will put to you. I am not out to get the great masses. After a year, you can judge my party comrades if I have acted correctly and that it is good. If I have not acted correctly, then I will place my office back in your hands. Until that moment, however, I alone led the movement, and no one makes conditions for me so long as I personally assume all responsibility, and I unconditionally assume responsibility for everything that happens in the movement. The frenzy in his manner was communicated to the audience. Cries of Heil rang out. Women wept as the crowd pressed from the rear, climbing on chairs and tables. Men who had been bitter enemies surged to the platform and shook hands, some of them unable to restrain tears. Then Max Amann shouted the wrangling must stop. Everyone for Hitler. Rudolf Buttmann of the German Nationalist Party came forward to make an emotional announcement that all his doubts had suddenly melted away within me as the Führer spoke. Buttmann's use of this title, hitherto uttered only in private, underlined Hitler's overwhelming success. From now on he would be the Führer in public. He had not only unified the NSDAP but established the leadership principle, the unquestioned rule of one man. Drained emotionally as well as physically, Hitler left Munich that evening with Winifred Wagner. He and a few aides stayed over night at her home in Bayreuth. But their presence was such a secret that the younger children of the family would not learn about it for years. The resurrection of Hitler was followed the very next day by a political development of significance. In the national elections occasioned by the death of Ebert, 78-year-old Field Marshal von Hindenburg became the second president of the Republic. It was obvious that the sympathies of this hero of the right did not lie with the Republic, and, while he attempted to remain neutral, he did little to strengthen the Republican forces, often over trivial issues such as the conservative proposition to award a large financial indemnity to the Hohenzollerns. There continued to be frequent cabinet crises. When this was carried over vigorous socialist protest, a new bill was introduced to indemnify all dispossessed princes. This too was passed despite a socialist referendum to override it. Even the question of the colors of the German flag produced a cabinet crisis, and Chancellor Hans Luther was forced to resign over it. It seemed inevitable that this change in national politics should add impetus to Hitler's rise in power. But his return to the politics of the beer hall had been too sudden and triumphant to sit the Bavarian government. It only proved how dangerous his gift of oratory was to the state. Too excessively, and the police forbade him to address 5 mass meetings set for early March on the grounds that he had inflamed the Bürger audience with such violent phrase is as fight Marxism and Judaism, not according to middle-class standards but over corpses. He had injected new life into the party too fast. Hitler protested the ban in person. Those who want to have a fight with us can have one, he told police officials. Whoever attacks us will be stabbed from all sides. I will successfully lead the German people in their fight for freedom, if not peacefully, then with force. This sentence I repeat emphatically for the benefit of police spies, so that no erroneous reports will be circulated. These were strong words for a man on parole, and the end result was a ban on speaking in public throughout Bavaria. Open NSDAP meetings could be held, but not if their Führer spoke. Before long, the proscription extended to almost every German state. Hitler had been deprived of his major political weapon. He was forced to transfer his platform to the homes of his wealthy supporters. He spoke, recalled Heinz Hoscheffer, whose father took him to a Munich Salonas if he were at the Circus Krone. Except that he remained seated, it was terrible shouting and arm-waving. He was not interrupted. He just spoke, and spoke like a record running in a groove, for an hour or an hour and a half, until he became absolutely exhausted, and when he was finished and breathless, he just sat down once more, a simple and nice man. It was just as if he switched in another gear, and there was no in-between. The ban obliged Hitler to confine himself to rebuilding the party, and he tirelessly went from one closed meeting to another in Munich, exhorting audience as much as he had done in the Bürgerbruchkeller, kissing the hands of women and holding innumerable intimate conversations, came in contact with the entire metropolitan membership by grassroots technique, shaking hands with men. He succeeded not only in solidifying his magnetic attractions to the commonalty, but in winning complete organizational control of the city party. At the same time, Esser and Streicher roamed Bavaria, duplicating Hitler's tactics as they rallied local organizations behind the Führer. By the end of March, Hitler controlled almost all Bavarian locals, but he was forced to turn over the fate of the party in North Germany to Gregor and Otto Strasser. The first was a good organizer and a gifted speaker, and could, as a delegate to the Reichstag, travel free on railroads. After the inspiring speech in the Bürgerbruch, he pledged his allegiance to Hitler, but Otto, already a clever journalist despite his youth, had reservations. How long, he wondered, would the honeymoon with Hitler last? Hitler accepted his enforced retirement from public life, much as he had his imprisonment, and took advantage of its opportunities. He utilized his free time to establish a solid party apparatus with the help of two colorless but efficient bureaucrats, Philip Bauer and Franz Xaver Schwartz. The first became executive secretary of the party, an owlish-looking individual who invariably bowed to Hitler before addressing him. He was obsessed with details. Schwartz, formerly an accountant at the Munich City Hall, was party treasurer. He brought to his job the talents of an adding machine and the spirit of a miser. Together, the two men, by subordinating themselves completely to the Führer, became indispensable to the party machinery. The efficient depersonalization of the party's internal organization by Bauer and Schwartz enabled Hitler to concentrate on long-range political strategy, write articles and travel extensively in the North to make personal appearances at closed party meetings. He also had the leisure to repair broken friendships, chastise recalcitrants, bring opponents together, and attend to personal problems. He reinstated Rosenberg as editor of the refounded Wahl, Kischer Beobachter, then wrote him a letter praising his integrity and calling him a most valuable collaborator. A few days later, Hitler wrote another letter and solved a nagging personal problem, deportation to Austria, facing it directly. He requested the city officials in Linz to cancel his Austrian citizenship, since he intended to become a citizen of Germany. 3 days later, the provincial government of Upper Austria issued an emigration permit absolving him from allegiance to the Austrian state. For a fee of 7.5 shillings, Hitler was freed of the threat of deportation. And though he was not yet a German citizen, and consequently unable to vote or hold elective office, he was confident that this matter could be resolved when it became necessary. Of more immediate concern were the rebellious actions of the contumacious and egocentric captain, and while the Führer was in prison, he had formed a new organization from storm troop remnants under the name of Front Bin. From the beginning, he had attempted to make the essay his private army rather than Hitler's political instrument, convinced that everything he had been working for since the putsch would be lost if he subordinated the frontmen to party. Presented Hitler with a memorandum on April 16 that the 30,000 men of the frontmen could be the foundation of national political organization, but it must be under absolute authority. His request was accompanied by appeals to their past friendship and a vow of personal loyalty. Hitler had learned how disastrous it was to be dependent on an organization he did not control, determined to make the new SA solely his instrument. He demanded that the frontmen accept his personal authority at once. In an apparent effort to apply pressure, tendered his resignation from the frontmen and requested a written acknowledgement of this action from the Führer. After waiting for an answer in vain, he again wrote Hitler on the last day of April. To thank you, he used the familiar dear for your comrade, Deschip, and to beg you not to exclude me from your personal friendship. There was still no reply, and the following day announced formal resignation of his office, and withdrawal from politics. I take this opportunity, he concluded, in memory of the fine and difficult days we have lived through together. By maintaining silence, Hitler had forced him to become a man without party or a frontman, and was himself free to set up revitalized SA tailored for his own purposes. Was shocked and hurt. He complained bitterly, according to Dick, though he often does what we advise. He laughs in our face, is at the moment and later does the very thing as if it were all his own idea and creation. I've never seen a man so magnificently unaware that he is adorning himself with borrowed plumage. Usually he solves suddenly at the very last minute a situation that has become intolerable and dangerous only because he vacillates and procrastinates. And that's because he can't act as clearly and logically as he can think and talk. Hitler wants things his own way and gets mad when he strikes from opposition on solid ground, and he doesn't realize how he can wear on one's nerves. Doesn't know that he fools only himself and those worms around him with his fits and heroics. But nobody is perfect, and he has his great qualities. Apparently, there's nobody else who would do better than he, who had so freely bestowed upon the humble corporal the gift of his due, was caught between admiration and contempt. That spring, at least two of Hitler's personal dreams were realized. He managed somehow to acquire new red Mercedes, in which he spent many pleasant hours touring the Bavarian countryside with his bosom companions. First, he also established an auxiliary headquarters in the mountain village of Berchtesgaden. In this breathtaking scenic area, he always found refreshment and mental stimulation. He reveled in the simple life and would wander the hills wearing lederhosen. Having to change into long trousers was always a misery to me, even with a temperature of 10 below zero. I used to go about in leather shorts. The feeling of freedom they give is wonderful. At first he stayed at the Pension Moritz on the Obersalzberg, in a small cottage above the main building. Here, in privacy, he finished writing the first volume of his book. His principal sounding board was Hess, who had become private secretary at 300 marks a month. But he also sought editorial advice from Father Bernhard Stempfel, the former editor of an anti-Semitic newspaper, and Hans Stangl, who set to work crossing out superlatives. Hitler almost always reinstated what the latter eliminated, as well as his efforts to wean him away from the provincial views of men like Hess and Rosenberg. "You cannot have a Weltanschauung," said Hans Stangl, "unless you have viewed the world." He suggested Hitler travel abroad during the lull enforced by the speaking ban. In 3 or 4 months he could visit America, Japan, and India, as well as France and England. What would happen to the movement if I did that? The party structure had fallen apart while he was in prison and had to be rebuilt. Hans Stangel's observation that he would return full of new plans for the future nettled Hitler. "What curious ideas you have," he said. "What do you think I can learn from them? And why should I try to learn anyone else? Is language I am too old and have no interest and no time?" Hans Stangl offered to teach him English so he could read British and American newspapers and understand something of the broader world outside Germany. While never refusing the offer, Hitler could never make up his mind to accept it. And even the influence of Helene Hahn Stangl was waning. In hopes of instilling in him some of the social graces, she suggested he learn to waltz. He refused on the grounds that it was an unworthy preoccupation for a statesman, and, after her husband noted that Washington, Napoleon, and Frederick the Great all enjoyed dancing, retorted that it was a stupid waste of time and these Viennese waltzes are too effeminate for a man to dance. This craze is by no means the least factor in the decline of their empire. That is what I hate about Vienna. Perhaps this rejection of Helene had something to do with her rejection of him the previous Christmas Eve. He was turning to other women for solace. Just across the street from his new rooming house in the town of Berchtesgaden, where he lived, in his own words, "Like a fighting cock was a boutique run by the Reiter girls, Annie and Mitzi. If one can believe Maurice, Mitzi caught the Führer's eye while he was walking his Alsatian in the Kurpark. A friendship between Prinz and Mitzi's police dog led to a flirtation between the owners. Hitler invited Mitzi to a concert, but her older sister protested on the grounds that Hitler was 20 years older than her 16-year-old sister. Hitler left in mortification, but soon returned with an invitation to both sisters to attend a party meeting. Years later, Mitzi claimed that Hitler went beyond flirtation. He called her Mitzel, compared her beautiful eyes to his mother's, and asked for a kiss. When she refused, the Führer declared that they must not see each other again. But before long, he was walking her around the lake. At a secluded spot, he put his hands on her shoulders and suddenly kissed her. He said, "I want to crush you." He was full of wild passion. Before long, they were lovers. And while she had visions of marriage, he only talked of renting an apartment in Munich where they could live together. Hitler found feminine stimulation of a different nature from Winifred Wagner, who accepted him uncritically. He became a hero in the household and delighted in playing the role of the mysterious figure fleeing from enemies bent on assassinating him. In the dead of night he would still int the Villa Wanfried. Late as it was recalled Fridolin Wagner, he never failed to come int the nursery and tell us gruesome tales of his adventures. We listened while he made our flesh creep, showing us his pistol, which, of course, but it held 20 bullets. Then it was that he told the children that the bags under his eyes had been caused by poison gas in the war. He carried illegally a small one that he could hide in his palm. At Wanfried he was called Wolf. Everybody liked him, even the new schnauzer, which snarled at strangers, but the children were particularly attracted to him. He drew them quite effortlessly with his hypnotic power. His life was fascinating to us, because it was completely unlike Orse. It all had a storybook quality. On July 18, the first volume of his book was published in Munich by her. At a man's suggestion, the title had been changed to Mein Kampf, the name he had given his diary. Sales were good, a little under 10,000 by the end of 1925, but it was criticized then and later as abominably written, pompous and turgid. It read like a Horatio Alger novel grafted on't. A political tract, even its subtitle, A Reckoning, was novelistic. The detailed subjective portrayal, self-serving as it was, of the development of a young man's personal and political convictions gave insight into the nationalistic Kish wave sweeping across Germany. Even so, since his release from prison, Hitler's anti-Semitic diatribes had been overshadowed by preoccupation with party politics. The book was the channel for these feelings, and here he developed the theme to new heights. He made it clear that his hatred and fear of Jews was the center of his private life as well as his political career. At the end of the chapter describing his blindness at pace walk, he flung down the gauntlet. Only present them with a hard either-or, but I was now resolved to become a politician, and in his role as politician, it would be his mission to solve the Jewish question with radically harsh methods and in the name of God. We cannot bargain with the Jews. Therefore, I am now convinced that I am acting as the agent of our Creator by fighting off the Jews. The pages of Mein Kampf were an inspiration, and their author the personification of their struggle against all enemies, at home and abroad. I am doing the Lord's work to the growing army of racists in Germany. Hitler must have known that giving Gregor Strasser full power to reorganize the NSDAP in North Germany would be risky, and the more successful he became, the more dangerous he would be as a political rival. While anti-Semitic Strasser was no reactionary, his political philosophy could be traced to Spengler and the front-line socialism of the war, based on the elitist principle that leadership of the proletarians must come from the military. He was a typical left-wing National Socialist, and this made him particularly useful in bringing party revolutionaries back into line. He would move crowds as well as individuals, and by late summer helped bring more prosperity to the cause than Hitler had expected. A husky, outgoing man, the number of cells in some sections doubled and even tripled. This increase came largely through Strasser's appeal to the working class and his freedom from the autocratic control of the Munich leadership. In early September, the struggle against the South became an open issue. At a party conference in Hagen, Gregor Strasser had called the meeting to form a coalition against Munich bureaucracy. The conferees novelly hoped to pry the Führer from his reactionary Bavarian advisors, so he could lead Germany toward revolutionary Kish millennium. Strasser's program was endorsed and approved publication of a series of articles expressing programmatic policies that included economic reforms verging on national Bolshevism. The delegates voted to unite for greater efficiency in organization and propaganda. Their editor was to be a brilliant 29-year-old who had replaced the methodical Himmler as Strasser's secretary. Joseph Goebbels was just over 5 feet tall and weighed not much more than 100 pounds. Moreover, his small frame had been racked by infantile paralysis leaving him with a deformed foot. Goebbels was compensated by a variety of talents. He was a facile writer, and despite an appearance of frailty, was a commanding figure on a platform with his magnetic baritone voice, expressive hands, and appealing dark eyes. Son of a Rhenish petit bourge, a Catholic family, he was molded by academia rather than home or church. His character was most significantly shaped by the University of Munich, to which hundreds of disillusioned soldiers had flocked after the armistice. Strikingly handsome veteran named Richard Fliskes, a pacifist and anarchist, instilled in him ideals that would color the rest of his life. He had been exempted from service because of his club, but his hero was a tall. Fliskes also introduced him to Dostoevsky, whose emotional mysticism inspired young Goebbels. He transferred to Heidelberg and left in 1921, with oft in literature. The next few years he spent writing a romantic autobiographical novel entitled Michael, several plays and numerous lyric poems. To support himself, he worked at a bank as floorman of the Cologne Stock Exchange, as tutor, as part-time bookkeeper. It was during this frustrating period that he split with Fliskes, for he had come to loathe the internationalism of Marxism. He moved to Avoid Kish socialism, and in Hitler, the incarnation of our faith and idea, he found a second Fliskes to worship. At the same time, he was bound to Gregor Strasser. It was this split fealty and its inevitable denouement that helped determine the course of the NSDAP. This struggle was complicated by an ideological dilemma. In many respects, Goebbels was still a Marxist, and he persistently attempted to convert communists to National Socialism. He was determined to evolve a theory which would erect the bridge from left to right over which those willing to sacrifice came together. He, along with Gregor Strasser, believed that the party should champion the cause of workers in general and trade unionism in particular. This was one of the main points of difference between Hitler and Goebbels. Then he could prove that the only thing separating the communists and Nazis was the Reds' dedication to internationalism. He hoped to influence Hitler on his next trip north. At last, on November, for the two met in Braunschweig, and when Hitler shook his hand, Goebbels was in ecstasy. Like an old friend, he wrote in his diary, and those big blue eyes like stars, "He is glad to see me. I am in heaven." The personal encounter was the beginning of Goebbels' enchantment with the Führer. An enthrallment intensified at a second meeting several weeks later in Plauen. Great joy. He greets me like an old friend, and looks after me how I love him. Yet within 24 hours, Goebbels was participating in an open revolt against the Central Party organization at a meeting of Northern Gauleiters. He had been delegated to help Strasser draft a new party program aimed at liberating the Führer from the reactionary Munich group and turning him to the left. This program called for state ownership of all land, division of large agricultural estates among landless farmers, and nationalization of corporations. It was presented to the Gauleiters at a two-day conference in Hanover on January 1926. The sessions were stormy, largely due to the surprise appearance of Gottfried Feder, Hitler's proxy. To Goebbels, he was the servant of capital and interest, the revaluation shit and principal program drafter of the movement. According to Strasser's younger brother, the Gauleiters, with the lone exception of Robert Ley, voted for the new program point by point. Finally, Feder, who had objected to almost everything, said, "Neither Hitler nor I will accept this program, he was reminded that he was only a guest, but he persisted. As he was announcing that Hitler opposed the Marxists' request for confiscation of crown property as a Jewish swindle, he was shouted down. Goebbels leaped to his feet, furiously attacking the Munich leadership. He demanded Hitler's expulsion from the party, unless he freed himself from their influence. This ultimatum seemed strange coming from someone who had recently written, "How I love him," but it could have been a product of that adoration, since he was convinced that the Munich bureaucrats were leading Hitler to ruin. Whatever the case, Feder's report of the fractious meeting finally roused Hitler to action. He summoned all party leaders to Bamberg on Sunday, February 14. There was an uneasiness among the Northerners as they took their seats for the secret meeting. They were far outnumbered by the Southerners, and from the moment Hitler stepped to the rostrum, he dominated the proceedings. He had come to Bamberg aware of the problem that faced the party and the threat to his leadership. But his first ringing words made it clear that he was the Führer and the nucleus of the movement. There were to be no more parliamentarian debates, no more democratic procedures in the NSDAP. He would tolerate no splinter groups. Each Gauleiter, each member, was to pledge allegiance to the Führer and to the Führer alone. He did not make the mistake of assaulting either Strasser or Goebbels. Perhaps his intuition told him the truth that both really were loyal to him and merely wanted to guide him away from the likes of Streicher and Esser. He had come to Bamberg not to humiliate the Northerners but to bring them back into the fold. He launched his oblique attack on the leftists in purely leftist rhetoric, then offered as an alternative to the two conflicting views a new concept. He took the party out of politics and into the mythology of the leader. The original party program, he said, was the foundation of our religion, our ideology. To tamper with it would constitute treason to those who died believing in our idea. In other words, National Socialism was a religion, and Hitler was its Christ, crucified at the Felder, Hall and risen after Landsberg. He had returned to lead the movement and the nation to salvation. The unexpected thrust of his speech took the Northerners completely by surprise. Goebbels had come to Bamberg confident that Hitler could be wooed to the left, yet he neither endorsed their position nor debated the issues. Rather, he faced the party leadership with a choice to reject or accept him as the Führer. To have denied him would have meant the end of the party. Strasser replied briefly and nervously he was a beaten man, and Goebbels, except for shouting out several slogans, remained silent except in his diary, "My heart aches." Convinced it was only a matter of time before the wounds of Bamberg healed and the party rose stronger and more united than ever, Hitler took to the road for financial support. On the last day of February, he was allowed to speak to the National Club of 1919 at Hamburg's prestigious Atlantic Hotel. Since it was not a public rally, his words, which indicated how much he had learned in Landsberg prison, were directed not to the lunatic fringe but to the solid German citizen. He abandoned the style of the Circus Krone, opening the address with calm persuasiveness. He told how Germany had lost the war because of Marxism, how the Reds had attempted to take over the country, and how they continued to dominate the politics of Germany. Within an hour, he had won the audience not by pyrotechnics or emotion, but by logic. Not by appeals to racism, but to patriotism, property, and prosperity. Once he began to talk of Marxism, however, his style became more forceful. One side must succumb, either Marxism will be abolished or we shall be abolished, he called for a mass movement dedicated to a relentless attack on the Reds. In a struggle, such a movement can only rely upon men's fists, just as one can only eradicate poison with a poisonous antidote. This movement must act in exactly that resolute manner. Greater resolution and greater idealism, this was strong meat for an upper-class audience, but it brought forth stormy applause. Victory will be decided solely by the stronger skull. To win, he said, this movement had to be as intolerant as Marxism. There should be no doubts about it. We recognize clearly that if Marxism wins, we shall be destroyed. We cannot expect a different end, but if we win, we shall destroy Marxism and down to the roots without any tolerance. We shall not rest until the last newspaper is destroyed, the last organization dissolved, the last training center closed, and the last Marxist converted or eradicated. A middle course does not exist for us. One indicating that he was at last looking for the broadest base of support in a vigorous but legal campaign to gain control of the nation. It was a remarkable speech. Nor had he forgotten that he had not yet gained complete control of his own party despite Bamberg. He began directing his charm on the two leaders of the opposition, Gregor Strasser and Goebbels. By early March, the first capitulated despite serious reservations, and sent out a letter to his adherents recalling all copies of his own program. It took a special trip to Munich early in April to win the second, but by the end of Goebbels' second day, as the Führer's personal guest, he was so excited he had difficulty getting to sleep. The next day, Hitler gave him a conducted tour of party headquarters, followed by a 3-hour monologue brilliant, rehashing the Bamberg arguments. Captivated Goebbels came over to Hitler's beliefs one by one, and finally surrendered in a gush of hyperbole. We ask, he gives brilliant replies. I love him. Social question, quite new perspectives. He has thought it all out. He sets my mind at rest on all points. He is a man in every way, in every respect. Such a firebrand, he can be my leader. I bow to the greater man, the political genius. He left Munich in a state of ecstasy. Farewell, Munich. I love you very much, not only forgiven for his past sins, but confirmed as co-Gauleiter of the Ruhr area, with Goebbels and Strasser apparently converted. Hitler once more headed north to get financial support, and also to solidify his position with leftist party members. On May Day, he addressed an enthusiastic closed meeting at the City Hall in Schwerin, some 60 miles east of Hamburg. By 2 p.m., the large hall was packed with National Socialists from Altona, Hamburg, Bremen, Lübeck, and Lüneburg. Hundreds were turned away. The Hamburger Nachrichten reported that Hitler's arrival was preceded by wall-shattering music. He had developed body gestures, which were, according to Müllern, Schönhausen, the result of lessons from one of the most renowned seers and astrologists in Europe, Erich Jan Hannessen. The two reportedly met that year in Berlin, at the home of a wealthy socialite, and Hannessen's first words were, "If you are serious about entering politics, Herr Hitler, why don't you learn how to speak, a master of body language?" Hannessen explained that Hitler was not taking advantage of movements to emphasize his words. They continued to meet briefly, and Hannessen not only taught him the tricks of elocution, but also advised him on the selection of his associates. In the next few years, so Müllern Schönhausen claimed, not until the end of 1932, however, would he cast Hitler's Horus, go and seal his own doom. By mid-spring of 1926, Hitler had gained complete control of the NSDAP with establishment of the principle that the Munich local was the hub of the entire movement and should provide the leadership of the National Party. This was confirmed at a general membership meeting at the Bürgerbüro on May 22. Here, as Supreme Führer, Hitler was invested with the power to select and dismiss any Gauleiter or sub-leader. This meant termination of all democratic procedures and complete subservience to the Führer principle. As a final precaution, Hitler insisted that the 25 points of the original party program be declared unalterable. He got his way and was now in sole charge of the party's ideology. In his heart, Goebbels had already gone completely over to Hitler, but he kept up the fade of loyalty to Strasser, who still had doubts about the Führer. On June 10, Goebbels assured his diary that he would only go to Berlin as Hitler's representative if he could remain absolutely independent, but 2 days later was eager to accept any invitation. Then I would be away from all the muck. Now all depends on his decision. Does he want me? By the time they met again, Goebbels had worked himself into a state of exultant hero worship. Hitler is the same dear comrade. You cannot help liking him as a man, and on top of it, that overriding mind. You always discover something new in that self-willed head. As a speaker, he has developed a wonderful harmony of gesture, histrionics, and spoken word, the born whipper-up. Together with him you can conquer the world. Give him his head and he will shake the corrupt republic to its foundations. His best epigram yesterday, for our struggle, God gave us his abundant blessing. His most beautiful gift was the hate of our enemies, whom we too hate with all our heart. Early the next month, Hitler all but conciliate the warring factions at the party congress in Weimar. The site had been chosen because Thuringia was one of the few states where Hitler was allowed to speak in public. His major address on the last day of the Congress, July 4, was more emotional than political. Deep and mystical, wrote Goebbels, almost like the Gospels. Shuddering, we passed together with him along the edge of life's abyss. Everything is being said. I thank Providence for having given us this man. As Hitler walked off the stage, the audience exploded in applause, and the cheers continued for several minutes. Stood in the back seat of an open car to review 3,500, the enthusiastic Goebbels put the number at 15,000 stormtroopers who marched past. Later, Hitler, wearing an ill-fitting filled jacket and puttees, a bit out of step, with right arms raised in salute. It was an impressive end to a memorable Congress, despite complaints that there were still fewer than 40,000 members in the NSDAP. Numbers did not concern Hitler at the moment. The party was one of the smallest in Germany, but it was an iron fist, his iron fist. He returned to Berchtesgaden to complete the second volume of Mein Kampf and to recharge himself for the final task in the reconstruction of the party, conversion of the spell he had cast at Weimar int bureaucratic control of all party locals. One man he intended to use in this endeavor was Joseph Goebbels, who came to visit Hitler's mountain retreat and fell deeper under his spell. He is like a child, kind, good, merciful, like a cat, cunning, clever, agile, like a lion, roaring, and great and gigantic. A fellow, a man, and on July 25, his last full day in Berchtesgaden, came the ultimate conversion. Farewell, my Obersalzberg. Goebbels wrote that night, these days have sign, posted my road. A star shines leading me from deep misery, I am his to the end. My last doubts have vanished, Germany will live. Heil Hitler. Hitler kept him in suspense for several months, and when Goebbels finally received confirmation that he was going to Berlin, he excitedly scribbled, "Berlin signed and sealed, hooray!" It was more of a victory for Adolf Hitler. Outwardly, he had made his peace with Gregor Strasser by admitting him to the party hierarchy, but Strasser's talents and energy remained a slumbering threat to the Führer principle. By sending Goebbels to Berlin, where Strasser also had his headquarters, Hitler converted Strasser's former private secretary into his rival. On November 7, Goebbels set off for Berlin and access to the corridors of power. He was heading for a new life personally as well as politically, for he had broken his engagement with a girl named Elswith, whom he had been carrying on a tempestuous affair. How could a rising star in the National Socialist constellation be married to or even sleep with a half-Jew? There were almost 50,000 party members by the end of the year. Schwartz as treasurer and Bowler as secretary general, the directorate had started with 3 automobiles and a staff of 25, but was growing rapidly, as well as an efficient party directorate with Hess as secretary. It was a quasi-state within a state with departments for foreign policy, labor, industry, agriculture, economy, interior, justice, science, and press. Party Aus, Illyries were either formed or envisioned a Hitler, youth and leagues for women teachers, law officers, and physicians. The most important arm of the party was the SA. 8 Nguyen, it had been installed at the Weimar Party Congress as demonstrable proof that they were an integral part of the NSDAP. At the same time, local and regional Stormtruppen, its were coordinate with the Führer in direct control. To fit in with his new policy of legality, Hitler chose Franz Pfeffer von Salomon, a born organizer and disciplinarian, to preside over a legitimate non-military organization. It should not be hidden and should march under a bright sky to destroy all myths that it is a secret organizations. Thus the fight against today's state will not take on the atmosphere of a society out for vengeance, but a great worldwide movement and war against Marxism. In order to prevent the essay from taking on any sort of secret character from the start, Hitler wrote Pfeffer, its structure, and its wire pullers. We do not need 100 or 200 dedicated conspirators, but hundreds of thousands of fanatic fighters for our Weltanschauung must show the Marxists that the future boss of the streets is National Socialism, just as one day National Socialism will be boss of the state. The official SA uniform was brown shirt with brown tie. The color was purely accidental, a large consignment of brown shirts. Originally intended for German troops in East Africa, was available at wholesale. The end of 1926 was also marked by publication of the 2nd volume of Mein Kampf. It was based on the history of the party from the day. The 25 points of the program were presented to the Munich Putsch. Subtitled The National Socialist Movement, history of a sort had replaced autobiography. Since Machiavelli, there had rarely appeared such pragmatic instructions on politics, and Hitler's precepts on propaganda and organization were practical for those operating on street level. His analysis of crowd psychology indicated he had read Freud's group psychology and the analysis of the ego, published a few years earlier in Germany. A group is extraordinarily credulous, wrote Freud, and open to influence. It has no critical faculty, and the improbable does not exist for it, so that it knows neither doubt nor uncertainty. Similar principles had been expressed by William McDougall and Gustavi Liban, but their works had not yet been translated into German. The feelings of a group are always very simple and very exaggerated, and he must repeat the same thing again and again, and it was Freud too, who pointed out that the mass was intolerant, but obedient to authority. What it demands of its heroes is strength or even violence. Ironically, it took a Viennese Jew to instruct Hitler that the orator who wished to sway a crowd must exaggerate. It wants to be ruled and oppressed and to fear its masters. Typically, Hitler took what he wanted from his compatriot, combining Freudian theory with his own ideas to forge a formidable weapon. The book also indicated that Hitler had drastically altered his foreign policy. He had come out of the war convinced that France was Germany's chief foe, and in a speech in July 1920, even considered the possibility of an alliance with the Soviet Union. Once there, Jews were expelled. Now, 6 years later, in the next to the last chapter of this second volume, he admitted it had been a mistake to look upon France as the main enemy and completely rejected a war of revision to secure for the German people the land and soil to which they are entitled on this several page. As later he was more explicit. National Socialist foreign policy must be altered, he said, namely, and the stress is his. We take up where we broke off 600 years ago. We stopped the endless German movement to the south and west, had fallen under the yoke of the Jew, and fate had chosen Germany to help bring about conquest of this vast Jew-ridden territory, and turn our gaze upward toward the land in the east. And by the east he meant primarily Russia, which, he charged, expansionism had long been a German dream. In 1906, Klaus Wagner wrote that every great people needs new territory. It must expand over foreign soil. It must expel the foreigners by the power of the sword, combining it with anti-Semitism was Hitler's contribution. No longer were the borders of nations decided by royalty, he said. Today it was the inexorable few who struggles for his domination over the nations. No nation can remove this hand from its throat except by the sword, and so by the sword he would eliminate the Jewish menace, France, Russia, and Marxism, while thrusting Germany and the Germanic ideal to the fore. This conclusion, the result of 7 years of probing, had come to him since his vision at the hospital in Pace Walk. By his individual, unsystematic, almost inspirational method, Hess took a copy of the book to Professor Hochschifer. Would he review it in his periodical? Hochschifer was quite unhappy with what he read, particularly since his wife was Jewish with Hitler's racial diatribes. He also saw no relationship between his own theory of Lebensraum and Hitler's conquest of the East. He refused to write a review. For me at that time, he later recalled, it seemed to be one of the many ephemeral publications for purposes of agitation. It is self-evident that I had no part in its origin. Hitler himself had second thoughts about the entire book, and later admitted to Frank that he was no author. Thoughts run away from me when I write Mein Kampf, he admitted, was merely a collection of lead articles for the Wahl-Kischer Beobachter. Of one thing I am sure, if I had known in 1924 that I would become Chancellor, I would not have written the book. A few days after publication of the second volume, Hitler turned a Nazi Christmas celebration at the Hof, Bruce Int, another virulent attack on Jews. Christ, he said, was the greatest early fighter in the battle against the world enemy. The Jews, he was not the apostle of peace. His life's purpose and life's teaching was the battle against the power of capitalism, and for this he was crucified on the cross by his arch-enemy, the Jews. The work that Christ started but could not finish Adolf Hitler will conclude. A few months later, the self-proclaimed Messiah's greatest political weapon was restored. The public speaking ban in Bavaria was lifted on March 5, 1927. 4 nights later, he addressed a large excited throng at the Circus Krone at 8:30 p.m. There was a shout from outside of Heil Hitler, and the band struck up a rousing march. Hitler entered wrapped in trench coat, followed by his entourage. He quickly strode down the aisle as the audience cheered, feet stamped. Once Hitler reached the platform, there was abrupt silence. Then 200 brown shirts marched in, preceded by 2 drummers and the flag. The audience broke in, thundering Heils, and held out arms in fascist salute. On the stage, Hitler stood stem-faced, his right arm out. The music-mounted flags passed by the stage, glittering standards with swastikas in wreaths with eagles, patterned after the banners of the Roman legions. The SA men took position below the stage except for flag and standard bearers, riveted at attention behind the speakers. At first Hitler spoke slowly, deliberately, then the words began tumbling out in a torrent. According to one police reporter, his gesticulations as he jumped excitedly back and forth fascinated the spellbound thousand-headed audience. When he is interrupted by applause, he extends his hands theatrically. The word "no," which appears repeatedly in the latter part of the speech, is deliberately and theatrically emphasized. This was oration Hannesen style. For 2.5 hours, Adolf Hitler talked of Germany's crisis, concluding that in such chaos the Jews alone were winners. It was an inspirational exhibition, notable not for what he said, but how he said it. Of one thing alone he was certain. He planned to attain his goal this time legally and by utilizing to the utmost the magnetic forces within himself. During a major speech such as this, Hitler would drink as many as 20 small bottles of mineral water, and his shirt would be wringing wet, sometimes especially in warm weather. He also insisted on having a piece of ice on the rostrum, so he could keep his hands cool. After a speech, he would leave at once for a near-by room provided by the sponsors of the meeting and take a bath. In this and subsequent orations, Hitler seemed to be following the socialist line of Gregor Strasser. He even used the terminology of the leftists in attacks on capitalism and the decadent bourgeoisie. But the brunt of the battle to win urban workers over to National Socialism he left to someone more qualified. Joseph Goebbels had set off for Berlin in a third-class railroad compartment, with a worn satchel containing 2 sits, several shirts, a few books, and a pile of manuscripts. He arrived to find the Berlin go in complete disarray, and later would write that what went as the party in Berlin in those days in no way deserved that description. It was a widely mixed collection of a few hundred people with National Socialist ideas, although much of his account was more fictional than his diaries. This was no exaggeration. Meetings in the capital often degenerated into shouting matches, and slaps in the face were commonplace. One quarrel between Gregor Strasser and a man named Hageman became so acrimonious that it ended in a challenge to a duel. Goebbels was faced with an apparently impossible task. The 1,000 party members under his jurisdiction were opposed on the streets by overwhelming numbers of communists and social democrats. Besides being at odds with one another, Go headquarters were located in a filthy basement of a building in the Potsdamer Strasse. There was complete confusion, the finances were a mess. The Berlin Go then possessed nothing but debts. This state of affairs inspired rather than depressed Goebbels. He moved his headquarters to a better area, set up regular office hours, and established a sound accounting system under his personal control. By February 1927, the Go owed nothing while owning almost 10,000 marks worth of office equipment, as well as a used car. Goebbels decided it was now time to broaden the base of membership, and to do that he had to attract the attention of a jaded public. Berlin needs its sensations as a fish needs water, he wrote. This city lives on it. And any political propaganda not recognizing this will miss the mark. His speeches and articles took on a crisp. His essay troops deliberately sought physical combat with the Red, preferably when the odds were in their own favor. In his theory that he who can conquer the streets can also conquer the masses. Graphic style akin to the Berliner, and he who has conquered the masses has thereby conquered the state. He rehearsed his speeches before a full-length mirror, and according to his landlady, would practice body movements by the hour. Once on the podium, he was a brilliant improviser, and soon perfected a variety of styles. Before a meeting, he would ask what audience he would face. What record must I use? The national, the social, or the sentimental? Of course, I have them all in my suitcase. He appealed directly to the masses in graphic, aggressive language. A consummate actor, he could switch from humor to sentiment, and then to invective. Often he deliberately provoked the Reds in vocal protests which he would twist to his own advantage. Making noise, he once said, is an effective means of opposition. To him, propaganda was an art, and he was, by all accounts, including his own, a genius at it, and he sold National Socialism with American-style showmanship as if it were the best soap in the world. He entered the lists of battle in the working-class district of Wedding by announcing in glaring red posters that the bourgeois state is approaching its end, and inviting workers to a mass meeting on February 11, 1927, at the Forest Hall, a center commonly used for Communist Party gatherings. It was an open declaration of war. No sooner did the chairman open the meeting than a Marxist worker shouted out that he wanted to clarify a point in the agenda. The chairman ignored him, and when the worker repeated his request, he was thrown out by stormtroopers. This touched off a brawl in which 83 Reds were beaten up. A dozen Nazis were also injured, and Goebbels showed his talent as propagandist by bringing these men on stage where their moaning was more effective. The Battle of Forest Hall brought the party to the front pages of the newspapers, and Berliners who knew little or nothing about Hitler and his movement were made aware of a new political force in town. The publicity was meant to be derogatory, but in the next few days, 2,600 applications for membership were received, and 500 of these applicants also wanted to join the SA. With every meeting, the size of the audience increased, and by the time Hitler appeared at the Klau Restaurant Center, there were 5,000 present. The occasion was a closed celebration of the Marxist holiday, May Day, and the Führer began like a Lenin. We are socialists. We are enemies of today's capitalistic economic system for the exploitation of the economically weak, with its unseemly evaluation of a human being according to wealth and property instead of responsibility and performance, and we are determined to destroy this system under all conditions. This was followed by a long dissertation on Lebensraum, with its unfair salaries in Hitler's continuing effort to pound this concept into the membership. 62 million Germans, he said, were crowded into an area only 450,000 kilometers square. Either decrease the population by chasing our best human material out of Germany, or bring the soil into consonance with the population. This is a ridiculous figure when one considers the size of other nations in the world today. There were two solutions. Even if it must be done by war, this is the natural way which Providence has prescribed. Goebbels had hoped for another red disturbance, but all was peaceful, and the speech wasn't even reported in the major newspapers. Determined to keep the party in the public eye, Goebbels organized another meeting 3 days later. In the Veterans Association Hall, he made up a provocatively anti-Semitic poster, "A People in Distress. Who will save us, Jacob Goldschmidt?" and had thousands of copies plastered throughout Berlin. Was invited to attend the meeting, but at the last minute, his board of directors persuaded him to send his private secretary instead. Goldschmidt, a leading German banker. Goebbels was in good form, delighting his audience with his irony. "Welcome, workers of Berlin," he began. "Welcome also to a charming young lady, the secretary of Jacob Goldschmidt. And please don't bother to take down every word I say. Your boss will read it all in tomorrow's papers," he went on to speak scorn, fully of Jew journals and press synagogues, until a heckler called out, "You don't look so good yourself." The man, an elderly pastor, kept interrupting until Goebbels finally signaled his brown shirts to evict him. In the process, the minister was so badly beaten, he had to be taken to a hospital. The newspapers described the victim as a white-haired and respectable pastor of the Reformed Church. He was, in fact, an alcoholic who had been removed from the pulpit and was destined to become an active member of the NSDAP, and this aroused such public indignation that the police commissioner declared the Berlin party illegal. The ban came as an unpleasant surprise to Goebbels, and he did his best to alleviate the situation with slogans such as "Banned but not dead," with the party forced underground. He had to rely on cover organizations with innocent names such as the Quiet Lake, the Beautiful Acorn, and Hikers of 1927. The police department countered with still another ban, this one on Nazi speech-making throughout Prussia. Goebbels still had his wit, and he was inspired to publish a weekly paper. He gave it an appropriate name, Der Angriff, the Assault, and brought it out on the day dedicated to American independence. But the reality fell far below his dream, and he was shocked by the first issue. The venture seemed doomed to failure. What a miserable provincial sheet, he admitted. Baloney in print, only several hundred party members subscribed, and few copies were sold at the stands. But Goebbels was convinced that the basic idea was good and gradually transformed it into a going concern by copying makeup and content of the Communist Party paper. The problem of Berlin, aggravated by the bitter feud between Goebbels and Strasser, created an atmosphere of sober realism at the annual party meeting in Munich late that July. The expected rate of growth in the urban areas was disappointing. Rather than address the meeting on this crisis, Hitler spoke only in generalities. His heat directed at a target no one in the Bürgerbrew would defend. Does Jew? It was almost as if he were not concerned with the party doldrums and had more important things on his mind. His speeches of the last few months indicated that he was obsessed with his personal ideology, his Weltanschauung. Again and again he hammered at race and the fact that Germany's future lay in conquest of eastern territories. Over and over he preached his pseudo-dar, winnest sermon of nature's way conquest of the weak by the strong. This program was carried a step forward at the third-party day in Nuremberg. Flooded into the ancient city, and there was the usual pageantry, a march with flags and standards to the strains of rousing military airs. Almost 20,000 members, 8,500 of them in uniform. That Hitler connected the concept of Lebensraum with anti-Semitism, but few realized the significance of this misbegotten marriage. It was on the last day of the celebration, Sunday, August 21, for his terms were too vague. He reiterated his demand for more living space for the German people, then pointed out that power and power alone was the basis for acquisition of new territory. But he said Germany had been robbed of her power factors by three abominations: internationalism, democracy, and pacifism. Hitler then linked this evil trinity with racism. Were not internationalism, democracy, and pacifism all creations of the Jew? Surely, if obscurely Hitler had joined Lebensraum with anti-Semitism, his unsystematic search for a Weltanschauung was close to realization. Hitler was still living at his little room on the Tierstrasse, and although he was received as a hero in some of the best homes in Germany, his standard of living remained monastic. It was common talk in the neighborhood that he even shared some of his short supply of shirts and socks with the needy. In his modest room he received admirers rich and poor from all over Germany, exhibiting a willingness and aptitude for making himself agreeable. Many a hand kiss ensured lifelong devotion from women. Men were reassured by his firm hand shake, his down-to-earth, man-to-man approach. His speeches also became models of political acumen. During one in Hamburg that autumn, writer Albert Krebs noted that he was conforming strictly to the outline on which there were written a number of catchwords. Even entire sentences and phrases, which seemed spontaneous and improvised, had been written down. Hitler was not an intuitive speaker, as many people, particularly his opponents, believed. He built his speeches systematically, and he knew exactly what effect he wanted and how to get it. While Krebs did not realize that Hitler was going through the process of testing his personal worldview in public, he did get an insight into the momentous development taking place in the mind of the Führer. It was clear to him that he could only win the attention of the mass by avoiding the usual terminology and working with new words and new conceptions. His train of thought was of such generally compelling nature that people of different political directions could agree with it. So during his first public appearance in Hamburg, he was able within a single hour to persuade a suspicious and reserved audience to applaud, and this applause increased until it became, at the conclusion, an enthusiastic ovation. Later, the most level-headed listeners declared that though they were still against the speaker and his party, Hitler himself was obviously much more reasonable than they had imagined. He was learning how to appeal to the basic needs of the average German. No longer was he the Wahl-Kisch fanatic, the frightening revolutionary of the Munich Putsch, but a reasonable man who sought only the welfare of the fatherland. His basic values and aims were as reassuring as they were acceptable. His listeners could not possibly know that the reasonable words were a mask for one of the most radical programs in the history of mankind. A program that would alter the map of Europe and affect the lives in one way or another of most of the people on Earth. That fall Hitler stopped off in Berlin to settle the Goebbels-Strasser feud in person. According to Otto Strasser's account, Hitler appeared at his office with a demand to end the quarrel. Then tell it to Goebbels was the feisty answer. He is the aggressor. Otto Strasser's show of independence by no means reflected his older brother's attitude toward Hitler. The Führer had gone out of his way to demonstrate his trust in Gregor. In addition to bringing him into the party hierarchy, he was grooming him for even higher positions. It was Gregor who had appeared on the same platform with Hitler in his first public appearance in Bavaria. It was Gregor who chaired the last annual party meeting. He would not listen to his brother's warnings that Hitler was becoming dangerously powerful. Look, he argued, you know as well as I do that Hitler is no leader, but only a popular tribune of the people. He is manageable. Hitler was like a stubborn horse. We shouldn't let him throw us off, but must try to break him in and lead him in the right direction. Hitler was no horse, said Otto, but a tiger, and once he throws you off, he'll get rid of you for good. Gregor protested. He could manage the Führer, who was, after all, a weak, good-natured, and honest person. You don't know how much weight he gives to my words, and how often he has said to me, Gregor, you're right once more. What would I be without you? Do you think he says such things to Stryker? By the end of 1927, Hitler had demonstrated that he could handle people as individuals and in groups. It was also evident that his interest in rebuilding the party was long-range. Before launching an all-out campaign to broaden the base of the movement, he must have a burning public issue on which he could mobilize support from worker and burgher alike. Further, he realized something his advisors did not. Just as important, he would need a clearly defined world outlook to give him direction. This Weltanschauung would come in a year, but the issue would not arise for 2 years and would originate in New York City's Wall Street, followed by a burst of political energy on the part of Goebbels in an effort to win substantial gains in the Reichstag during the coming elections. The spring of the new year brought a revocation of the ban against the party in Berlin. While his appeal was directed largely at the worker, he called on nationalists and socialists to bury their differences. Socialism and nationalism are things which supplement, not contradict each other. Against each other, they are destructive. With each other, they are revolutionary and progressive. The national elections of May 20 were a personal triumph for Goebbels, who was sent to the Reichstag, but defeat for the Führer, since the party elected only 11 other delegates. The Nazis had lost 100,000 votes and 2 seats over the past 2 years. The loss could be laid neither to Hitler nor to poor organization, but to the healthy state of the economy and the absence of a crucial issue. No longer could mere mention of the Versailles Treaty and the November criminals win a voter. Politicians are often the last to sense a new trend, and the Nazi elite, who had gathered at party headquarters in Munich that evening to celebrate a major political break, were deep in gloom at the succession of dismal returns brought in by messengers on bicycles. Hitler arrived about midnight. Ignoring the atmosphere of dejection, he surprised his followers with a philosophical, almost detached speech. The old politicians expected the usual remarks of a defeated leader, But Hitler dwelt mostly on the healthy gains made by the two working class parties, the Social Democratic and the Communist. He neither minimized their victory nor treated it as a National Socialist defeat and, in fact, seemed curiously pleased that the two enemy parties had defeated the German moderate, middle and rightist parties. Unlike his comrades, the Führer felt that a bright political future lay ahead. After the election, Hitler returned to Berchtesgaden, his fount of inspiration. At last he had a place of his own, the Haus Watschen, felled on the Obersalzberg. It was a simple country house in Upper Bavarian mountain style, surrounded by a wooden veranda, with heavy rucks on the pitched roof to prevent the shingles from being ripped off in a storm. The first time he looked through the villa he had been completely captivated. Luckily for him, the owner, the widow of an industrialist, was a party member, and she rented it to him for 100 marks a month. I immediately rang up my sister in Vienna with the news, and begged her to be so good as to take over the part of mistress of the house. Angela brought along her two daughters, Friedel and Angela. Maria, the latter usually called Jelly, was a 20-year-old vivacious girl with light brown hair. It was not that she was so very pretty, recalled Jus Puthel, who had recently married Hess, as that she had the famous Viennese charm. There were a few critics, including Hans Stangl, who characterized her as an empty-headed little slut, with the coarse bloom of a servant girl, without either brains or character. But most people liked Jelly, including Helene Hahn Stangl, who considered her a nice, rather serious girl, by no means a flirt. And the photographer Hoffman described her as a lovely young woman who, with her artless and care-free manner, captivated everybody. On the other hand, his daughter Henriette considered her coarse, provocative, and a little quarrelsome at the same time. Henriette was convinced that the irresistibly charming Jelly was the Führer's only true love. If Jelly wanted to go swimming, it was more important to Hitler than the most important conference. Picnic baskets were packed, and we drove to the lake. Not even Jelly could get the Führer in the water. No politician, he argued, should ever allow himself to be photographed in swimming trunks. Their difference in age, 19 years, was about the same as that between Hitler and Mitzi Reiter, the former object of his affection. By her own account, Mitzi, in a fit of jealousy, had tried to commit suicide the previous summer. In a bizarre attempt to choke herself, she tied one end of a cloth, this line on a door, the other round her neck. But her brother-in-law freed her after she lost consciousness. In the discreet love affair with Jelly, which most likely was never consummated, it was Hitler who was the jealous partner. One day, recalled Frau Hess, Jelly sketched the costume she wanted to wear at the next fashion carnival and showed it to him. "You might as well go naked if you want something like that," he said indignantly, and sketched his idea of a proper costume. Then she got angrier, much angrier than he had been. She picked up her drawing and ran out the door, slamming it shut. And Hitler was so contrite that within half an hour he was looking for her. His frustrated love life was overshadowed by a new book which embodied a philosophy of life, a unification of his political and personal convictions. While outwardly unsystematic, his intuition had its own relentless symmetry, and for the past 4 years, as seen from his speeches and private conversations, he had been methodically chopping a path through the jungle of his mind in search of the idea From the first words he dictated to Max Ammon, politics is history in the making, it was obvious that he was embarked on a venture of significance. An essential of Hitler's conclusions in this book was the conviction drawn from Darwin that might makes right. It led to a vital link between self-preservation and Lebensraum. But in the life struggle for this living space lies also the basis for evolution. The consequence was an eternal battle between nations which could only be won by a people dedicated to strict racial. The compulsion to engage in the struggle for existence lies in the limitation of the living space. Folk and blood values, once standards were lowered and pure blood was mixed with inferior blood, the end was in sight. And this master of international poisoning and race corruption will not rest until he has thoroughly uprooted and thereby corrupted such a people. This was the first time Hitler not only defined his terms, but interwove race. Then the Jew can make his entry in any form, folk and blood values with his hatred of Jews. In Mein Kampf he had simply drawn up charges against Jews as enemies of the world, and effectively stated the case for a drive to the east to attain living space. Now at last he was ready to bring all the threads of his political and personal convictions together in a consistent, if twisted and paranoid Weltanschauung, and he waited until the last few pages of his new book to do it. It is not my task here to enter into a discussion of the Jewish question as such. He began tentatively. Jewry had special intrinsic characteristics which separate it from all other peoples living on the globe. It was not a religious community with a territorially bounded state, and it was parasitical rather than productive. He had stated all this many times before in far stronger terms, but at this point he abruptly explored a new idea. Just as every people, as a basic tendency of all its earthly actions, possesses a mania for self-preservation as its driving force, likewise is it exactly so with Jewry too. Hitler's continued use of non-polemic language was surprising. The Jew, he wrote, was merely impelled by the same motives as everyone else in this deadly struggle for life. The only difference was a different purpose. But then Hitler abruptly turned shrill. The lowering of the racial level of the highest peoples, as well as the domination of his racial mishmash through the extirpation of the folkish intelligentsia and its replacement by the members of his own people, this different goal. His ultimate goal is the denationalization, the promiscuous bastardization of other peoples. Expressed in such comparatively calm terms was what made the Jews the threat of mankind. And since their ultimate aim was conquest of the entire world, Hitler's battle against the Jews was for the good not only of Germany but of the entire world. By the end of the summer of 1928, Hitler had finally come to the realization that his two most urgent convictions, from Jews and Germany's need for sufficient living space, were entwined. If the Reich failed to acquire essential living space, it would perish. If the Jewish menace were not stemmed, there could be no struggle for Lebensraum, no culture, and the nation would decay. This, in all likelihood, marked Hitler's point of no return, and was the essence of his Weltanschauung. Now a dual task lay before him: to conquer new living space in the East, and to annihilate the Jews. What had seemed to be two separate, if parallel courses, was a single road. It was as if for months he had been observing the twin mountain peaks from his villa on the Obersalzberg, both of which he wanted to climb, and only now realized that the same trail led to both. He had seen the light. Martin Luther, and all the other anti-Semites before Hitler merely talked of eliminating the Jews, but with his new blueprint for the future he hoped to materialize their dream and become Haman too. He himself forbade publication of what became known as Hitler's secret book, and appeared for the first time 32 years later. Perhaps he feared it was too philosophically heavy for his adherents, too flimsily transparent for the more sophisticated. Perhaps he did not want to reveal the ultimate mass murder plan that hid behind its terminology. Within the pages also lay clues to his motivation for genocide. The Jew was a master of international poisoning and race corruption, as well as the instigator of the evil pacifist liquid manure which poisons the mentality favoring bold self-preservation. He referred to the flood of disease, bacilli now breeding in Russia, and called the crowded working-class districts of Germany the result of inadequate Lebensraum abscesses in the national body, as well as breeding grounds of blood mixing and bastardization, thus resulting in those purulent infection centers in which the international Jewish racial maggots thrive and finally effect further destruction. They were replete with revealing references and of race lowering. This obsession with Jewish poisoning and corruption twice took on a startling personal nature in the book. He referred to the hated Erzberger, who signed the 1918 armistice, as the bastard son of a servant girl and a Jewish employer. He could have been talking of his own father, and then he must have been thinking of his mother when he wrote, "If a man appears to have cancer and is unconditionally doomed to die, it would be senseless to refuse an operation, because the percentage of the possibility of success is slight. Fear that his father may have been part Jewish, which could be a substantial part of why he wanted no children. Anguish, anger, and guilt at his mother's painful death from cancer, along with mixed feelings about the Jewish doctor who, with Hitler's consent, treated her drastically with iodoformal. This would seem to permeate Hitler's secret book. And perhaps it was no coincidence that shortly after finishing this work, he made a voluntary visit to a psychiatrist. He sought help from a party member in Munich, Dr. To allay a fear of cancer. There is no record of the treatment, but it was soon evident that the psychiatrist missed a golden opportunity to turn Hitler from his awful goal. Alfred Schwenninger, Dr. Schwenninger also failed to remove his patient's fear of cancer, which, along with the obsession to eliminate all Jews, would persist to the last day of his life. 1. The official membership figures for this period are unreliable. Schwartz deliberately numbered all members consecutively to obscure losses caused by resignations or expulsion. Gauleiters and local leaders consistently turned in misleading reports, so they wouldn't have to send headquarters its full share of the dues. Moreover, Hitler did not consider Jesus a Jew, but a Mischling, a half-Jew, who did not adhere to the Jewish religion, and therefore was free of the Jewish virus on the grounds that, with Immaculate Conception, he only had 2 Jewish grandparents. Chapter 9. A DEATHINTHEFAMILY. Hitler's first efforts to implement his Weltanschauung were made by Praxi. In Berlin, Joseph Goebbels was doing his utmost to rejuvenate the party after defeat at the recent elections. During the summer of 1928, he wrote 3 articles for Der Angriff in an attempt to those workers who had voted leftist in language that could have come from a communist. He charged that the worker in the capitalist state was no longer a living human being, not an originator, not a creator. He is changed into a machine. A But in a factory without sensibility or goal, only National Socialism would bring him dignity and make his life meaningful. In number, in a surprisingly short period, Goebbels had replaced Strasser as the chief recruiter of workers in the North, and in so doing apparently removed him as a political rival to the Führer. That Hitler was pleased with Goebbels and approved his socialist line became clear when he permitted Der Angriff become a bi-weekly and made its editor propaganda chief of the party. In politics, Hitler could be forgiving. If a former opponent was contrite, the Führer was likely to reward him. It was his way of turning a liability into an asset. After crushing Gregor Strasser's attempt to change the direction of National Socialism, and Strasser had so successfully centralized administration that he was becoming one of the most powerful men in the NSDAP, he had put him in charge of reorganizing the party. Due primarily to his and Goebbels' efforts, party membership rose to some 100,000 by the end of the year. To solidify his gains in the North, Hitler came to Berlin on November 16, 1928, to speak at the huge Sportpalast on racial and national regeneration. Since it was likely Reds would try to break up the meeting, Hitler's personal bodyguard was present in force. This was a small, select group of young men, ranging in age from 18 to 20, pledged to protect the Führer with their own lives. They called themselves Schutt, Staffelguard Detachment, or SS for short. Most of the audience of more than 10,000 had never before heard Hitler, and his first words made little impact. The problem was the new loudspeaker system. Standing at the back of the hall, the British journalist Sefton Delmer had trouble making out what Hitler was saying. Delmer did hear him urge Germans not to eat oranges, and putting him down as a crack, Pat left the hall. The cacophony was such that Hitler himself turned off the microphones and shouted. In a few minutes he quieted the red hecklers and completely dominated the vast audience. Whoever shows his fist to the German people, we will force to be our brother, he said, and then raised the bogey of racial degeneration. The bastardization of great states has begun. The negroization of culture, of customs, and it only of blood, stride, is forward. The world becomes democratized. The value of the individual declines. The masses apparently are gaining the victory over the idea of the great leader. Numbers are chosen as the new God. Hitler felt a strain in his throat. For over an hour he had been forcing his voice and, realizing he was about to fall down from exhaustion, he brought the speech to a close. We fight against the idea of numbers and the delirium of the masses. We want to see those who are superior take the reins of government in their hands. There are 100,000 among us for whom voting is of no consequence, seemingly the authority of the leader. And these 100,000 know that democracy in itself is a deception. It was a triumph of magnetism over matter. When Hitler speaks, commented Goebbels about this address, all resistance collapses before the magic effect of his words. One can only be his friend or his enemy. This is the secret of his strength, his fanatical faith in the movement. And with it in Germany, an American journalist, Louis Lochner, witnessed the same phenomenon a month later at a talk to the students of Berlin University. My first impression of him was that of a consummate showman. As movie cameras were turned upon him, he pretended not to notice them, spoke earnestly to his shadow, Rudolf Hess, and, as the cameras continued to click, began to write as though he were drawing up an outline of his remarks. It was good acting. Luckner noticed that Hitler's young adherents were hypnotized. I came away from that meeting wondering how a man whose diction was by no means faultless, who ranted and fumed and stamped, could so impress young intellectuals. Of all people, I thought they should have detected the palpable flaws in his logic. One of these fascinated young intellectuals was Albert Speer, an assistant at the Institute of Technology. He had come with some reluctance at the urging of his students, and expected to see Hitler in military tunic with swastika armband. But here he was wearing a well-fitted blue cit, and looking markedly respectable. Everything about him bore out the note of reasonable modesty. What struck Speer was that he spoke hesitatingly and somewhat shyly, as if he were delivering a historical lecture. To me there was something engaging about it, all the more so since it ran counter to everything the propaganda of his opponents had led me to expect. A hysterical demagogue, a shrieking and gesticulating fanatic in uniform. He did not allow the bursts of applause to tempt him away from his sober tone. As Hitler's shyness disappeared, he began acting with hypnotic persuasiveness, and along with the rest of the audience, Speer was carried on a wave of enthusiasm which he could almost feel physically. It swept away any skepticism, any reservations. Hitler's personal approach would have been ineffective without an efficient party organization. And while the 1929 Party Congress in Nuremberg was outwardly a rally, an emotional testimony of dedication to the Führer and his ideals, the organization of the party was being buttressed in the working sessions. By the end of that summer, Hitler had succeeded in setting up a functionary corps in line with an appeal to the German middle class by admitting university graduates and other representatives of the bourgeoisie int the party bureaucracy, while allowing Goebbels and Strasser to win over the workers. He directed his opening campaign primarily to militant veterans and capitalistic businessmen, for he realized he would never get into power without them. He dramatized his new thrust by publicly joining with the Stahl, Helm, rabidly nationalistic veterans, and Alfred Hugenberg, the nation's leading film and press lord and head of the Kish right-wing German National People's Party, in a fight against acceptance of the new American liberalized formula, the young plan for reparations payment. On the surface, it seemed a suicidal move that would lose all the new adherents from the left. But Hitler was convinced that he could keep both sides in line, and he was counting on success in the forthcoming national plebiscite on the young plan to reaffirm his judgment. In the meantime, he and the party were enjoying the financial benefits of their mariage de convenance with industry. Then early that September moved from his monastic room to one of the most fashionable sections of Munich across the Hitler bought the Barlow Palace, a 3-story building on the Brienerstrasse, as National Party headquarters, where he took a 9-room apartment covering the entire second floor of 16 Prinzre, Genten, Platz. He brought along Frau Reichert, his land, lady from the Thyerstrasse, and her mother, Frau Dax. His sister Angela remained in charge of the Berchtesgaden villa, now his property, but she allowed her daughter Jelly, now 21, to take a room in Uncle Alf's new apartment while pursuing her medical studies in Munich. His feelings for her had not altered, but their relationship changed. While maintaining the role of uncle, Hitler began overtly, if discreetly, to act more like a sitter. They were occasionally seen together in public at the theatre or at his favor, at table in the garden of the Kofheck, where he often held court late in the afternoon, that he hovered at her elbow with a moon-calf look in his eyes in a very plausible imitation of adolescent infatuation she inveigled him in. Going shopping, even though he confessed to Hoffman how he hated it when Jelly tried on hats or shoes. Hitler was so enthralled, according to Hahn, Stangl, or inspected bale after bale of material. Walked out of the shop. Hitler knew that this would happen on every shopping expedition. It always followed her like a faithful lamb, engaging the shop girl in earnest conversation for half an hour or more, and then finding nothing that suited her. At the same time, Hitler remained the stern uncle, restricting the high-spirited girl's social life to restaurants, coughs, and an occasional visit to the theater, even when she nagged him in it. Letting her go to a shrevetted ball, it was under rigid conditions. Her escorts were Max Amann and Hoffman, and they were instructed to bring her back at 11 p.m. Hoffman warned that these restraints were making her extremely unhappy, but the Führer replied that he felt bound to watch over his niece. I loved Jelly and I could marry her. At the same time, he was determined to remain a bachelor. What Jelly regarded as restraint, he said, was wisdom. I am quite determined to see that she does not fall into the hands of some unworthy adventurer or swindler. That Hitler was sexually frustrated seems borne out by an inept attempt to kiss the 17-year-old daughter of Heinrich Hoffmann. One day he found Henriette alone at home. "Won't you kiss me?" he said quite seriously, according to her account. Usually he addressed her with the familiar thou. Today it was you. I liked him because he always was considerate. Or for skiing expeditions, but kissing him she politely refused, and after a moment's silence Hitler struck the palm of his hand with his whip and slowly walked away. He always helped me when I wanted something from father, money for tennis lessons, for instance. Of more significance was his meeting with another pretty 17-year-old who worked in Hoffmann's photo shop. Eva Braun, the daughter of a teacher and the product of a convent, was, like Jelly, a modern girl, athletic and lively. She preferred jazz to opera, and American musical comedies to the dramas of Kaiser and Wedekind. Unlike Jelly, she was on the plump side and had fair hair. She was a terror, it's true. The troublemaker of the class recalled a teacher, Fräulein von Heidenberg. But she was intelligent and quick to seize the essential aspects of a subject. And she was capable of independent thought. They met late on a Friday afternoon in early October. Eva had stayed in the shop to catch up on filing, and was on a ladder reaching for the files on the top of a cupboard. At that moment, she later told her sister, the boss came in accompanied by a man with a funny mustache, a light-colored English-style overcoat, and a big felt hat in his hand. They both sat down on the other side of the room, opposite me. She sensed that the newcomer was examining her legs. That very day I had shortened my skirt, and I felt slightly embarrassed because I wasn't sure I'd got the hem even. After she climbed down, Hoffman introduced her to the stranger, Herr Wolf, our good little Fräulein Eva. A few minutes later they were all sitting down to beer and sausage, as I was starving. I gobbled my sausage and had a sip of beer for politeness' sake. The elderly gentleman was paying me compliments. We talked about music and a play at the Staats Theater, as I remember, with him devouring me with his eyes all the time. Then, as it was getting late, I rushed off. I refused his offer of a lift in his Mercedes. Just think what Papa's reaction would have been. But before she left, Hoffman took her aside and asked, "Haven't you guessed who that gentleman is? It's Hitler, Adolf Hitler." "Oh," replied Eva. In the days to come, Hitler would quite often drop in at the studio with flowers and candy for my lovely siren from Hoffman's. On the rare times he took her out, he avoided his usual haunts for tea in an obscure corner of the Carlton, or a movie in Schwabing. But by the end of the year, his visits to Hoffman's studio had become a rarity. Perhaps it was because of Eva's boast to several fellow employees that she was Hitler's mistress and he was going to marry her. Hoffman, who was sure she had never even visited Hitler's apartment, summoned her to his office. Eva broke into tears, confessing she had lied, and he threatened to fire her if she repeated the story. The young planned plebiscite late in 1929 turned out to be a triumph for Chancellor Stresemann and his liberal program. Although he died before the vote was counted, the uneasy alliance of Hitler and Hugenberg's National People's Party needed 21 million votes to defeat the measure, and got less than 6 million. While this was a crushing defeat for Hugenberg, Hitler cleverly turned it into a victory of sorts. Never one to espouse a lost cause, he turned on Hugenberg with a vengeance, breaking their alliance as unpredictably as he had made it. He was already confidently preparing his force, is enlarged by the publicity of the plebiscite-ish, for the coming national elections, even though it was a rare observer who now rated the Nazis highly. In his memoirs, the former English ambassador to Berlin, Lord Zabernon, mentioned the Führer once in a footnote. Hitler, he wrote, had been fading into oblivion ever since 1924. Both Dr. Arnold Wolfers, director of studies at the Berlin Hochschule für Politik, and the historian Arnold Toyn concurred with this obituary. Hitler was thinking of victory and felt it was possible if he could win new workers to his cause. To do this, there must be a dramatic new propaganda ploy. The opportunity came early in 1930, with the death of a law student in Berlin, had rebelled against his bourgeois upbringing to become a dedicated brown shirt in the bloody street battles against Reds. Horst Wessel, the 21-year-old son of a preacher and a Freemason, raised high the flag immortalizing comrades who had sacrificed their lives, shot dead by Red Front and Reaction, which was published in Der Angriff and later set to music. Wessel fell in love with a one-time prostitute named Erna and moved in with her. He wrote a poem in an effort to eject the couple. Her landlady sought help from the communists. A red gang burst into the lovers' room. Their leader, an intimate of Erna's, reportedly shouted, "You know what that's for," and shot Wessel. In an attempt to make political capital out of the Sari affair, the communists called Wessel a pimp, which he was not. On his part, Goebbels publicly transfigured the lover into a working-class Jesus, which he was not. Leaving home and mother, wrote Goebbels, the novelist Mank, he took to living among those who scorned and spit on him. Out there, in a proletarian section in a tenement attic, he proceeded to build his youthful, modest life. A socialist Christ, one who appealed to others through his deeds. Goebbels turned a private feud into political assassination by having Wessel's song sung at the conclusion of a meeting in the Sportpalast. While Wessel lay dying in a hospital, the banners flutter, the drums roll, the fifes rejoice. and from millions of throats resounds the hymn of the German Revolution, Raise High the Flag at Last. On February 23, Wessel died. His spirit has risen in order to live on in all of us, wrote Goebbels. He is marching within our ranks. To cap the propaganda campaign, Goebbels decided to stage an extravagant funeral with Hitler delivering the final oration. But the Führer had reservations about such showmanship. So did Göring, who had returned from Sweden after a cure for drug addiction to win election to the Reichstag. The situation in Berlin, he argued, was already tense enough, and the Führer's safety could not be guaranteed. If anything goes wrong, he said, according to Hans Stangel's recollection, it would be a catastrophe. After all, there are only 12 of us in the Reichstag, and we simply haven't enough strength to make capital out of this. If Hitler comes to Berlin, it will be a red rag to the communist bulls, and we cannot afford to take the consequence. Hitler pleaded illness, and the funeral had to proceed without him. Göring was right. The procession turned into a battle march with the Reds assaulting the mourners, and even as Goebbels stood at the graveside and dramatically called the roll, Horst Wessel and the stormtroopers shouted back present. Stones flew over the cemetery wall into the grave. Nothing could have pleased propagandist Goebbels more. As the coffin came to rest in the cool ground, he wrote, "There went up outside the gates the depraved cry of the sub-human, the departed still with us, raised his weary hand and beckoned into the shimmering distance forward over the graves. At the end of the road lies Germany." From such words, one would never guess at the true relationship between ordinary Reds and Nazis. While they fought each other relentlessly, they felt a unique comradeship, and it was no rarity for them to unite if one of their brawls in a bar or beer hall was interrupted by the police. Both groups were driven by fervor for a cause. Both believed that the end justified the means. They shared similar socialist goals and had the same contempt for parliamentary procedures. On the previous May Day, they had paraded down the streets of Berlin arm in arm, in joint protest against suppression of marching demonstrations, shouting their common slogan, freedom, work and bread. Moreover, they both hated the Jewish police commissioner. Bernhard Weiss renamed this, either by Goebbels, and alike regarded the police as Hitler's army, a brutal enemy of all revolutionaries. 2 months after Goebbels had squeezed the last drop of propaganda out of Horst Wessel, the Hitler-Otto Strasser feud came out in the open. Since his brother's departure from Munich and party eminence, Otto had become the leading editorial writer of the 3 newspapers Gregor had founded. While they still carried the National Socialist emblem on their mass deeds, they had become a platform for Otto's iconoclastic views, which often ran contrary to those of Hitler. Their difference were brought to a head that April by Otto Strasser's full support of the Saxon metalworkers' strike. Industrialists such as Fritz Thyssen of the United Steel Works insisted that Hitler repudiate Strasser if he wanted more subsidies. At first Hitler tried threats, but these failed, and he came to Berlin to exert the force of his personality. The 2 men met twice at the Hotel San Souci. For almost 7 hours, Hitler flattered, cajoled, promised, and threatened, but the 2 meetings only revealed their differences. Neither made a single concession, and Otto Strasser rejected a tempting offer to be party propaganda chief. Strasser and his circle did not break at once with the party, because there was still hope that Hitler had been impressed by the discussions and might even abandon the Rosenberg line. They were also unwilling to make a public issue of the break, despite their inability to come to terms, which might hurt the party's chances in the forthcoming provincial elections in Saxony. Otto Strasser, however, realized that he and his socialist followers could not remain in the NSDAP, not after Hitler had professed his intention to follow Mussolini's fascist principles and deal with industrialists. The talks also revealed Hitler's determination to keep his Weltanschauung so vague and infinitely interpretable that he could exercise complete control by means of absolute authority. He knew instinctively that the moment National Socialism was pledged to a concrete program, the Führer principle would be compromised. Hitler must have felt humiliated that young Strasser had contradicted him so flagrantly and openly, but he drove back to Munich without much comment and upon arrival made no public attack. Nor did he carry out a threat to proceed against Otto with all the means at my disposal. He did nothing except proclaim in the press, as did Gregor Strasser, that no dispute had taken place in Berlin, and he and Otto were in agreement. Rather than punish the rebel openly, Hitler began expelling from the party those who contributed to his papers, and at the end of June he finally gave Goebbels veiled instructions to purge Otto Strasser and his followers. The National Socialist Party, as long as I lead it, he wrote, will not be a debating club for rootless men of letters and chaotic salon Bolshevists, an organization of discipline created not for doctrinaire foolishness or political wonderful, but dedicated to fight for the future of Germany, in which class distinction will be broken and a new German people will decide its own destiny. Goebbels consequently was instructed to ruthlessly clean up the party of all those elements in Berlin. He did so within a few weeks, but will remain what it is today. And Strasser's subsequent call for a general exodus of socialists from the party brought only 24 followers, signing a declaration with two other left-wing party members that they were united behind the leadership of Adolf Hitler and submitted themselves to the strict discipline of the party organization. To a mutual friend, Otto's own brother rejected him. Gregor characterized his brother as the eternal dissident. The departure of my brother and his fight against the party is pure madness. While Otto Strasser's split with Hitler caused a sensation in the newspapers, it had little effect within the party. During the long, bitter factional struggle between North and South, Hitler had done his best to act as arbiter. He was intent only on conciliation and compromise, and in victory he had been magnanimous. He had rewarded Gregor Strasser with a high party post, and even when Otto embarrassed him in front of witnesses, he had done his best to minimize their differences. He made it appear that it was Otto himself who forced his own exclusion from the party. Now at last the internecine battle was over, and Hitler could concentrate all his energies on the national elections in September. Hitler offered something to almost every German voter in Earth Farmer, the worker, the student, the patriot, the racist, and the middle-class burgher. The common denominator of his wide appeal was the world depression which had followed the Wall Street crash of 1929 and abruptly ended Germany's remarkable recovery. By late summer, there were almost 3 million unemployed in the nation, and Chancellor Brüning's policy of economic retrenchment was making matters worse. Here at last was the burning issue that could bring him political control of Germany, thought Hitler. His appeal to workers was couched in communist terminology, working Germany awake. Break your chains into, proclaimed Goebbels der Angriff, to farmers whose recent profits were being wiped out by the worldwide decline of agricultural prices. Hitler offered tax adjustments and import duties. The lower middle class, with no trade unions to fight for them, were offered hope. To those just above them in the social hierarchy, to whom poverty was a stigma, self-respect, and to the young idealists in and out of universitation, idealistic new world. This last group was not large, but it provided Hitler with a militant dedicated cadre for the future. They listened entranced as he preached against materialism and selfishness, promised to establish social harmony and a front rank in his crusade for social justice and a revitalized Germany. These young people roamed the streets of the large cities chanting the slogan they shared with their communist adversaries. Work and bread, the rising generation felt something was moving and the terrible stagnation was over, recalled one follower, convinced that Hitler would create a genuine socialist regime. Freedom. You had to live through it to really understand it. It was a chance to serve that attracted most of these young idealists, and Hitler was the only politician of his day who understood the power of such an appeal. A number of intellectuals, the social elite and royalty itself, were also drawn to him. Wrote his dear battle comrade Hitler that it was his heart's desire to inform him personally that he had just been admitted to the party. That spring, the Kaiser's young son, August Wilhelm Aue. It was for me a very emotional moment, and my thoughts turned to you in loyalty. The prince feared the spread of communism, and his conversion influenced Prince Philip von Hessen, a nephew of the Kaiser and grandson of Queen Victoria, to join in support of Hitler. In 1930, he was offering Germans something new, feeling of unity. He welcomed everyone to join in the crusade. The only requirement was willingness to follow Hitler without hesitation in his fight to the death against the Jews and the Reds. There was no class distinction in his struggle for Lebensraum and the glory and the good of Germany. What we felt, wrote an early party member, what our hearts compelled us to think was this: Hitler, you're our man. You talk like a human being who's been at the front, who's been through the same mess we were, and not in some soft berth, but like us, an unknown soldier. It was these transcendental appeals which roused the emotions of such divergent voters. Nor did Hitler press his anti-Semitism, particularly the removal of Jews, except with Wahl, Kish groups and the workers. To the more educated and the idealistic, this issue was discussed either in whispers or an offhand manner. That summer, Hitler campaigned tirelessly with his omnibus program, delivering 20 major speeches in the final 6 weeks. A born politician, he found it not only natural, but inspiring to mix with crowds, shaking hands, kissing babies and bowing to women. He would eat with the working class and middle class adherents more often than with the elite, and his man-to-man approach appealed to the clerk and small businessman as well as the laborer. Although he approached each group with a separate message, Hitler never forgot the lesson he had learned in Landsberg, that he must win the masses. Consequently, he never allowed himself to take an aggressive stand on minor issues. Over and over, he hammered at the money barons, the Reds, the Marxists, and the system that had brought unemployment, lowered farm prices, and wiped out the savings of the middle class. He did not pit class against class. He could embrace them all. Never had Germany or the world, for that matter, been subjected to such persuasion. Goebbels organized 6,000 meetings in large halls in tents that could hold 10,000 in the open air. There were torchlight parades. Towns, cities and villages were plastered with glaring red posters. The entire Nazi press blanket the country with special campaign editions that ran in millions of copies, and those that couldn't be sold were given away. In a final admonition to party workers on the morning of the election, Goebbels gave them cynical but practical advice on how to electioneer. Do it jokingly, it seriously. Treat your dear fellow creatures as they are used to being treated. Stimulate their rage and their fury. Direct them to the proper course. That day-long lines could up at polling places throughout the country. A record 35 million ballots were cast, 4 million more than in 1928. Hitler arrived at the election center in Munich just after midnight to be greeted by an excited Adolf Hitler. The party printer, I think we've won. We may get 66 seats. This would have meant an amazing increase of 54 seats since 1928. But Hitler replied that if the German people could think correctly, the figure would be higher. Within myself, I was saying, if it could be 107 seats were won. How to express what I felt at that moment? We'd gone up from 12 seats to 107. What surprised the National Socialists came as a sickening shock to their opponents. Officials checked and rechecked for errors before announcing that the Nazis had won 6,371,000 votes, more than 18% of the total vote. In 2 years, the Hitler movement had risen from 810,000 votes to become the second largest party in the Reich. After pronouncing Hitler dead politically, the Social Democrats had made the mistake of concentrating their attacks on the Reds. The Communists also made a substantial gain of 1,326,000 votes, and the Social Democrats lost fewer than 60,000 votes, an indication that Hitler's gains had come mainly at the expense of the middle-class parties. The most sensational Nazi increase was among the farmers and lower middle class in the rural and Protestant areas in the northern half of the country, but considerable gains were also made among Catholics. In the days before the beer hall putsch, Hitler had sought almost exclusively for the dissident, disenchanted. Desperation vote. Now he had received support from people who expected him to bring them better lives. It was Hitler's elastic appeal and forceful oratory which had attracted the new voters, but it was the tireless work of thousands of cell leaders and cell foremen in the party's efficient vertical organization that got them to the polls. For the past year or so, Stengel's acid remarks had alienated Hitler, but astonishing election victory brought him back to favor. Hess phoned that the Führer was most anxious to see him. Half an hour later, Hitler was at the Hanf Stengel home with a proposition. Would he take over the post of foreign press chief of the party? Great things are before us. In a few months, or at the most in a couple of years, we must irresistibly sweep to power. You have all the connections and could render us a great service. Stengel accepted, and a few days later accompanied Hitler to Leipzig for the trial of 3 young officers accused of spreading Nazi propaganda in the army. Hitler himself took the stand on September 25 and made a clever, paradoxical speech which managed to appeal to almost everyone. He pledged allegiance to the army and promised to fight against the shameful Treaty of Versailles, even if he had to do so with illegal means. He ended with a vow to the revolutionaries in his party that once he came to power there would be a national socialist court of justice. After assurance is that he would come to power peacefully through the ballot box, then the November 1918 revolution will be avenged and heads will roll. Once again, Hitler had demonstrated his political agility by satisfying both burgher and revolutionary almost simultaneously, reassuring the first of his peaceful intentions and promising the second bloody vengeance. For he was spokesman of the second largest party in the land, and his inflammatory remarks about treaties were no longer the meaningless polemics of a minor politician. The effect of his words went far beyond Germany. Hans Stangl was besieged by foreign correspondents who wanted interviews with Germany's new phenomenon. Hitler hurriedly composed an article for the London Sunday Express. The election, so to speak, he wrote, took the temperature of the German people. The world was shocked to discover Germany in a high fever. That fever is bound to continue to rise against existing conditions and unbearable burdens. He demanded not only the revision of the Versailles Treaty and the Young Plan, but the return of the Polish corridor, which is like a strip of flesh cut from our body. He denied, however, the accusation that Germany was guilty of causing the war, and accused President Wilson of betraying solemn promises to the Reich. If the German people must suffer as they are suffering today, and will be suffering tomorrow, he warned in conclusion, then let us have suffering that may come from saying no, rather than that laid on us by saying our yes. A few days later, Hitler changed his pace by assuring a reporter for the London Times that he would operate in a strictly legal manner. Don't condemn us there, for if we should act as yourselves would act in our place. I hope that England will never find herself in a position like that of Germany. But if she were in such a position, and if in her darkest hour she was stabbed in the back, what would be the attitude of England when on her feet once more? What would be the attitude of English patriots towards those among their own nation who had sought to destroy their country? 2 weeks later, on October 13, the 107 Nazi deputies marched into the Reichstag for the opening session, clad in brown shirts, each one answering the roll call with a resounding "Present Heil Hitler." Socialist member Tony Sender was appalled. This was the light of the Aryan race. This noisy shouting uniformed gang. I looked at their face is carefully. The more I studied them, the more I was terrified by what I saw. So many men with the faces of criminals and degenerates. What a degradation to sit in the same place with such a gang. The words of Delegate Gregor Strasser to the Reichstag were relatively reasonable. It us leave it at that and go along with the old system as long as democracy still exists. We are now for the democratic Weimar, a republic as long as it sits as a but action on the streets of the capital cast an ominous shadow of things to come. Hundreds of SA men in civilian clothes were already smashing the windows of Jewish shops, coughs, and department stores. The international publicity which followed the September elections was a mixed blessing to Hitler. Along with the prestige came an unwelcome visit from his nephew, William Patrick Hitler, who lived in England with his mother. In 1910, Alois Hitler Jr., then working as a waiter in Dublin, had married an Irish girl, Bridget Elizabeth Dowling. Their life was hectic because Alois kept changing his way of earning a living. He opened a small restaurant in Liverpool, sold it to buy. A boarding house turned hotel owner went bankrupt, and finally became a razor blade salesman. It was an unhappy existence for Brigid, and several times she left home. Their quarrels intensified after the birth of William Patrick, because Alois shared his father's duct, in that children should be disciplined at an early age. Several times while Brigid was out of the house, Alois beat the baby, and by the time William Patrick was 3, the family broke up. According to Brigid, Alois deserted them and returned to Germany, but Alois told his relatives that his wife had run away with an engineer, taking the boy with her. When Brigid and her son read about Hitler's electoral success, they saw it as an opportunity of making some money by giving an interview to the Hearst press. After all, Alois had never sent them anything for support. Negotiations were started with a Hearst representative in London, and early that October pictures of William Patrick began appearing in the American press under the caption, "This young London office worker, William Patrick Hitler, is a nephew of Adolf Hitler, Germany's new political leader. He was born in Liverpool and knows little of his uncle's aims. He knew so little, in fact, that he wrote his father asking for further details about the life of the new political wonder." The reply, William Patrick told an OSS interviewer years later, came in the form of a demand from Adolf for a conference. Tickets for the passage were enclosed upon arrival in Munich. Hitler said he was gaining some importance, and the family need not think they could climb on his back and get a free ride to fame. Release of family information to the Hearst newspapers. Mother and son found Hitler in a perfect rage at a family meeting, also attended by Angela Robbel and Alois, would destroy his chances of political success in view of his half-brother's remarriage without bothering to divorce Brigid. He claimed, "How carefully I always kept my personal affairs out of the press," he said, according to an article William Patrick wrote 9 years later in Paris Sawyer. "These people must not know who I am. They must not know where I come from and from what family. Even in my book, I did not say a word about such things. Not a word, and now accidentally my nephew is discovered. Investigations are made and spies are sent to dig up our past." At this point in the Paris Sawyer account, Hitler angrily declared that William Patrick was not even a relation, since his father, Alois Jr., who was listening to all this without comment, had been adopted by Alois Hitler Sr. He and his mother, according to the OSS interview, should go back to London and tell the Hearst people that they had discovered the leader of the Nazi Party was another Adolf Hitler and no kin of theirs. After urging the two to get back to England as quickly as possible and disclaim all relationship in the present and in the future, he handed over to Alois $2,000 to cover the expenses of mother and son in Munich, as well as the passage home. This solution pleased Hitler and bought the tickets and promised to send the rest by mail because it would be much safer. William Patrick swore it never arrived. Alois paid the expenses. Curiously, a story about Adolf Hitler soon appeared in the New York American, a Hearst publication, under the byline of Alois Hitler Jr. In it, Alois described his younger brother as a very likable and generous boy, a dreamer as far removed from reality as the sun from the moon. On his mother's death, Adolf took his younger sister Paula to Vienna, where they endured a grim struggle against pitiless poverty. Adolf, so Alois wrote, had to sweep streets and perform other menial jobs to get food for Paula and himself. Then he went to Munich, where he got work as a house painter and decorator. Not long after William Patrick and his mother returned to England, Hitler summoned his lawyer to the apartment on Prinzregentenplatz Hitler pointed to a letter before him and said it concerned a disgusting blackmail plot in connection with one of his most loathsome relatives with respect to his own ancestry, as Hans Frank recalled it. Hitler was referring to William Patrick Hitler, who had hinted that the press was very interested in a certain aspect of Hitler's ancestry, namely that he was part Jewish. The Führer consequently ordered Frank to investigate the matter confidentially. His report, gathered from all possible sources, was most disconcerting. Hitler's father, it seemed, employed in a household in Graz. This cook was working for a Jewish family named Frankenberger when she gave birth. Her son was the illegitimate child of a cook named Schickel Gruber from Londing near Linz, and Frankenberger. This happened in the late paid a paternity allowance on behalf of his 19-year-old son from the birth of the Schickel Gruber woman's son until he was 14. There was also a long correspondence between the Frankenbergers and the cook Hitler's grandmother, the general trend of which was the unexpressed common understanding of the participants that the Schickel Gruber woman's child had been conceived in circumstance which rendered the Frankenbergers liable for the paternity allowance. Frank's report concluded regretfully that the possibility could not be dismissed that Hitler's father was half Jewish. The Führer heatedly challenged Frank's deduction with the embarrassed explanation that his grandfather, who was impoverished, had successfully blackmailed the Frankenbergers on the false charge of paternity. Hitler swore that this information came directly to him from both his father and grandmother. He must have been truly shaken by Frank's evidence to tell such a patent lie. His grandmother had died 40 years before his own birth. More important was the admission that his grandmother had received money from a Jew. For this allowed the terrible possibility that his own blood might be tainted. The chance that Adolf Hitler was part Jewish was minimal. The important point was that he feared so, and he would instigate at least 2 subsequent investigations to reassure himself. A physician named Schuh, who had known Hitler since 1917, recalled he suffered all his life from painful doubts. Did he or did he not have Jewish blood? And he often told us this Hitler's inability to produce the documentary proof of his own Aryan background, something he demanded from others, could explain why he told William Patrick Hitler, "These people must not know from where and from what family I come." Despite this distressing personal matter, 1931 augured well for Adolf Hitler. He had suddenly become a best-selling author. Mein Kampf had sold an average of little more than 6,000 copies annually until the last year, when the amount rose to 54,086. This got him a respectable personal income, which promised to continue indefinitely. Furthermore, the Brown House, the new party headquarters, was opened on the 1st of the year. Purchased and renovated by special contributions, profits from Hitler rallies, gifts, and dues. It represented the substance and reliability of the NSDAP as a party. On the 2nd floor were the offices of Hitler, Hess, Goebbels, Strasser, and the SA. The Führer's office was large and attractively decorated in reddish-brown. Ceiling-high windows overlooked the Knigsplatz, and among the pictures on the wall were a painting of Frederick the Great and another of the first attack of the Führer's old regiment in Flanders. There was a large bust of Mussolini. Hitler was not often there, recalled Frank. His method of working was totally unsystematic. He would breeze in butt before he could be pinned down, just breeze out again once cornered. He would hastily finish the business, then launch into an hour-long monologue. He preferred to spend his time downstairs in the small refreshment room, where he would sit in a corner at the faro table over which hung a picture of Dietrich Eckart. But even this sin-palled, the sedentary existence of the Brown house was not for him. He was driven by an urge to move, to win mass support for himself and the party among the people, or to hold high-level conversations with those who could give him either political or financial assistance. The problems he faced at the beginning of 1931 were truly formidable, largely due to the NSDAP's phenomenal membership growth, which in turn brought an expansion of bureaucracy in every department of the party with the resultant frictions and jealousies. Most troublesome was the SA, many of whose members refused to take Hitler's avowals of legality seriously. The stormtroopers had always boasted of their tradition of violence, and saw no reason why they should knuckle under to the civilian leaders in Munich. These men were among the most idealistic, and many were socialists at heart, sharing with their communist rivals a revolutionary zeal that was becoming an embarrassment to the Führer. From the first he had trouble with its leaders, who wanted to make the SA the military arm of the party, whereas he had insisted that its main function was to protect rallies and mobilize political loyalty. First had been Captain, whose violent disagreement with Hitler led to voluntary exile in South America. Then came Pfeffer von Salomon, whose similar demands for a stronger SA had led to his recent resignation. The dissatisfaction of the leaders was shared by their men. Recently dissident brown shirts in Berlin had revolted on the grounds that they were hungry, overworked, and constantly exposed to injuries, as well as rest in their battles with the police and Reds. They refused to act as mere bodyguards for party rallies, and after their 7 demands, including a reasonable one for more funds, were turned down by Goebbels. One troop went berserk and raided a local party headquarters guarded by the SS. It took Hitler's personal intervention to put down the revolt. He toured the various SA meeting places, accompanied by armed SS troops calling for reconciliation. Like a patient and forbearing father, he pleaded, promised, and scolded. He spoke little about the 7 brown shirt demands, but kept the matter on a personal level, calling for allegiance to himself. Then he announced that he himself would become the new commander of the SA. The wild cheers that followed signaled an end to the brief rebellion, and Hitler could return to the election trail. His promise to head the SA personally was an empty one. He had neither the time nor the inclination to take on such an assignment, and by the beginning of 1931 the brown shirts were still without effective leadership. Then on January 4, it was announced that Captain, recently recalled from Bolivia, where he had helped the Republic fight one of its wars with Paraguay, would become the new chief of staff of the SA. What attracted him back to Germany was Hitler's willingness to give him a fairly free hand in the internal structure of the 60,000-man organization. Resigned to keeping the stormtroopers as a disciplined marching unit for the time being, this capable organizer and inspiring leader began reshaping the SA in his own image. But efficiency was no cure for the deep-seated complaints within the organization, and it soon became evident that another serious revolt was brewing in the capital. The basic grievances of the Berlin brown shirts remained, was incensed by the inequities within the organization, and once more demanded a system based on what you know, not who you know. He openly complained that Hitler changed his mind every few months with new orders, and that it was impossible to operate under such conditions. Their leader, Captain Walter Sten's men were perplexed and perturbed. While agreeing with him, they felt irresistibly drawn to the Führer. The issue surfaced on February 20, 1931, after Hitler issued orders to both the SA and SS to cease fighting the Reds and Jews in the streets. But you must not bear arms. They grumbled but did nothing until late the following month, when the Führer bowed to Weimar government decree requiring all potential rallies to be approved by the police. I understand your distress and rage, he told the brown shirts. The indignant Stennies denounced this capitulation to the establishment, then called a secret conference of SA leaders at midnight of March 31. All those present declared themselves in favor of Stennies and against Hitler. In an attempt to settle the matter without bloodshed and publicity, the Führer ordered Stennies to report to Munich for a desk job at the Brown House. Stennies refused, and Hitler loosed the SS on the rebels. Open resistance ended within 24 hours. It had been a puny rebellion. All Stennies wanted was to bring about pure National Socialism to serve a party, not an individual. Whoever goes with me has a hard road, he told his men in a farewell speech. I recommend, however, that you stay with Hitler for the sake of the National Socialist idea, which we do not want to destroy. On April 4, both Der Angriff and the Wahlkischer Beobachter printed articles by Hitler condemning the Stennies putsch. He reaffirmed that socialism had always been a major part of the NSDAP, but criticized the buffoons of Salon Bolshevism and Salon Socialism who had drifted into the party. He claimed that Stennies was one of these and that he had tried to introduce into the SA a series of concepts that accurately belonged to the continuously seditious requisites of the communists. These articles only created more furor among the dissident Berlin. Brown shirts and Hitler once more rushed to the capital. In his role as conciliator and middle-of-the-road revolutionary, Hitler had to go around from suburb to suburb and beseech them with tears in his eyes to rely on him to see that their interests were protected. He managed to restore order and spent the next day in a commercial traveler's hotel with Stennies. This time he took along Han Stangl, who wrote. The latter impressed Han Stangl as more the victim than the leader of the revolt. I found him a very decent fellow, a nephew of Cardinal Schult of Cologne, and he took me over to one of the open windows where our conversation was drowned by the noise of traffic, and said, "Does Hitler realize that the real instigator of this revolt is standing by him?" And that was Goebbels. He has been egging them on to demonstrate in the streets, in spite of Hitler's orders that we were not to get into fights. And now they blame it all on me. As usual, the appearance of Hitler, backed up by his faithful SS force, brought unity to the SA, and this time it was lasting. The dismissal of Stennies and a handful of followers caused no reverberations. Goebbels managed to emerge safely from the farrago, even though many besides Stennies felt he had played an insidious part in the revolt. The Führer himself had suspicions, and at an informal gathering of Gauleiters a little later made allusion to them. When a mother has many children and one of them goes astray, he said, it is the wise mother who takes the child by the hand and holds on to him. Hitler also realized that it had taken the force of the SS to bring his straying children back into the fold, and, recognizing this, he replaced Stennies as leader of the Berlin Run SA with an SS man. The SS was exultant with its expanded role as protector of the Führer principle. We were not loved everywhere, their Chief Heinrich Himmler told a conference of SS leaders a few weeks later. When we have done our duty, we may be stood in the corner. We should expect no thanks. But our Führer knows the value of the SS. We are his favor, and most valuable organization, because we have never let him down. At the same time, Hitler, the mediator, was ready to welcome back in the fold all those stormtroopers who had strayed or hesitate, with the exception of those two independent spirits who had to be purged and replaced by loyal adherents. The response to Hitler's gesture of amnesty was almost unanimous. While many brown shirts were disappointed in Hitler and his insistence on legality, such logic dissolved before his nearly Christ-like declaration. I am the SA and SS, and you are members of the SA and SS, as I am within you in the SA and SS. No sooner had the SA been brought into line than their leader, Captain came under heavy attack for alleged homosexuality. Earlier, Hitler had brushed aside similar charges. The SA is a collection of men for a particular political goal. It is not a moral institution for raising young girls, but an association of rough fighters, a man's private life. He added was his own so long as it did not interfere with the National Socialist mission. The scandal was already becoming a party issue. There were whispers that many of the officers purged in the Stenny's putsch had been replaced by homosexual friends. Appeared to act as unconcerned about such accusations as he was about those that his stormtroopers committed atrocities. My dear Herr Delmer, he told the correspondent of the London Daily Express late in April at the Reichsrestaurant and in Berlin, I know the SA people have been a rough and ready lot in the past, but from now on you just watch. My men will be quiet and disciplined and orderly. My job is to prevent the millions of German unemployed from coming under communist influence as they easily might. An orderly citizen force for the defense of Germany against the internal and external Bolshevik enemy, Delmo protested that the rowdy shouts of Germany, I want to turn them instead awake and perish Judah, didn't sound much like discipline and good order. Oh, don't take those slogans at their face value. That is all only half as serious as it sounds. Then he said something that roused the newsman's interest. I am removing the rowdy undisciplined from the essay. A little cleansing is good for all such armies. That was why he was presently in Berlin. He explained that there had been a mutiny in the capital under Captain Stennis, a madman who had challenged his and Hitler's authority, but assured Delmer that the mutineers had been quelled and all was in order. A week later, at Atom's suggestion, Delmer journeyed to the Brown House to interview the Führer, cancellation of the war, reparations, debt, and a free hand in the East, while he was not interested in restoration of the old frontiers or even the return of lost colonies. Hitler admitted he had two demands. He demanded that the surplus millions of Germans must be allowed to expand into the Soviet Union. How, asked Delmer, could Hitler get into Russia without violating Polish territory? Hitler's only answer was a cryptic, a way can be found for everything. Just then, Prince August Wilhelm burst into the room with the dramatic announcement that 2,400 brownshirts had been wounded or killed in fights with the Marxists in the first 4 months of 1931. Mein Führer, he exclaimed, this is civil war. Yes, said Hitler offhandedly. Undoubtedly, this is civil war convinced Hitler was a completely ruthless man. Delmer began his article, which was published on May 3, with a prediction: Germany is marching with giant strides to join the fascist nations of Europe. Hitler spent the summer of 1931 in consolidating the party and revamping the essay in light of the weakness is made evident by the Sten's revolt. At the same time, he was profoundly disturbed by a personal crisis. He learned that his chauffeur and companion Maurice had become secretly engaged to his niece Jelly, who had been living a restricted life in the Prinzre Genten Platz apartment. Ironically, it was the Führer himself, the perpetual matchmaker, who had given the idea to Maurice. "I'll come and have supper with you every evening when you are married," he urged the young man. Following his advice, Maurice told an interviewer, "I decided to become engaged to Jelly, with whom I was madly in love, like everybody else. She gladly accepted my proposal. For some time the inner circle had known they were lovers." Maurice had openly lamented about his unhappy love to Goebbels. Finally, he stilled himself to confess. Hitler flew int. A rage accused Maurice of disloyalty and dismissed him as chauffeur. Some of those close to the Führer were convinced he was only a concerned relative. His affection was that of a father, Frau Annie Winter. The housekeeper insisted years later. He was concerned only with her welfare. Jelly was a flighty girl who tried to seduce everybody, including Hitler, and he merely wanted to protect her. In a sense, Jelly had become a captive. Hitler gave her everything she wanted except freedom, and insisted that she have an escort he trusted even when she went to her singing lessons. She complained to a relative that her life was very hard, that Hitler insisted that she accompany him wherever he went, and it was very embarrassing for her, particularly since she knew that Gregor Strasser was opposed to Hitler's being seen with her, and furthermore, because it prevented her from meeting any other young people. One evening the Stangls met the couple at the Residence Theater, and they all had late supper at the Schwarzwälder, and could not help feeling that her share in the relationship was under compulsion. Frau Stangl also got the feeling that the girl was repressed, as if she couldn't do with her life what she wanted, but Frau Winter persisted in her belief that it was Jelly who was the chaser. Stangl noticed that Jelly seemed bored, looking over her shoulder at the other tables. Naturally, she wanted to become Frau Hitler. He was highly eligible, but she flirted with everybody. She was not a serious girl. There was no doubt that Jelly was impressed by her uncle's fame. Every time they had tea at the Kofheck, their table would be besieged by admirers, many of them women who kissed his hand and begged for souvenirs. It was equally evident that the Führer's fondness for her went far beyond that of an uncle. He loved her averred Maurice, but it was a strange affection that did not dare to show itself, for he was too proud to admit to the weaknesses of an infatuation. And Otto Strasser publicized a sensational hearsay story of their aberrant sexual relations that was given credence only by those who wanted to believe the worst of Hitler. There were others who claimed that the two were having a love affair. He deeply loved his niece, but it was unlikely that they had sexual relations. He was too reserved to openly court any woman, and too cautious to ruin his political career by taking a mistress into his own apartment, particularly the daughter of a half-sister. By September, Jelly was involved with another young man, an artist from Austria, who had become so enamored on first sight. According to Christa Schroeder, Hitler's secretary, that he proposed to her. Once she started to tell Frau Hoffmann of the unhappy romance, but, after admitting she was in love with an artist from Vienna, and was miserable, cut herself off with, "Well, that's that, and there's nothing you or I can do about it. So let's talk about something else." As soon as Hitler learned of the liaison, he forced her to break with the artist. Apparently with the connivance of his half-sister Angela. In mid-September, Jelly phoned her voice teacher that she was taking no more lessons and was leaving for Vienna, then set out for Berchtesgaden to see her mother. No sooner had she arrived than she got a phone call from Uncle Alf, urgently requesting her to return to Munich at once. She felt obliged to do so, but she reproached him for having made her come for nothing. Her indignation turned to fury when he forbade her to leave for Vienna during his absence. Upon learning that he was about to leave Munich to attend a meeting of Gauleiters and Major SA leaders, the argument continued at a spaghetti lunch for two. On September 17, from the kitchen, Frau Winter heard their voices loudly raised in argument, and as Jelly rushed out of the dining room, the cook noticed her face was flushed. Jelly stayed in her room until she heard her uncle start down the stairs to join Hoffmann, who was accompanying him on the trip. Then she followed Hitler to the hallway. She held something in her left hand, but Frau Reichert couldn't see what it was. "Service, Uncle Alf," she called down. "Service, Herr Hoffmann." At the outside door, Hitler stopped, looked back, and mounted the stairs. He fondly stroked Jelly's cheek and whispered something, but Jelly remained stiff, resentful. "Really," she told the housekeeper moments later, "I have nothing at all in common with my uncle." As the new chauffeur, Julius Schreck, drove the Mercedes along Prinzreich, Gentenstrasse, Hitler was silent. Suddenly he turned to Hoffmann. "I don't know why," he said, "but I have a most uneasy feeling." Hoffmann, whose unofficial duty was to amuse and cheer up the Führer, told him it was probably just a south wind peculiar to the Alps which caused a strange depression. Hitler didn't answer, and they drove on toward Nuremberg. Jelly must have picked up a perfume bottle from her dressing table and broken it. This may have been when she rummaged in the pockets of Hitler's jacket and found a letter written on blue paper. From the kitchen of the apartment, Frau Reichert heard something smash and remarked to her mother. It was from Eva Braun. Hitler had renewed his liaison with her some months previously, but so discreetly that Jelly had not known about it. Later in the day, Annie Winter saw Jelly angrily tear this letter in 4 parts. The prying housekeeper pieced them together and read something like this. "Dear Herr Hitler, thank you again for the wonderful invitation to the theater. It was a memorable evening. I am most grateful to you for your kindness. I am counting the hours until I may have the joy of another meeting. Yours, Eva." Jelly locked herself in her room with instructions not to be disturbed. But her show of temper did not disturb Frau Winter, and so the housekeeper left the apartment as usual that evening and went home. Frau Reichert and her daughter slept in, and they both heard a dull sound during the night, but thought nothing of it. They too were used to the capricious girl. But next morning, Frau Reichert became alarmed when she found Jelly's door still locked. She phoned Max Amann and Franz Schwartz. These two summoned a locksmith. Jelly was lying on the floor next to a couch, a 6.3 .44 caliber pistol beside her. She was shot in the heart. That morning, Hitler and Hoffmann left the Deutscher Hof Hotel in Nuremberg to continue their journey to Hamburg. As the Mercedes left the city, Hitler noticed a car was following them. Fearing this might be an attack, he was about to tell Schreck to speed up. Then he realized the other vehicle was a taxi, and a page boy from the Deutscher Hof, who sat next to the driver, was gesticulating to stop. Upon learning from the boy that Herr Hess had telephoned from Munich and was holding the line, Hitler rushed back to the hotel, flung hat and whip on't a chair, and went in a phone booth. He left the door open, and Hoffmann could hear him say, "Hitler here." Has something happened? After a short pause, he cried out, "Oh God!" How awful! Then his voice rose almost to a scream. Hess answer Mays or Noish, she still alive. Apparently the line was cut, or Hess had hung up. Hitler's frenzy was contagious, recalled Hoffmann. With its accelerator jammed to the floorboards, the great car screamed its way back to Munich. In the driving mirror, I could see the reflection of Hitler's face. He sat with compressed lips, staring with unseeing eyes through the windscreen. By the time they reached the apartment, Jelly's body had been removed. Since it was Saturday, the newspapers didn't carry the story until the following Monday. There were innuendos that the Führer himself had done away with his niece and allegations that Minister of Justice Gertner had destroyed the evidence. The Munich Post, a socialist daily, gave a long account filled with circumstantial detail about the frequent arguments between Jelly and Hitler. It also alleged that the bridge of her nose had been broken, and there were other signs of maltreatment. Depressed and humiliated, Hitler told Frank that he could not look at a paper anymore, since the terrible smear campaign would kill him. He wanted to step out of politics altogether and not appear in public anymore. In desperation, he fled with Hoffmann to the empty country house of his printer, Adolf Müller, on the Tegern. See, upon arrival, their driver Schreck whispered to Hoffmann that he had hidden the Führer's gun, fearing he might use it on himself. The moment Hitler got to his room, he clasped hands behind his back and began pacing. Hoffmann asked what he would like to eat. Hitler shook his head. Hour after hour, he paced without pause. It went on all night. At dawn, Hoffmann knocked softly at the door. There was no answer. He entered, but Hitler continued pacing, hands still clasped behind his back, staring into the distance. Hoffmann phoned home and got a recipe for spaghetti, a favor, a dish of Hitler's, but he still refused to eat. He paced relentlessly 2 more days without food. Once he came to the phone to hear that Frank had taken the necessary legal steps to stop the scurrilous press campaign. In a tired and weak voice, he said, "I thank you. I will get myself back together again. I will never forget you for this." At last word reached the Müller villa that Jelly had been buried in Vienna. Present at the ceremony in the central cemetery were Müller Himmler and young Alfred Frau. In Feld, the self-appointed National Socialist Gauleiter of Vienna. Although Hitler was banned from entering his homeland because of his politics, he decided to risk arrest, and that night he got into the front seat of the Mercedes next to Schreck. Hoffmann sat alone in the back as they drove silently to the Austrian border, followed by bodyguards in another large car. By the time they arrived, it was dawn. Outside of Vienna, Frau in Feld was waiting for Hitler in a small car, since the Mercedes would have been noticeable. They drove without a word to the central cemetery. Hitler placed flowers on the grave. On the marble slab was this inscription: "Here slips our beloved child Jelly. She was our ray of sunshine, born for June 18, September 1931. The Robbel family, while en route to Frau, in Feld's apartment, Hitler suddenly broke his long silence. He asked if, by chance, they passed the Opera Frau. In Feld said it would take a slight detour. Ach, please do so, said Hitler. At least drive by even though I cannot go in at Frau. In Feld's Hitler ate a good breakfast, then began speaking quietly, not of the tragedy but of the political future of Germany and himself. His voice was firm and confident as he assured Frau N. Feld that he would take over power in Germany by 1933 at the latest. Before the Poles seized Danzig, once back in his own car, Hitler gazed fixedly ahead. Finally he said, as if thinking aloud, so, "Now let the struggle began't struggle which must and shall be crowned with success." A day or two later, he drove north to attend the Gauleiter Conference. The party stopped at an inn over night, and at breakfast the following morning he refused to eat a piece of ham. "It is like eating a corpse," he told Gring. Nothing on earth would make him eat meat again. In Hamburg, he addressed a large, sympathetic audience. He spoke as forcefully and brilliantly as ever. Twice Beffer, at the hospital in Pace, Wach, and in Landsberg Preußen, had emerged from suicidal depressions. Perhaps these were a form of regeneration, for each time he had bounced back from the depths with renewed vigor and a new sense of direction. This was his third resurrection. One Hanf Stangl wrote that the melody was exactly that of a Vienna cabaret song of the turn of the century, to which the words originally ran more or less like this: "And as your eye met mine, and as my lips kissed yours, then did love enshroud us." Wessel merely hut up the tin to march time. To the research of Nikolaus Preradovic University of Graz cast some doubt on Frank's evidence. He found no record of either a Frankenberger or a Franken, neither in the books of the Jewish congregation in Graz, Austria. These books, it is true, begin in 1856, 19 years after Hitler's father was born, but that was because Jews had been driven out of the Steiermark in 1496, and were only allowed to return in 1856. Before that time, according to Preradovic, there was not one single Jew in Graz. Hitler could not have killed Jelly since he was in Nuremberg, nor is it likely that he or one of his associates ordered her done away with to prevent scandal. If that had been the case, murder would certainly have been committed somewhere else than in the Führer's own apartment. Some of Hitler's adherents claimed that the death was accidental. She was probably frightened by some noise and shut herself in fright. There was also the theory that she was playing theater with the gun and it went off. From the evidence, however, the most logical conclusion is that she shot herself, perhaps in desperation, perhaps in jealousy, perhaps for an unknown reason. William Patrick Hitler's mother told Hans Stangl that the immediate family know very well that the cause of Jelly's suicide was the fact that she was pregnant by a Jewish art teacher in Linz. In a 1971 interview, Hans Hitler, a second cousin of the Führer, speaking for the family, denied this categorically, for he had made such remarks before and had toyed with the idea of vegetarianism, but this time according to Frau Hess. He meant it from that moment on. She said Hitler never ate another piece of meat except for liver dumplings. Suddenly, he ate mead before that it is very difficult to understand or explain. Part 4, Chapter 10. ITISALMOSTLIKEDREAM or John, January 30, 1933. Hitler recovered sufficiently from the death of Jelly to attend the leadership meeting in the North that was already in session. It was of such import that only Gauleiters and Major S. A leaders were present and so successful that it marked the end of the party's reorganization. The movement, he said a few days later, is today so united that the Gauleiters and political leaders instinctively make the right decisions as a result. Useless elements and a thinning of ranks that strengthened the party structure and buttressed Hitler's personal control. There followed purges of all lazy rattan. With his own house in order, Hitler felt free to re-enter national politics. On October 14, 1931, an interview was arranged with President von Hindenburg through General Kurt von Schleicher, who had been one of the old gentleman's closest advisers. Hitler was visibly ill at ease in the presence of Hindenburg, an overwhelming figure with his 6'5" height and deep booming voice. Hitler's lengthy remarks irritated the field marshal, who later reportedly complained to Schleicher that Hitler was a queer fellow who would never become chancellor. The best he could hope for was to head the postal department. Disappointing as the meeting was, Schleicher still had hopes for Hitler. He had been impressed not only by the Führer's success at the last elections, but by his nationalistic program. An interesting man with exceptional speaking abilities was his judgment in his plans. He soars in the clouds, whose name in German meant intriguer, was a brilliant improviser, but impetuosity tended to lead him in dangerous waters. You then have to hold him by the coattails in order to keep him on the ground. Schleicher. Privately, he felt quite able to handle any former corporal. Hitler was used to being underestimated. For the next few months, he contented himself with building a base of mass support among those Germans who had become disillusioned with the government's failure to cope with rising unemployment. He also made an unprecedented attempt to win foreign approval by talking directly to the American people. He was scheduled to make a radio broadcast on Friday night, December 11, over CBS to explain the course, meaning and aims of his party. The German government canceled the speech at the last moment, but a translation was published in the Hearst newspapers, which were noted for their extreme anti-communist policy. In it, Hitler expressed the hope that Americans, out of an inner impulse for self-preservation, would join him in the struggle against this world pest known as Bolshevism. On the first day of 1932, Hitler told a Munich audience that God was on his side in the battle for a better world. Didn't the Bible say that the lukewarm was condemned to be spewed out? A victory of sorts seemed to offer itself almost immediately in the form of an invitation to Berlin from Hindenburg's advisors. They urged him to help prolong the field marshal's presidency, but this went against Hitler's scruples, he said, since it would more or less force him to support Chancellor Brüning's policies. The refusal indicated that Hitler might be prepared to risk his entire political future in a presidential election, even though an open contest with Hindenburg was a gamble. The old gentleman was a legend. His conservatism would draw many votes from the right, and his defense of the Weimar Republic against an extremist like Hitler was sure to attract moderates and Democrats alike. Goebbels wrote in his diary, "The chess game for power begins," and urged Hitler to take the chance. His chief concern was getting enough money to run a campaign. Hitler helped solve this particular problem with a single speech at the Park Hotel in Zeldorf, center of the German steel industry, in line with a recent decision to work systematically on the influential personalities of business, and under the auspices of Fritz Thyssen. He addressed an influential group at the Industry Club on January 17. In confidential conversations prior to the Zeldorf speech, Hitler had already drastically revised his economic program. He was now for elimination of unions and for managerial freedom, as well as a program of public works and rearmament, be directed by the leaders of big business in the interest of economic recovery. Within an hour, he had the rapt attention of his audience, for he spoke of matters that directly concerned these hard-headed businessmen. He asserted, for example, that private property was justified, and then drew a frightening picture of the growth of communism. Bolshevism, if unchecked, will change the world as completely as Christianity once did if this movement continues to develop. But as the founder of a new world doctrine, and he will be worshipped as much perhaps as Buddha, millions of unemployed and deprived Germans made desperate by the Depression. 300 years from now, Lenin will be regarded not only as one of the revolutionaries of 1917, he said, "We're already looking to communism for the answer to their distress." That was Germany's most pressing problem of the day, and it could be solved not by economic decrees but by political power. The NSDAP alone was prepared and willing to stem the red tide. Without National Socialism, there would no longer be a middle class in Germany, and only with it could the nation be united and revitalized. Rarely had Hitler spoken so effectively, alternating between emotion and logic. In one moment, he shook his listeners with terrible visions of Bolshevism and the end of the system that had brought them security. In the next, he appealed to their selfishness. If they wanted their industrial complex to survive and expand, they would need a dictator at the helm of government, one who would eventually lead Germany back to its position as a world power. His listeners could visualize 50 years of accomplishment and wealth dissipating, and many went home prepared to contribute considerable sums to the man who promised to save them. In mid-February, Hindenburg announced he would stand again for president. This forced Hitler to make his own decision. It was apparent that the NSDAP had to run a presidential candidate, and no one but Hitler had a realistic chance. Even so, he hesitated. "I know that I shall come to power. All others will fail," he once told Frank. "I see myself as chancellor, and I will be chancellor. And I know I will never be president." His reluctance was genuine, and he wavered for almost 2 weeks before Goebbels finally persuaded him to run. "I do not see myself as president." Then he acted with dispatch to make himself eligible. He hastily became a citizen of Germany through the machinations of the Nazi Minister of Interior in Braunschweig, who made him a counselor of that state. The following day, February 27, Hitler formally announced his candidacy for elections to take place in 15 days. The economic depression and political rancor had already turned Germany into a quasi-battlefield. "Berlin was in a state of civil war," wrote Christopher Isherwood. "Hate exploded suddenly without warning out of nowhere, at street corners, in restaurants, cinemas, dance halls. Swimming baths at midnight, after breakfast, in the middle of the afternoon. Knives were whipped out, blows were dealt with spiked rings, beer mugs, chair legs, or leaded clubs. Bullets slashed the advertisements on the poster columns, rebounded from the iron roofs of latrines. Hate scourged the land as the victims of the Depression turned on those more fortunate than themselves. Shopkeepers driven out of business cursed the great department stores. The millions of unemployed envied those with jobs and hated the bosses. Thousands of university graduates found the future barred to them and turned their despair on the establishment. The Depression had hit almost every level. Peasants burdened with taxes and faced with low prices despised city people, while the masses of white-collar unemployed envied the peasants their crops. Those without work camped in hordes on the outskirts of the larger cities. Beggars haunted every street corner, and by the time of the election campaign, there were 6 million registered unemployed in the land, with millions of others working only part-time or too proud to register as jobless. To multitudes of these casualties of economic collapse, Adolf Hitler was the answer. They cared little about the rumors of his deals with industrialists, since he had never compromised with the Weimar government and had remained outspoken in his opposition to the Versailles Treaty and the Red Menace. His call was simple: for freedom and bread. Amid the confusion of the nation, he seemed to stand like a rock, insisting only on what was best for Germany. Hindenburg countered with posters urging voters to remember his past service. He hath kept faith with you. Be ye faithful unto him. Goebbels answered with honor Hindenburg, vote for Hitler. And as he toured the country speaking tirelessly, he called upon both to join him in his battle against the establishment. The Führer's appeal was to both the defeated middle-aged and the idealistic youth. The campaign, masterminded by Goebbels, was a marvel of inventiveness. It was the rare wall in the nation that wasn't plastered with glaring red Nazi posters. Leaflets were showered on the populace from planes. 50,000 small propaganda records were mailed to those well enough off to own a phonograph. Talking pictures of speeches by Hitler and Goebbels were projected at night in public squares. The heart of the program, however, was a back-breaking speaking schedule. In the first 11 days of March, Hitler and Goebbels each made at least one major speech daily, and usually 2 or 3. In the meantime, the Hindenburg camp was disordered. It was staggered by a whispering campaign alleging that the president's son Oscar had secretly become both a Catholic and a member of the Social Democratic Party, split from the beginning. Even more ridiculous was the charge that Hindenburg's 2 middle-aged daughters were leaders in the Socialist Student League. More time was spent in denying rumors than in attacking Hitler's policies, and each denial helped give the fiction more of an appearance of fact. Hindenburg's supporters began arguing, and he did little himself to get votes. When he asserted that he had consented to run only because so many Germans of all political hues urged him to stay in office to prevent a take-over by either left or right, he made but one public appearance 3 days before the election. By early evening of election day, March 13, the results showed that Hindenburg was pulling ahead of Hitler. The party militants like Goebbels had been confident that he would sweep into the presidency, and as the returns widened the margin, they grew despondent. An hour after midnight, there was no doubt that Hindenburg was winning by more than 7 million votes and was only about 350,000 votes short of the necessary majority, though there would have to be a run-off election between the 2 leaders. Goebbels, for one, was sure that the dream of power was temporarily over. Not so Hitler, who had waited stoically at the Kopf-Heck with intim. Its He hurried to the Brown House and dictated a statement exhorting the party to begin the battle for the run-off without delay. The first election is over. The second begins today. I will also lead this one personally. In the space of a week he and Goebbels, roused from his depression, Reichstag deputies and party editors so inspirationally that those present were convinced that Hitler would win next time, addressed meetings of Gauleiters. Success in the runoff election was suddenly threatened by publication in the Social Democratic Münchener Post, incriminating letters between and a doctor specializing in psychology. It seemed they shared intersum of sexuality and astrology, when Hans Frank, after reviewing the evidence, refused to handle a libel suit against the paper, with much embarrassed twisting and turning, confessed he was a bisexual. Hitler's lawyer was flabbergasted, for he had always thought homosexuals were effeminate thrill-seekers, and here, recalled Frank, was actually the prototype of a brave, aggressive soldier, who gave the impression outwardly with his scarred face, his upright soldierly posture, that he was very much the whole man. Hitler had long tolerated homosexuality, a remarkable attitude for those days. But his first reaction upon reading the documentary evidence was to lose his temper. Finally, he calmed down. This is a terrible blow, he told Frank. Such a horrible mess. It's not human, it's bestial, worse. Even animals would not do such a thing. He asked if had abused young men or boys. There was nothing in the records to indicate this, said the lawyer, and Hitler became calmer. That would be utterly intolerable as long as it is between grown men. What does? Children are not his victims. Frank assured him that there was not a single instance. Well, then we can at least consider whether to keep him or not, but God help him if he abuse his young boys. Then he must go. If the scandal distracted Hitler, he certainly had put it behind him by the time the runoff campaign began. He was full of his usual vigor and optimism. This time there was only a week to campaign, and Hitler decided to use an airplane so he could make 3 to 4 speeches daily. He invited Sefton Delmer to accompany him on the tour, and the British correspondent was impressed that the rigorous schedule was maintained despite bad weather. In almost every city, Hitler was besieged by adoring women. In Koblenz, 2 girls cornered him in the corridor of his railway car. From the Führer's compartment, Delmer could hear a series of sobs and hysterical cries from the girls, but not a sound from Hitler. He seemed to be in a trance as the correspondent entered the compartment. He flung aside the window curtain and gazed out at the people on the platform with his mesmeric stare turning in an arc, like a searchlight from left to right, exposing everyone within sight to the emotion the 2 girls had inspired in him, and which he was now throwing back into the crowd, ignoring Delmer. Only rarely in the rigorous campaign did Hitler's spirits noticeably flag. One of these moments was witnessed by Albert Krebs, Gauleiter of Hamburg. Upon arrival at Hitler's suite in the Hotel Atlantic with a printed copy of a speech made by the Führer the night before, Krebs was greeted with a rhythmic call of May supple Bavarian for mean sup, first from Hitler and then, rather disrespectfully, from his entourage. By the time Krebs was admitted to the Führer's presence, the breakfast sip had arrived. Hitler hunched over it, looking tired and melancholy. He glanced up at Krebs, and in a tone of undisguised alarm, asked what he thought about vegetarian diets. Then, without waiting for an answer, began a long impassioned lecture which revealed hypochondriacal fears for his health. It was the first time Hitler had ever revealed himself as a human being to Krupp. His name in German meant cancer, and Gauleiter was shaken to hear him explain in detail the reasons for his reformed living habits. Outbreaks of perspiration, states of extreme excitement, trembling of limbs and stomach cramps. The last Hitler insisted were the forerunner of cancer, and this gave him only a few years to finish his work. "I do not have the time to wait," he announced over his plate of soup. "If I had time, I wouldn't have become a candidate. The old gentleman Hindenburg won't last much longer, but I cannot lose even a year. I must come to power quickly in order to solve the gigantic problems in the little time remaining to me. I must all at once." Hitler ended the discussion. "One can say," commented Krebs, "that he pulled himself together, and it was immediately noticeable in his physical bearing, facial expression, and voice. The depression was over. The human being Hitler once more became the Führer. While he gave the public a picture of youthful energy, the Hindenburg forces ran another desultory campaign. This time Hindenburg did not make a single speech, spurring rumors that he was dying. There were also whispers that pensions and salaries would be cut and unemployment relief would be ended if he won re-election. By election eve it appeared that Hitler would win. Even Spengler, who had been deriding him, decided to vote National Socialist on the grounds that Hitler is a fool, but one must support the movement on Sunday. April 10, Hitler got an additional 2 million votes, raising his total to 13,418,051. The old Field Marshal increased his total by less than 700,000, yet this gave him a solid majority, 53%. The communist vote had slipped badly. More than a quarter of their voters had either listened to Goebbels' appeals or gone over to Hindenburg to keep Hitler out of the presidential palace. The Daily Telegraph predicted the end of Adolf Hitler while in Munich. The iconoclastic Spengler and his sister hung swastika flags out of their windows. In London, when one has a chance to annoy people, he said one should do so. A few days after the election, Brüning was persuaded to enact a decree outlawing the SA and SS. The effect of this act was to ruin the politically naive chancellor, for it was not only ineffective but brought a concerted storm of protest from the right. This was the opportunity that the politically ambitious General von Schleicher had been waiting for. His dream was to establish a government of the right that would include the Nazis but not give them control. After all, Corporal Hitler and his people were, in Schleicher's words, merely little children who had to be led by the hand. He met secretly with the Führer that May and promised to remove the ban on the SA and SS if Hitler agreed not to attack the new rightist government. The deal was made, and late that month, Schleicher chose as figurehead chancellor for his regime a wealthy, polished gentleman jockey, Franz von Papen, an ex-general staff officer. He was also a member of the Prussian Landtag. The astounded Papen's first reaction was, "I very much doubt if I am the right man," but it took only a few minutes to persuade him that he might be. Before Papen knew it, he was standing somewhat dazed before Hindenburg. "Well, my dear Papen," said the Field Marshal with paternal kindliness, "I hope you are going to help me out of this difficult situation." He knew only that Papen was a former cavalry officer, financially independent, well known on the Rassakers, and had some experience in foreign affairs. but he was pleased with his military bearing and gentlemanly appearance. Again, Papen protested that he was not the right man, but this time was persuaded in even shorter order by Hindenburg's words, "You have been a soldier and done your duty in the war. When the fatherland calls, Prussia knows only one response, obedience." Hitler was spending the weekend at Mecklenburg when Goebbels phoned that Hindenburg wanted to see him that same afternoon. The Führer hastened back to the capital, where he was informed by the president that he was going to appoint Papen no news to the Führer, thanks to Schleicher, and asked if Hitler was going to support him. Yes, was the answer, and the brief interview was over. Undoubtedly, Schleicher thought he was acting in the best interest of the people, that the army itself could deal properly with such radical and utilize him to help establish a strong nationalist Germany. Convinced that Brüning was too weak to handle Hitler, he was confident, like so many other military men. Schleicher had at last achieved his first aim, but, as so often happens with those attempting to outdo Machiavelli, he was too clever for his own good. He soon learned that Hitler's pledge to support the new government was provisional, until Papen showed his good faith by dissolving the Reichstag and abolishing the repressive measures against the National Socialist movement. He could not consider the matter, he said. Papen did so, but Hitler still withheld his support. Instead, he sanctioned resumption of street battles. With the Reds, a new wave of violence swept over Germany. In July, alone 86 died in the fighting, including 30 Reds and 38 Nazis. Both sides were equally belligerent. Skirmishes turned into battles in the summer heat. 18 police were killed, and the following Sunday, a Nazi march under police escort through the working-class district of Altona was broken up by a volley of shots from roofs and windows. On Sunday, July 10, the marchers fired back. 19 people were reported killed and 285 wounded. 3 days later, Papen invoked the president's emergency power, Article 48 of the Weimar Constitution. This article had already been invoked a number of times by Ebert in the economic crisis of 1923 to abolish the 8-hour day, and several times by Brüning to suspend newspapers, using the argument that the Prussian government could no longer deal with the Reds. Papen made himself Reichscommissioner of Prussia. This meant the end of parliamentary government in that state, and foreshadowed what could be done in every state by a man resolute enough to use the emergency authority granted by the Constitution. Elections for the Reichstag were set for the last day of July. It was another whirlwind campaign and Hitler's second flight over Germany. Once more Hitler chartered a plane, and the same pilot, Hans Bauer, had proved so competent in all kinds of weather several times. They had made forced landings in storms and fog that Hitler now refused to fly with anyone else. He also had a second private show for 21-year-old Erich Kempka. He would meet Hitler's plane in the western part of Germany, while Schreck would be on hand in the east. In this election, the two drivers covered more than 50,000 kilometers, most of it over unpaved highways. Hitler treated Kempka as a member of the family. He was equally familiar with Bauer. While resting in Weimar after a week of strenuous campaigning, Hitler took him on a tour of the park near their hotel, the Belvedere. For an hour, Hitler queried Bauer about his World War experience as a fighter pilot, while the rest of the entourage lagged behind. Then Hitler turned and told Gauleiter Sokol to drive into town and get 15 young ladies for partners at after coffee. By this time, word had gone out that Hitler was at the Belvedere dining room, and women began to appear singly and in couples for a look at him. The Führer excitedly poked Bauer, who sat at his right. "Just look, Bauer, there is a beautiful little lady." A beauty. Bauer sympathized that it was too bad the Führer could only see women at a distance, not at close range. "You're right, Bauer," said the amused Hitler. "Now, if you make a little side trip, no rooster will crow about it. But with me the ladies advertise, and I can't afford that women can't keep their mouths shut, so I like them all." Finally, the 15 girls from town arrived, and they were so entranced by Hitler that they ignored their own partners and kept staring worshipfully at him. Embarrassed, he suggested they all move to the artist's cuff. The group piled in it, cars with everyone but the Führer having at least one girl on his lap. In moments, almost every woman in this restaurant was crowding around Hitler. He told Herrn Stengel to play the piano, but after listening to 2 pieces, he excused himself on the ground that he had to prepare for tomorrow's speeches. Harassed, Hitler appeared in some 50 cities in the last 2 weeks of the campaign, generating rabid enthusiasm wherever he went. Once he kept an open-air crowd of 10,000 in Stralsund, waiting in the rain for 6 hours while Bauer was looking in vain for a place to make a forced landing in the dark. An economic paralysis extended throughout the nation, and that was one reason Hitler's audience is listened to his lengthy speeches as if hypnotized. 11-year-old Egon Hahn Stengel heard him address a large crowd in a vast tent on the outskirts of Munich. He ran the gamut of emotions, and a wave of frenzied enthusiasm swept the mass. There were rich and poor in the audience, professors and workers. At the beginning they were uneasy in one another's presence, but soon all were shouting and applauding wildly as a single entity. Egan noticed one incongruous couple, a professor and a charwoman, leaving the tent amid the tumultuous acclamation, talking together excitedly, fraternizing in fact. Such was the power of Adolf Hitler. Afterward, Egan was taken by his father to the Brown House. "All right, boys," said Herrn Stengel, "sit down somewhere. Keep quiet and learn something." A messenger handed a ream of typed pages to Goebbels. It was the transcript of Hitler's speech, which had apparently just been completed. The Führer left the group and sat down behind his desk, with Goebbels standing behind him, looking over his shoulder. They seemed to run through the speech to groom it for publication. Hitler appeared to be talking to himself as he marked things with a pencil. That was good. This was effective. This must be cut not more than an hour ago. He had finished one of the most emotional speeches of his career. He had preached, entreat, thundered, and shrieked, yet here he was as cool and rational as any man I've seen. During the campaign, anti-Semitism never was an issue. It was well known that Hitler detested Jews, but many voters were ready to overlook this as long as he kept his prejudice on a sensible level. The majority of Germans agreed that there were too many Jewish lawyers and objected to their monopoly of department stores and the entertainment industry. Many Jews themselves deplored the post-war flood of Jews from the East, who brought with them the costumes and customs of the ghettos. 2 well-known Jewish bankers, in fact, had already requested the new Minister of Labor, Friedrich Serb, to stop further immigration of these Eastern Jews, since their presence increased latent anti-Semitism. Jews regarded themselves as Germans first, and then Jews. They had become so integrated into the German economy that they were willing to overlook the social prejudice that remained. After all, even in enlightened Britain and America, Jews were excluded from the best clubs and hotels. Nor was toleration of National Socialism confined to German Jews. A group of Palestinian extremists had recently announced that, except for Hitler's anti-Semitism, the NSDAP movement was acceptable and would save Germany. On July 31, despite a special edition of a Vienna newspaper revealing Hitler's antecedents under the banner headline Heil Schickel, Gruber, the Nazis won 13,732,779 votes. 500,000 more than the combined total of their closest rivals, Social Democrats and Communists, encouraged by a victory giving him 37.3% of all the votes. Hitler proposed to his own party that he run for chancellor. Göring protested. So did Strasser, for it wrecked his entire policy of seizing power by a coalition with other right-wing parties. But Hitler was too impatient for power to be dissuaded. A messenger immediately was dispatched to Berlin informing Schleicher of Hitler's demand. The general could not take it seriously. So sure was he that Hindenburg would balk at bestowing such an honor on an ex-Jeff writer. He invited Hitler to a meeting in Mecklenburg under the illusion that he could talk him out of his plans. The two met on August 5 at the Fürstenberg barracks near the capital. And Hitler demanded not only the chancellorship but passage of an enabling bill which would give him power to govern the nation by decree, in effect, to establish a dictatorship. The meeting went so well that Hitler was convinced Hindenburg would also be brought around and in elation. He proposed that a tablet be fastened to the wall in commemoration of such a historic conference. Although he brought his euphoria back to the Obersalzberg, it was not shared by Goebbels, who doubted they would gain power so easily. He was all for action, not dubious compromise, and his zeal permeated the Nazi ranks. The whole party is ready to take over power, he wrote in his diary on August 8. The SA men are leaving their places of work in order to make themselves ready by August 10. When Hindenburg left his own country home for Berlin, the capital was in a state of semi-siege. To end the crisis, Papen offered to resign, but Hindenburg was enraged at the thought of making Hitler chancellor. The upstart Austrian had already broken his promises to Schleicher. Besides, Hitler had no governmental experience and couldn't even control the Hafids in his own party. The president even refused to invite him to a meeting. The next morning, August 13, Hitler checked in at the Hotel Kaiserhof, which had become his Berlin headquarters. It was more like a military command post, with the telephone in the anteroom ringing almost constantly. The revolving doors of the Kaiserhof itself never seemed to stop, and the lobby seethed with activity. Portable typewriters clattered without interruption, as representatives of the native and foreign press besieged Adolf Dietrich. On the main floor, in the emergency office set up for the Führer's adjutants and staff officers, Hitler's press chief, and Hans Stangl for the latest pronouncements from the man of the hour. At noon, Hitler saw Schleicher, who informed him that Hindenburg could only offer him the vice-chancellorship. Understandably, irate Hitler attacked the general for breaking his promise and stormed out. Moments later, he was in Chancellor Papen's office berating the administration for its leniency with the old system. Papen was taken aback by his caller's aggressive attitude. "The president is not prepared to offer you the post of chancellor," he said. as he feels he does not yet know you well enough. Hitler was in no mood for half a loaf. He had dedicated himself to wiping out the Marxist parties, he said, and this could not be done unless he took over the government and ran things his own way. One could not shy away from bloodshed, he added ominously. That was a lesson of history. Had the King of Italy offered Mussolini a vice-chancellorship after the March on Rome, he left the chancellery in a black mood, driving directly to Goebbels' apartment. Here he waited, irritated and frustrated, for a summons from Hindenburg. At last, at 3 in the afternoon, Papen's state secretary phoned. Hitler was interested in but one thing: was Hindenburg making him chancellor? The state secretary would only reply that the president wished to speak with the Führer. The meeting in the study of the presidential palace was short and formal. Hindenburg had made up his mind not to appoint a man like Hitler to such a responsible post, but would make one more appeal to his patriotism to co-operate with Papen. He opened cautiously by stating that he welcomed the participation of the National Socialists in the government. Hitler just as politely replied that this was out of the question. As head of the largest party in the nation, he would have to insist on a new cabinet with himself as chancellor. Nein, exclaimed Hindenburg, and the fatherland bear the responsibility of entrusting all governmental authority to a single party. Hitler regretted that he could accept no other alternative. Never could he before God his conscience. You are going into opposition, then I have no other choice, said the Führer. With some feeling, Hindenburg complained of the recent clashes between the Nazis and the police. Such incidents, he said, strengthened his conviction that there were wild, uncontrollable elements in the NSDAP. He was ready, however, to accept Hitler in a coalition government. The invitation was followed by a lofty rebuke from Field Marshal to Corporal. Then I must warn you to carry on your opposition in a chivalrous manner, and to remain conscious of your responsibility and duty toward the fatherland. I do not doubt at all your love for the fatherland, but I am going to proceed very harshly against any acts of terror or force, such as have been regrettably perpetrated by members of the SA. The severity of this lecture was somewhat mitigated by Hindenburg's closing words. We are both old fellow soldiers, and want to remain so, since our paths may be crossing again. Thus I extend my hand to you as a comrade in arms. Hitler emerged from the study overwhelmed by the personality of the Marshal, but once the door closed, he turned on Papen for maneuvering him into such a humiliating scene. Out of all this, warned Hitler, would possibly come the downfall of the president. He would not be responsible for what happened next. When Hitler entered the Goebbels' apartment, Stangl noted that he was as white as a sheet. He said practically nothing and was very moody for a time. Then, curiously, he abruptly brightened up and began to speculate on accepting the vice-chancellorship. I can imagine that to work with Papen would, in a way, be quite good fun. Somehow you feel that he was a soldier during the war, and quite a reckless fellow. The chancellor, he mused, looked as though he would act like a true comrade. Mind you, if it amuses his vanity to go on living with his wife in the chancellor's palace, and they confide the real power to me, I would not mind. News boys in the street were shouting out headlines from extras. SHOCKING pretension, Hitler's BRE, a CHOF faitha, Hitler, REPRIMANDEDBYTHEREICHPRESIDENT, the stories, which stated that Hitler had demanded complete power, were based on a government commune Nick issued so soon after the interview that it must have been prepared ahead of time. This infuriated Hitler and broke the spell Hindenburg had cast over him. He felt he had been deceived by the military and the politicians, a hostile biographer agreed. Now that the National Socialists had reached the antechamber of power, wrote Rudolf Olden, and were taking part in political parleys, they encountered a measure of haughtiness, contempt, and trickery which, if they had not come out victorious, would have earned their just indignation. For all the doors that were thrown open to them, for all the hands that shook theirs, there was not one of the respectable people who received them who did not want to exploit them, and usually to trick them. Schleicher was almost as dismayed by the Papen commune as Hitler, since he was still convinced that the best solution was to get the Nazis in the government. He hastily sent word to the Führer that there was still a chance to work out an agreement and asked for a meeting. Hitler's brusque refusal to see him sent the ordinarily self-possessed general into a state of shock. That evening, a friend found Schleicher pale and frightened, incoherently muttering to himself. Finally, his words could be made out. The decision was right. One could not have given the power to Adolf Hitler. Throughout the city, embittered brown shirts long held in check by party leadership were clamoring for action. By this time, Hitler had regained his composure. He summoned SA commanders to the Goebbels' apartment, and such were his powers of persuasion that they accepted his argument that it was not yet time to seize power, and that a putsch at this time would be disastrous all in. Its were sent on a 2-week furlough. Later that night, Hitler started south his retreat on the Obersalzberg. As Schreck wound his way along the dark roads, there was silence in the car. Finally, Herr Stangl heard the Führer muttering to himself in a sleepy and fatalistic baritone, from which the metal was almost gone. Wir würden ja sehen, es ist vielleicht besser, so we shall see. Perhaps it is better. So the Führer was more philosophical than his followers, and he began to encourage them with words like, "Only we ourselves can finish what we have begun. I would rather besiege a fortress than be a prisoner of it." And later on we will say that everything had to happen this way. Perhaps it was because the others could see only the present, and he had eyes only for the future. The gamble to outbluff Hindenburg had failed, but he was convinced that his fate would see him through. Within a few days, Hitler had made another of his remarkable recoveries from adversity, but each of those who saw him at Berchtesgaden in those critical hours had a different impression. Joachim von Ribbentrop, a friend of Papen's, had arrived to patch up matters between Chancellor and Führer, and within an hour became a disciple of the latter. There was room for neither discussion nor contradiction, he recalled. He simply stated facts that his listeners were expected to accept. He was clearly monomaniacal, a man hard to influence and not given to compromise. Ribbentrop, come on a mission of persuasion, left so convinced that Hitler alone could save Germany from communism that he joined the NSDAP. 3 American correspondents saw the Führer several days later on August 17. Louis Lochner, H.V. Kaltenborn and Karl von Wiegand were scheduled for a joint interview, but the last, who represented the Hearst press, insisted on seeing him alone. After 15 minutes, Wiegand returned in an angry mood to the little hotel, which stood just above the house watch, Enfeld. That man is hopeless, he told his two colleagues. He gets worse every time I see him. I get nothing out of him. Ask him a question and he makes a speech. This whole trip has been a waste of time. Hitler came out the front door of his villa just as Kaltenborn and Luckner were climbing up to the open porch. Kaltenborn began with an embarrassing question in your attitude of antagonism towards the Jews. Do you differentiate between German Jews and the Jews who have come into Germany from other countries? Hitler's clear blue eyes seemed to bore into Kaltenborn. We believe in a Monroe Doctrine for Germany, he exclaimed. You exclude any would-be immigrants you do not care to admit. You regulate their number. You demand that they come up to a certain physical standard. He had no concern with the Jews of other lands. Only any anti-German elements in his own country, and we demand the right to deal with them as we see fit. Luckner brought the subject back to the immediate political situation. Was it true that Herr Hitler had asked Hindenburg for the creation of a National Socialist government with power equivalent to that of Mussolini, then asserted that he did have the right to complete control? He began talking as if he were already at the helm and gave a candid preview of the kind of rule he would bring to Germany. Hitler heatedly denied making any such deal. It had to be some kind of authoritarian government. Parliamentarianism was not native to continental Europeans, nor did it belong to their tradition. Yet we cannot substitute brute force. A government must have the support of the masses. You cannot establish a dictatorship in a vacuum. A government that does not derive its strength from the people will fail in a foreign crisis. At the opening session of the new Reichstag, the National Socialist delegates behaved correctly, sitting in silence during opponents' speeches and co-operating in the election of parliamentary officers. Such exemplary conduct was rewarded by support of the Center Party for Göring as president of the Reichstag. Several days passed in peaceful and constructive activity. Political stability had at last returned to Germany, thanks to Adolf Hitler. But within a week, he abruptly changed course, apparently on the spur of the moment. He ordered his delegates to make no objections to a communist motion of no confidence in the Papen government. The session erupted into a wild shouting match, and when Papen, who had rushed out to get Hindenburg's signature on a document to dissolve Parliament, tried to get the floor, President Göring pretended not to see him, ignoring the decree which the infuriated Papen had flung on the presidential desk. Göring called for a vote. It was an overwhelming defeat for Papen to 42. Hitler was elated by the success of his unexpected coup and prepared for the national election with confidence. On the platform, he exercised his usual magic. One witness to this was an in-myth son of the last emperor of Austria-Hungary at a large open-air meeting in Berlin. Otto von Habsburg stood on the fringe of the crowd with a group of communists who had been abusing Hitler. Then the Führer made his appearance, and before he opened his mouth, those who had just been berating him all at once were enthralled. He had them before he even spoke. He had some sort of magnetic gift by the end of the speech. To young Habsburg's amazement, the Reds around him were cheering along with the rest of the enraptured crowd. His campaign was sluggish since the financial and physical resources of the party had been severely strained to the breaking point. Despite Hitler's crowd appeal, Germany had been emotionally drained by the seemingly endless elections. Goebbels could not stir up the enthusiasm of the previous campaign and attendance, at rallies and meetings, slacked off. Spengler, for example, was so exasperated by the continual elections that his half-hearted support of Hitler turned to sarcasm. There was no real Caesar in Germany. He wrote that fall and a true Führer must be a hero, not a heroic tenor. In the midst of Hitler's attempts to generate life in the campaign, he was once more beset by personal misfortune. On the 1st of November, Eva Braun, his mistress of some months, shot herself with a pistol as Jelly Robbel had done, while she had fallen desperately in love. He had become so involved with elections that he could spend little time with her. He would send her brief messages, and even these became less frequent as the political situation intensified. At least one malicious rival for the Führer's affections showed her photographs of the electioneering Hitler posing with beautiful women to add to her misery. A little after midnight on All Saints' Day she wrote a letter of farewell to Hitler, then shot herself in the neck. Severing an artery, she got to the phone and gasped out to a surgeon, Dr. Plate, that she had shot herself through the heart. Hitler left the campaign trail and, carrying a bunch of flowers, hastened to the private clinic where she was recovering. Do you think, he asked Dr. that Fräulein Braun shot herself simply with the object of becoming an interesting patient and of drawing my attention to herself? The surgeon assured the Führer that it appeared to be a genuine case of attempted suicide. Plate, she had felt so neglected that she wanted to end it all. When the doctor left, Hitler turned to his companion, Hoffmann. You hear, he said, the girl did it for love of me. But I have given her no cause which could possibly justify such a deed. As he paced in agitation, he muttered, obviously, I must now look after the girl. Hoffmann objected. Who could possibly blame him for what happened? And who do you think would believe that, said Hitler, who knew more about human nature? Nor was there any guarantee that she might not try again. This incident distracted Hitler from a campaign that was showing signs of deteriorating, and 2 days later he was presented with another embarrassing problem. Goebbels joined the Reds in a wildcat strike of Berlin transport workers, asking for a Pfennigor, so an hour increase in pay on his own. It was not the first time that the two parties, with many goals in common, had fought together, and for the next few wet days the Communists and the National Socialists ate communally on the picket line. Side by side, they pelted rocks at strikebreakers, tore up streetcar tracks, and built barricades. Hitler could not publicly disavow the actions of his impetuous disciple, but he was privately angry at alienating so many middle-class voters and sent orders to end the strike. The entire press is furious with us and calls it Bolshevism. But as a matter of fact, we have no option, explained Goebbels in his diary. If we had held ourselves aloof from this strike, our position among the working classes would have been shaken. Goebbels' impetuous act also put a crimp in the flow of bourge money for the campaign, and on Sunday, November 6, Hitler lost more than 2 million votes along with 34 seats in the Reichstag. No longer could a simple alignment with the Center Party give him a majority. It indicated that the Hitler flood tide had ebbed and the strategy of gaining power through the ballot box had reached a dead end. More significant, there was talk that Hitler once more threatened to commit suicide, and it is quite possible that he said as much in his despair. But the pattern of defeat followed by renewed vigor was repeated, and in a few days he began to emerge from depression. By the time he granted another interview to Sefton Delmer, He seemed to have completely regained his confidence. During their talk in the back room of the Hotel zum Elefanten in Weimar, he surprised the Briton by changing the subject from politics to a rumor that the British government wished to re-establish monarchy in Germany. Delmer said it was the first he had heard of such a story. The British government is interested only in such measures as are consonant with order and stability in Germany. Quite right, exclaimed Hitler. Germany would go up in flames if anyone tried to put the Hohenzollerns back. Nor have I the slightest intention of becoming a racehorse for a royal jockey to jump on my back just as I am about past the winning post. This bitter remark may have been prompted by a recent insult from the Crown Princess Illy at their meeting in Potsdam. As he was leaving, a member of his entourage heard the Crown Princess exclaim, "Open the windows quickly. It smells here." The Führer's uncontrollable flatulence would continue to embarrass him. His defeat was of little consolation to Papen, who was still badly outnumbered in the Reichstag. Putting personal distaste aside, he wrote Hitler that the recent elections provided a new opportunity for uniting the country. We must endeavor to put aside the bitterness of the election campaign and place the good of the country. Above all considerations, the memory of their August meetings was too bitter, and the response was a letter of accusation, which we both seek to serve. The Führer refused the Chancellor's invitation to a conference on the grounds that discussions led to misconceptions. After their last conference, hadn't Papen publicly announced that Hitler demanded total power when he had only requested leadership? He was not ready under any circumstance, is to repeat the proceedings of August 13, when Papen had insisted on sharing responsibility with Hindenburg. Moreover, unfortunately, you could not be persuaded to assume your part of this responsibility. I assumed mine. Through trickery, against my wishes and my explanation's success, fully lured me into a colloquy with the Reich President. I do not want to have a repetition of this game. Instead, your Chancellery, Papen reported to Hindenburg on the afternoon of November 17 that he was unable to negotiate with other parties and that any coalition under his leadership was impossible. Thwarted, the President accepted his resignation, and the following day asked Hindenburg what he thought of Hitler as Chancellor. The latter no longer trusted the Führer. His entire manner of handling political affairs makes it very difficult, in my opinion, to give him leadership. At any rate, I have grave doubts. The Marshal then turned to his advisor, Meissner, and wondered if it was true that Hitler had been a house painter in Munich. Without waiting for an answer, he turned back to the gray-haired Hindenburg. "My dear young friend, you have spoken out of my own heart," he said, and proceeded to help perpetuate the myth that persists to this day. One can't put a house painter in Bismarck's chair. The next morning, at Hitler's insistence, the two men had a private talk. It began poorly, with Hindenburg reproaching his visitor for the rude behavior of youthful Nazis in East Prussia. Not long ago, at Tannenberg, they shouted out so that I could hear, "Wake up! Wake up, and yet I'm not asleep." Hitler explained that his followers had not meant to be offensive. They were merely chanting the National Socialist slogan, "Germany, awake." After about an hour, Meissner entered, and the talk became more pointed. Hitler refused to join a non-partisan cabinet unless he was made Chancellor. "My movement must be preserved, and this means that I must have the leadership. Why then did the Nazis join the Reds in the recent transportation strike?" "In the interest of the fatherland," he said. If I had tried to restrain my people, explained Hitler frankly, the strike would have taken place none the less. But I would have lost my following among the workers. This would not have been in Germany's interest. Much as he distrusted the house, painter Hindenburg did his utmost to gain his co-operation. I can only repeat my request. Give me your help. It was an open call for personal allegiance. And I would like to see you and your movement join the government. At the same time, he could not give Hitler the chancellorship. I do appreciate the great idea which inspires you and your movement. Of course, Hitler was free to form a National Socialist government once he had a majority. With clenched fists on knees, Hitler exclaimed, Herr Feldmarschall, in order to negotiate with other parties, it is only logical, Herr Feldmarschall, that I first have a man date from you. He could not conceal his irritation. Hindenburg smiled ironically. There was an awkward pause. Herr Feldmarschall Hitler finally said, I have no intention of ruling as dictatorially as the Feldmarschall seems to assume. Then I cannot desist from putting before the Reichstag a kind of enabling act for special and urgent matters. He alone could get passage of such a decree, and that would solve the problem. If you insist that I produce a Reichstag majority, this was unacceptable to Hindenburg, and once more he tried the personal approach, appealing to Hitler's sense of duty as a soldier. It invoked the old comradeship in arms which had brought them together in the war. Meet me halfway in this matter, so that we can work together. Hitler departed intransigent as ever, but Hindenburg must have thought he had made an impression on the ex-corporal when he remarked to Meissner, well, it seems as if this Hitler is getting sensible little by little. Petitions for Hitler's appointment as Chancellor deluged Hindenburg, and 2 days later, he felt compelled to see him once. This time, Hitler brought with him a carefully prepared statement. Parliamentary government, it read, had failed, and was not an expression of the will of the people. The National Socialists alone could prevent communism, and he requested Hindenburg to appoint him leader of a presidential cabinet. Hindenburg would only repeat his suggestion that Hitler find a majority in the Reichstag to support his chancellorship. Hitler's response was visibly cool, but the president ended the 10-minute talk with another offer of friendship. In the next few days, Hitler and Meissner exchanged long letters, but the endeavor to reach agreement was fruitless since the former kept insisting on being made a presidential chancellor with the same sweeping powers as those granted Papen. This impasse so concerned an influential group of business leaders that they decided to apply direct pressure on the Field Marshal. They had been contributing to the NSDAP under the impression that once the party came to power, they would be able to influence its economic policy. Hitler, for example, had assured IG, and in a private speech to a group known as the Circle of Friends at the Kaiserhof earlier in the year, he had promised to abolish all trade unions along with all other political parties. Farben that his government would definitely support production of synthetic gasoline. Late that November, 39, prominent businessmen including Hjalmar Schacht, former Chancellor Kuno, and tycoons like Krupp, Siemens, Tyson, Bosch, Mann and Vler signed a letter petitioning Hindenburg to appoint Hitler Chancellor of Germany. These pragmatic men were placing a bet on the NSDAP. They were confident Hitler's socialism was a fraud, and that once in power, he would be the tool of capitalism. The machinery of parliamentary government had brought Germany to a political standstill. Hindenburg was finding it impossible to form a new cabinet which could operate with a deadlocked Reichstag. "I am ready to leave at any time," he complained to the chairman of the Center Party, who was urging him to drop Papen, whose style pleased him. "If I don't have the confidence at home or abroad, which I must have, I don't want to force myself on the country. For this I am too proud, frustrated on all sides." Hindenburg summoned Papen and Schleicher, the new Minister of Defense, to his office on the first day of December. They arrived about 6 p.m. and along with Meissner and Oskar von Hindenburg ranged themselves in a circle round the president's desk. Papen pointed out that Hitler would accept responsibility only as head of another presidential cabinet, and suggested that his government remain in office for the time being. He realized he would not get the support of the Reichstag, and that body would have to be suspended for a short period. This procedure involved a breach of the Constitution by the president, but the situation was grave enough to warrant such action. Then, if the police could not keep order, the army could step in. "You can do a lot with bayonets," cut in Schleicher sarcastically. "But one thing you cannot dose it on them for a long time. Papen's plan would not work," said the Minister of Defense, and suggested one that would replacement of Papen as Chancellor by himself. This would split the Nazis into two factions, and he would get a majority in the Reichstag. He would simply offer Gregor Strasser and one or two of his close supporters posts in the new government, and thereby get the votes of 60 Nazi delegates. Other support would come from the Social Democrats and bourgeois parties. For weeks, Papen had noticed that Schleicher was no longer as frank and open as previously, and their relationship had become distinctly cool. Even so, the Chancellor was amazed that the general who had helped him in office was now proposing to get rid of him. Schleicher had always seemed to support Papen's policies, and had even initiated some of them. Papen argued that his Minister of Defense's scheme meant the abandonment of the president's long-range policy of striving for a more satisfactory relationship between administration and parliament. Resentfully, exhausted by almost uninterrupted discussions since early morning, Hindenburg sat in silence until the argument finally ended. Then he rose and turned to Papen. "Herr Reichskanzler," he said, "I desire you to undertake immediately the necessary discussions to form a government, to which I shall entrust the carrying out of your plan." Schleicher was dumbfounded. As he left the office with Papen, the latter suggested staying in office for a few months until the Constitution was amended and parliamentary peace restored. "Then I can resign and you will be able to take over the government with every hope of a good start." Schleicher's icy retort was that made to Luther as he was living the diet of worms: little monk, you have chosen a difficult path." This was painfully apparent the next morning at a cabinet meeting, who got to his feet and declared that any attempt to form a new government under Papen would reduce the country to chaos. After Papen had given an account of the previous night's conference with the president, he called upon Schleicher. "Nor could the police and the armed service is ensure law and order in the event of civil war." The General Staff had concluded that local units such as the police and the technical emergency service were so infiltrated with Nazis that the army could not control a Hitler putsch. After a study of the matter, he said, when no minister challenged the army's study, Papen hastened to the president's office. Hindenburg, drained by the events of the past day, listened to his complaints in silence. "My dear Papin," he said in a voice that had lost its confident ring, "you'll consider me a cad if I change my mind now, but I am now too old at the end of my life to take the responsibility for a civil war. We'll have to let Herr von Schleicher try his luck in God's name." Rising with the help of his cane, Hindenburg slowly approached Papin and shook his hand. Papin was moved to see two great tears roll down the old gentleman's cheeks. A few hours later, he sent a photograph of himself to Papin as a parting gift. On it was written, "I had a comradel," the title of a famous soldier song. "I am the last horse in your stable and ought to be kept in reserve." Only the threat of resignation by Hindenburg brought Schleicher to accept the appointment. When Schleicher appeared before the president and was requested to form a government, he made a show of protest. So he said, and perhaps he was truly reluctant. He greeted congratulations with a thin smile and another quotation, this one in Latin, "We who are about to die salute you." And so on December 2, 1932, Kurt von Schleicher became the first general to be appointed chancellor since the man who replaced Bismarck in 1890. One of his first acts was to invite Gregor Strasser to his home. They had met previously in a dentist's residence, and offered to make him vice-chancellor and minister-president of Prussia. The proposition appealed to Strasser, but he was loyal to Hitler and said he must first check with his chief. What he didn't add was that the problem was getting through the protective circle of sycophants and adulators which had formed around the Führer and seemed to control him. Along comes Hindenburg. Strasser had recently complained to Frank, a man of honor, who honestly and decently offers him a place in the government. And there stands the Wanfriedisch Lohengrin Hitler with his darkly menacing boys. Frank I. C. Blackgring is a brutal egotist who cares nothing for Germany as long as he becomes something. Goebbels is a limping devil and basically two-faced is a pig. This is the old guard of the Führer. It is terrible. Someone in Papin's office learned about the secret Schleicher-Strasser meeting and told a correspondent, who informed Hand Stangl, who in turn passed the story on to Hitler. Thus Papiner, a Papin associate, paid back Schleicher in his own coin, with the conviction that the best way to keep the party from disintegrating was to get in power at and even at the price of coalition. The immediate victim, however, was Strasser, who had been dealing with Schleicher in good faith on the Führer's behalf. More matter, its advisers were inclined to consider Schleicher's latest offer this time of the vice-chancellorship to the Führer, while Hitler, whose suspicions of Strasser had been inflamed by Goebbels, understandably took it as a betrayal. At a stormy conference of party leaders at the Kaiserhof on December 5, Strasser begged Hitler to accept. But Goebbels and Gring vehemently opposed such a deal, and Hitler went along with them. Strasser gave warning that Schleicher would merely dissolve the Reichstag if NSD, a peace support, was not forthcoming. But Hitler, still rankled by Strasser's betrayal, refused to discuss the matter further. 2 days later, Strasser again saw the Führer at the Kaiserhof. This time, Hitler openly accused him of treason. Reportedly, Strasser replied, "Herr Hitler, I am no more a traitor than any other willing messenger. My plan is to prevent a further deterioration of the party, not to bring it about to." Angry to find the right phrase, Strasser turned, slammed the door, and took a taxi to the Hotel Excelsior. Alone in his room, he fumed with indignation, but he waited until the next morning, December 8, to pen a letter resigning his party office is on the grounds that the Führer no longer trusted him. No call for open revolt. It urged all party officials to remain in their posts. Strasser could not bring himself to deliver the message to Hitler in person, but sent it by mail, then waited next to the telephone for a call. The letter landed at the Kaiserhof in Goebbels' words, "Like a bombshell, Hitler went in such shock that he was momentarily unable to make any decisions," who had certainly left the door open for discussion by neither surrendering his seat in the Reichstag nor revoking his party membership. Nor could he pick up the phone and plead with Strasser. When no message came from the Kaiserhof, Strasser packed his bags and set off for the railroad station. After drinking beer with a friend, he took the night train to Munich. Hitler spent the evening in the Goebbels apartment. "It is difficult to be cheerful," Goebbels noted in his diary. "We are all depressed above all because of the danger of the whole party falling apart, and all our work having been in vain." At 2 a.m. Robert Ley phoned to report that there was a marked feeling of uncertainty and agitation in party circles. He urged the Führer to return to the Kaiserhof at once. Hitler did so, but the rival of the early morning paper, with headlines on Strasser's resignation, set off a tempestuous scene. Hitler was convinced that Strasser had leaked the story to the Jewish newspapers. He stammered that Gregor had stabbed him in the back 5 minutes before the final victory, then was silenced by his own tears. "Such contemptible behavior eludes the understanding of us all," wrote Goebbels. Treason. For hours the Führer pace is anxiously up and down the hotel room. Once he stops and says, "If the party should ever break up, I will make an end of things in 3 minutes with a pistol." Finally, someone suggested that the most sensible course was to summon Strasser and patch up the quarrel, whereupon Hitler ordered his chauffeur Schreck to find Strasser at any price, but he was already at his apartment in Munich, hastily packing to leave for a holiday in Italy. To a friend who happened to drop by, Strasser said in a resigned voice, "I am a man mocked by death." He warned his friend to stay away from the apartment. "Whatever happens, mark what I say from now on. Germany is in the hands of an Austrian who is a congenital liar, a former officer who is a pervert and a club fit, and I tell you the last is the worst of them all. This is Satan in human form." Although it was at least the second time Strasser had used such words to damn the Hitler inner circle, he still revered the Führer. Only recently he had told Rosenberg, "I fought as one of Hitler's men, and as one of Hitler's men, I want someday to go to my grave." That same day, party leaders and Gauleiters assembled in the palace of the President of the Reichstag to hear a declaration attacking Strasser. Still in an emotional state, Hitler stammered with a sob that he had been shocked by Strasser's treachery. According to Goebbels, the assemblage burst into a spontaneous ovation for the leader. All shake hands with him, promising to carry on until the very end and not to renounce the great idea, come what may. Strasser now is completely isolated, a dead man. Strasser's drastic action was no revolt, only a personal attempt to save the Führer from men such as Goebbels. He represented no faction, and no important party member followed him into oblivion, nor was any purge necessary. And once it was known that the Führer had withdrawn his confidence in the traitor, the general membership withdrew theirs. Hitler merely announced that Strasser had started an authorized 3-week sick leave. Even so, Hitler remained shaken by the desertion of one of his paladins and did his utmost to wipe out the memory of Strasser. In mid-December, he issued 2 long memoranda designed to decentralize the latter's administrative empire. Never again would he allow one man to hold such power in the party. Most of Strasser's political functions went to Hess, since he was most familiar with Hitler's basic ideas and his intentions. While the Führer had regained control of the party, the membership remained uneasy and demoralized. Their political future was bleak. It is hard to hold the SA and the party officials to a clear course. Goebbels confided to his diary on December 15, and on the 24th, I sit here all alone and worry about many things. The past is difficult and the future is cloudy and dark. The terrible loneliness overwhelms me with hopelessness. All possibilities and hopes have disappeared. Hitler, too, had fallen into a depression that was undoubtedly intensified by his usual Christmas season despondency. Later, Hitler confided to his valet that he could not abide Yuletide decorations. Had died near a lighted Christmas tree. I have given up all hope, he wrote to Frau Wagner after thanking her for a present. His mother, he explained, nothing will ever come of my dreams. He had no hope left. His opponents were too powerful. As soon as I am sure that everything is lost, you know, what I'll do, I was always determined to do it. I cannot accept defeat. I will stick to my word and end my life with a bullet. Enemies were already celebrating his political demise on the assumption that he had at last overreached himself. Hitler is finished in it as an agitator or as a leader of an aggressive minority, but as a possible dictator. So wrote William Bullitt in an 11-page report to President-elect Franklin Roosevelt. Hitler's influence is waning so fast that the government is no longer afraid of the growth of the Nazi movement. At the same time, according to Müller-Schönhausen, Hitler once more sought help from Hannesen. The famous seer cast a concise horoscope indicating that, although Hitler's constellation was favorable for the near future, there were still a few hindrances to his rise to power. Would remove these hindrances a man writ in the shape of a man found in a butcher's yard in the town of Hitler's birth, place by the light of the full moon. Only one thing Hannesen reportedly told Hitler. Hannesen himself volunteered for this bizarre mission, and is said to have reported back to the house Wachen, filled in Obersalzberg on New Year's Day, 1933. With appropriate ceremony he presented the mandrake to the Führer that morning, along with a rhymed prediction that Hitler's rise to power would begin on January 30. The way to the goal is still blocked. The right helpers not yet gathered. But in 3 days from 3 countries, through the bank everything will change. And then, on the day before the end of the month, you stand at your goal and a turning point. No eagle could carry you on your path. The termites had to gnaw your way. To the ground falls what was rotten and withered. It already cricks in the beams. If Hitler gave credence to this prediction, Wyck was publicized and ridiculed, would not have been the first famous European to take such matters seriously. The astrologer Louis Gorick had informed Pope Leo X that he would succeed to the pontificate. Nostradamus correctly predicted the death of Henry I, and Pierre Leclerc reportedly convinced Napoleon that he would be emperor. The Führer must surely have been startled by the 3rd and 4th lines in the Hannesen Poemafer. He had recently accepted an invitation to meet secretly in 3 days with former Chancellor von Papen. In any case, at the home of a banker, Baron Kurt von Schutter, one of those wealthy men who had earlier petitioned Hindenburg to appoint him Chancellor. A logical explanation of this explicit forecast is that Hannison, as his more cynical contemporaries believed, was a clever fraud who based his predictions on information from reliable sources. It should be noted that through the bank is a literal translation of Dutch die bank, which is also an idiom, meaning across the board, and the line could be read. Everything will change radically. Perhaps the wary Hannison was using this ambiguous term deliberately to cover several possibilities. That evening, Hitler attended a performance in Munich of Die Meisters, Inger with the Hesses and Eva Braun. Later, they all had coffee at the Hanf. Stangl home, Hitler was in his most benign mood, wrote Hans Stangl. It took us right back to the 20s when we had first met him. The conductor that evening had been Hans Nappertz. Busch and Hitler had not liked his tempi and interpretation and was expatiating on the subject. He could really do so with good sense, and would hum or whistle many of the passages, the words of which he knew by heart. In order to show what they meant, the Führer continued to reminisce about the old days in a charming manner, and then, before leaving, signed his name in the guest book, pointedly adding the date. Then he looked up to Hans Stangl and, with suppressed excitement, said, "This year belongs to us. I will guarantee you that in writing." Hitler's meeting with Papen at Baron von Schutter's home in Cologne took place as scheduled on January 4. It was supposed to be secret, but despite elaborate precautions by all parties, a reporter from a Berlin news paper he had bribed a member of Hitler's bodyguard was on hand to take pictures of Hitler and Papen separately entering the Schutter mansion. At the outset of the 2-hour conference, the latter suggested that the Schleicher regime be replaced by a Hitler-Papen government in which both would be equal. Hitler replied to this startling proposition at length. If he were made Chancellor, he would have to be the actual head of government. He would accept some Papen men as ministers, but only if they agreed to his policy of eliminating Social Democrats, Communists, and Jews from leading positions in the nation. The two men, according to Schutter, reached agreement in principle, and while leaving the house cordially shook hands. When Schleicher was shown a picture of this handclasp, he stormed to the presidential palace to charge Papen with treachery. He asked Hindenburg never to receive the former chancellor again, except in his presence. But the old gentleman was too fond of the dashing ex-cavalryman to believe him capable of deceit. Instead, he authorized Papen to continue to meet with Hitler informally while instructing his secretary to keep the negotiations secret from Chancellor von Schleicher. A few days later, Hindenburg further reduced Schleicher in stature. Instead of supporting his proposed confiscation of bankrupt estates in eastern Germany, the president backed his own fellow Junkers. While it is true that Schleicher had been treated like a subordinate, he committed a grievous political mistake by overreacting. He refused to have any more dealings with the rebellious Junkers, and in declaring open war on them, not only filled Hindenburg's anterooms with angry representatives of the Junker families demanding dissolution of the Schleicher government, but brought upon himself the ire of the military caste. The general should have kept in mind that the Junkers and the officer corps had been bound in common cause for 200 years. The beneficiary of his ineptitude was Adolf Hitler, and he used the rising tide of discontent to good advantage in his appeals to the voters of Lippe. He was throwing all the weight of the party into this minor campaign as though it were another national election. His purpose was to win a victory of such proportions that he could negotiate with Hindenburg and Papen from strength, gambling that he could come back from the November defeat and regain his mass popularity. Hitler spoke in practically every Lippe village and town. Wherever he went, he was greeted with enthusiasm, and on January 15, the power of his personal appeal was evident when he won 39.6% of the popular vote, a gain of 17%. His face beaming like that of a small boy, and he termed the victory a success whose importance it is not possible to overestimate. He felt so confident that the following day he brought the conflict with Strasser, who had returned from vacation in Italy, into the open. Hitler was in Weimar on election day. In a 3-hour speech to his Gauleiters, he charged Strasser with treason and wanted it known publicly that he was not only through with him but was now prepared to break the necks of all party defeatists. The audience responded with delirious ovations, although a group of party dissidents were prepared to follow Strasser in a showdown with Führer. He himself had no relish for a fight. Broken, Strasser resigned his seat in the Reichstag and drove back to Munich. With Strasser's final exit from the political scene, Hitler felt so secure that he was in a mood to compromise when he saw Papen again on the evening of January 18. This time they met at the home of Joachim von Ribbentrop in the fashionable Berlin suburb of Dahlem. To ensure secrecy, Papen was brought to the meeting by the Ribbentrop chauffeur, and Hitler's car was driven into the garage so he and Himmler could surreptitiously enter the house through the garden. Hitler insists on being chancellor, wrote Frau von Ribbentrop in her notes of this conference. Papen again considers this impossible. His influence with Hindenburg was not strong enough to effect this. Hitler makes no further arrangements for talks. Joachim tentatively suggests a meeting between Hitler and Hindenburg's son. The discussion ended inconclusively, and if Papen was disconcerted by Hitler's inflexible manner, their hostess was not. She was by now as impressed with him as her husband, and thought he was a marvelous man, a true gentleman. With each day, Schleicher's position was becoming more untenable, and by January 20, he had succeeded in antagonizing almost every party from right to left. His extremity was Papen's opportunity. Ever since his resignation, the ex-chancellor had regularly visited his neighbors, Hindenburg and son, bringing gaiety and frivolity into their dour household. But today he took the short walk through the snowy gardens of the Chancellery for a definite purpose. Instead of amusing the president, he informed him in detail of the meetings with Hitler and the possible amalgamation of conservative parties. Why not, he suggested persuasively, make Hitler chancellor, so long as policies were dictated by himself? The greatest obstacle to this was not the president but his son, who openly disliked the Führer. But Oscar's feelings were apparently based more on snobbery than ideology, and he accepted an invitation to discuss their difference is at the luxurious Ribbentrop Villa on Sunday evening, January 22. It was decided that Oscar should bring along his father's state secretary, Meissner, and to keep the parley secret from Chancellor von Schleicher, these two started the evening in a box at the Prussian State Opera House, where an early work of Wagner's Das Liebesverbot was being performed. An icy wind was blowing down the Unter den Linden as the party arrived at the theater. One of the main topics of conversation before the curtain went up was the Nazi demonstration held a few hours earlier in front of Communist headquarters. Schleicher had permitted a parade of 20,000 brown shirts while banning a counter demonstration by the Reds, and then was forced to send out police to protect the marchers with armored cars and machine guns. During the intermission, Oscar and his wife made themselves conspicuous by greeting many acquaintances. But when the lights went down for the final act, Hindenburg and Meissner left by a side entrance. Leaving their wives behind, they hailed a taxi, giving their destination only when inside. They saw no car following them and assumed they had tricked Schleicher's spies, but to be on the safe side, they got out some distance from the Ribbentrop home and trudged through the snow. After some difficulty, they located the Ribbentrop gate. In the salon, they found Papen, Hitler, Gring, and Frick. The atmosphere was stiff, and after some awkward, small talk, Hitler abruptly suggested to Oscar that they retire into the next room. Before Meissner could say anything, the two were out of the room, and Ribbentrop had closed the door behind them. According to young Hindenburg, Hitler dominated the conversation. He alone could save Germany from the Reds. He alone could be a strong chancellor, since no other government could operate without National Socialist support. Solemn-faced and the entire company moved into the dining room, where a simple one-pat meal of peas and bacon was served from a silver bowl by a gloved servant. After an hour, the two men returned. Hitler drank mineral water, the others champagne, were the first to go, and as their taxi plunged into the swirling snow, Meissner noticed that his companion was extremely silent. Hindenburg and Meissner, the last to come, and the only remark which he made was that it could not be helped. Nazis had to be taken in the government. My impression was that Hitler succeeded in getting him under his spell. It may have been simpler than that. Hitler could have threatened to make a public scandal of an open secret in high places. The Eastern Aid Fund had been put in effect 6 years earlier to help the Junkers retain their properties. President von Hindenburg had not only profited handsomely by this act, one reported figure was 620,000 marks, but had already turned over his estate to Oscar to avoid death duties, nor had conveyance fees been paid. These were grounds for impeachment, and even if no conviction ensued, the name of Hindenburg would be best muched. Papen had noticed the impression Hitler had made on Oscar, and after the latter's departure pledged his allegiance to the Führer. He promised to support him for chancellor, vowing he would under no circumstance accept the appointment himself. The clandestine meeting ended with the Hitler party furtively disappearing into the garage. But Schleicher's spies had not been fooled. The next morning, the chancellor phoned Meissner with a sarcastic question. How had he liked last night's one-pat supper? Being a master of intrigue, the general knew he must act quickly. He told Hindenburg that he needed a military dictatorship to control the Nazis, and tried to persuade him to dissolve the Reichstag and suspend elections. But Hindenburg, weary of Schleicher's interminable schemes, refused to authorize any such emergency measures. When word of the proposed military dictatorship leaked out, both the Social Democrat and Center parties branded Schleicher as an enemy of the people. His plan was not only unconstitutional but open high treason. In a futile attempt to placate these dissidents, he made another blunder by stating publicly that he had no intention of violating the Constitution. This only succeeded in incensing Hugenberg and his nationalist party, who promptly abandoned Schleicher. But then, almost immediately, he became so frustrated by the intrigues in the capital that he told Ribbentrop he was going to leave. The sudden turn of events in Hitler's favor brought him back to Berlin on January 27. Joachim proposes link up with Hindenburg for a national front. Frau von Ribbentrop noted. Hitler declares that he has said all there is to say to the field marshal and does not know what to add. Joachim persuades Hitler that this last attempt should be made and that the situation is by no means hopeless. Hitler reluctantly agreed to talk with Papen that evening, but as soon as the meeting was arranged, changed his mind on the grounds that he was in no position to talk freely. He announced testily that this time he was really leaving the capital, but did agree to let Ribbentrop see the ex-chancellor on his behalf. That evening, Ribbentrop somehow convinced Papen that a Hitler chancellorship was the only solution, and the next morning Papen passed on this conviction to Hindenburg. The field marshal wavered. For months he had been inundated with requests to appoint Hitler, and lately his own son had come to the same conclusion. Though his own distaste for the Czech corporal, as he persisted in calling him, was as strong as ever, it was apparent that the old gentleman was at last in the mood to accept Hitler. He told them that he proposed asking Hindenburg once more for an order to dissolve the Reichstag, and if this failed, he would be forced to resign. At the moment Schleicher was convening with his cabinet members, he temporarily adjourned the meeting to see the president. It was a short interview. Would Hindenburg grant a dissolution decree? Nein, in that case, said Schleicher, the only alternative was a Hitler government. Hindenburg muttered that the Schleicher government hadn't been able to win a majority, but perhaps he himself could find one that could stabilize Germany. He accepted the resignation of the cabinet and, in an exasperated aside, muttered that he didn't want to argue any more about it. Hindenburg's mind seemed to be wandering. Whether what I am going to do now is right, my dear Schleicher, he said, I don't know. But I shall know soon enough when I am up there. He pointed heavenward. I already have one foot in the grave, and I am not sure that I shall not regret this action in heaven later on. After this breach of trust, sir, was the bitter answer, I am not sure that you will go to heaven. Before the day was out, Papen was back in the presidential office along with Oskar and Meissner. Once again, the elder Hindenburg suggested Papen take the chancellorship, but all three advisers reiterated that Hitler was the only possible choice. It is my unpleasant duty, then, to appoint this fellow Hitler as chancellor, grumbled the old gentleman, but he insisted that the new government include General Werner von Blomberg, whom he described as a non-political, passionate soldier with pleasant manners as Minister of Defense and Papen as Vice-Chancellor. The problem was to get Hitler to accept these appointments. The next morning, a Sunday, Papen saw Hitler. New general elections and an enabling law which would give him as chancellor authority exceeding that of a former Kaiser. He was agreeable, but had his own demands. It was early after noon by the time Papen finally reported to Hindenburg that all parties were agreed on the new government. Only then did he mention Hitler's demand for new elections, and he made it sound reasonable. He clinched the point with Hitler's promise that these would indeed be the last elections. Out of relief that the constitutional crisis was at last ending, neither the president nor his protege was at all struck by the implications of this promise. When Gring got the good news, he rushed off to be the first to bring it to the Führer, who was having coffee at the Goebbels' apartment. For a long time, according to the Goebbels' diary, the three men were in such ecstasy that they said nothing. Then they rose and shook hands emotionally. A homey touch was added by Magda Goebbels, who entered with a tray of freshly baked nutcakes just as the three men formed a circle by grasping hands. The celebration was brought to an abrupt end by the appearance of a messenger from Schleicher, who warned of a possible military uprising if Hindenburg named the Führer. Hitler and Göring reacted with alarm. Neither thought of checking with trusted adherents at the Potsdam and Berlin barracks to find out if the troops were actually on alert. Instead, Hitler telephoned the commander of the Berlin SA ordering him to alert all local brown shirts. Who else had to be warned, asked Hitler, and gave the answer himself. Papen, Oskar von Hindenburg and Meissner, instructing him to prepare for a sudden seizure of the will. Helmstress by 6 police battalions. Finally, he sent word to the defense minister-elect. While Goebbels and Göring tumbled out of the apartment to carry out these missions, Hitler phoned a Nazi police major to proceed at once from the Berlin railroad station to the presidential palace to be sworn in, and thus be prepared to suppress any putsch. General von Blomberg, who was taking the night train from Geneva. The rumor of a military coup spread rapidly through government circles, causing considerable panic in the capital throughout the night. The next morning, Monday, January, a panic was succeeded by a monumental argument in Papen's residence. Hugenberg, the Nationalist Party leader, violently objected to Hitler's demand for new elections, and it appeared as if the new government was already dimmed. Hugenberg wrangled on at such length that Papen finally exclaimed in desperation, "If the new government is not formed by 11 o'clock, the army is going to march. Schleicher may establish a military dictatorship," and to the query where he got this intelligence. Papen impatiently shouted from Hindenburg Jr. Just then there was a loud cry of Heil from the crowd outside the Papen villa, and Hitler entered with Göring. It was 10:35 a.m. and Papen suggested they all follow him to the Chance Gallery. They paraded through the snow-covered Chance Gallery garden and up to Meissner's office. Here they met other ministerial candidates, and while they all were waiting to be brought into the president's office, Papen raised the question of elections. Hugenberg testily declared that he thought the question had been settled. Hitler drew him aside, but the Führer's considerable powers of persuasion only provoked Hugenberg to vociferous objections. Hitler tried to pacify the old man by seizing his hand and promising to make no changes in the cabinet no matter how the elections came out. The answer was still no. At that moment Meissner appeared. "Gentlemen, it is 5 minutes past the appointed time," he said. "The president likes punctuality." Papen saw his coalition breaking up at the threshold of success. "Herr Geheimrat," he begged, "do you want to risk the national unity, which has finally been achieved after so many difficult negotiations? You cannot possibly doubt the solemn word of a German man." Hugenberg continued to argue bitterly until the harried Meissner rushed out again, watch in hand. "The president requests you not to keep him waiting any longer," he announced. "It is now 11:15. The old gentleman may retire at any moment." Once more Hitler seized Hugenberg's hand, and this time promised to consult the Center and Bavarian People's Parties, ensure the widest possible basis for parliamentary majority. The threat of Meissner's watch probably helped induce Hugenberg to say that he would leave the decision to Hindenburg. Hitler hastily agreed to this, and Göring boomed out, "Now everything is in order," and they all filed in. the president's office. Hindenburg was so irked he didn't personally offer the post of chancellor to Hitler's only chancellor so slighted, nor did he greet the new cabinet with a welcoming speech or even outline what tasks lay before them. The swearing-in ceremony was finished rapidly in the style of a shotgun wedding. But Hitler could not let such a historical moment pass in silence, and to everyone's surprise began a speech. After solemnly vowing he would observe the Weimar Constitution, he promised to find a majority in the parliament so that the president would no longer have to sign emergency decrees. Further, he would solve the economic crisis and unite Germany torn by bitterness and debate. There was a pause for an appropriate response from Hindenburg, but the field marshal would only say, as if dismissing the troops, "And now, gentlemen, forward with God." Hannisson's prediction, if it was one, had come true. Who had been refused admission to the Academy of Fine Arts, and who had lived as a tramp on the streets of Vienna, was Chancellor of Germany on the 30th day of January, 1933, the man who had failed to graduate from high school. As he left the room in a daze, Hitler caught sight of Hoffmann, whom he had brought along to take pictures of the ceremony. Clapping his head, he exclaimed, "Good God, I forgot all about you, Hoffmann. And now, I'm afraid it's too late." In his haste to get back to the Kaiserhof, Hitler left his new governmental colleagues with scarcely a word. He stood up in his car as it crept slowly through the mass of delirious adherents who were shouting themselves hoarse. "We've done it," he announced triumphantly to the party faithful waiting for him at the hotel. All crowded around, and he shook the hands of maids and waiters, as well as those of rank and wealth. The news was received throughout Germany with mixed feelings. The liberals were horrified, but to the average German anything was better than the parliamentary shambles of the past. And for many young idealists, the dispossessed, the embittered patriots, and the racists, there was unrestrained joy. Their dreams were coming true in Munich. Gun hand, Stangl rushed in, his class room bursting with the news. "Kurt," he shouted to a friend, "we've done it, we're in power." Then he remembered that Kurt was a Jew. Kurt smiled a little thinly before replying, "I'm glad for you. I wish I could be one of you." No group was more surprised at the sudden ascension of Adolf Hitler than the Berlin brown shirts. They had been living in poverty for years, risking their lives on the streets of the capital, often in opposition to their Führer's wishes. Now at one stroke their dream was realized, but it was only through the newspapers that most of them learned there would be a torchlight parade that evening. Every able-bodied SA and SS man was out in uniform. Those who expected the usual trouble with the police were surprised by smiles from their old enemies, some of whom now wore swastikas. Carrying torches, the stormtroopers started from the Tyre, gotten at dusk, joined by thousands of Helm men, and passed under the Brandenburg Gate in disciplined columns to the blare of martial music. Hour after hour they marched down the Will, Helmstress shouting the Horst Wessel Lied and other fighting songs. First they paid homage to Hindenburg, who stood at a window of the presidential palace, and moments later to Hitler, who looked down fondly from a window of the Chancellery. Boys clung to the iron fence, is like bunches of grapes. The excitement was intensified by the winter darkness as the stream of flares glowed hypnotically and the drums beat thunder. Owsley, young men perched in trees along the Will, Helmstress, How on earth did he conjure up all these thousands of torches in the space of a few hours? The little doctor had also managed to take over the radio stations, and the country was being treated to a running eyewitness account of the procession. It had all been staged by the master showman Goebbels, and Hitler himself was so impressed that he turned and asked. Papen watched the marchers over Hitler's shoulder. He noticed that as they approached Hindenburg, there were respectful shouts, but the sight of Hitler brought frantic acclaim. The contrast was most marked and seemed to emphasize the transition from a moribund regime to the new revolutionary force. It was an extraordinary experience, and the endless repetition of the triumphal cry, Heil, Heil, Sieg Heil, rang in my ears like a tocsin as Hitler turned to speak to Papen. His voice was choked. What an immense task we have set ourselves, Herr von Papen. Must never part until our work is accomplished. Hans Frank, the lawyer, also stood behind Hitler on that intoxicating night. God knows our hearts were pure that day, he stated not long before he was hanged. And if anyone had told us of the events to come, no one would have believed it, least of all I. It was a day of glory and happiness. Tears of joy ran down the cheeks of the celebrants down below. Everyone felt the say, method things will get better, remembered one Brown, Schurt who had revolted with Stennies. Although, realistically, there was no reason for them to believe things would improve, they believed it. They had hope again. It was remarkable. I don't think that Germany will ever again find another man who could inspire as much hope, trust, and love as Hitler did at that moment. Some of the uncanny feeling of that night remains with me even today, wrote Melita Mashman, who had been taken to the parade by her parents. The flickering light from the torches on the faces and the songs with melodies that were at once aggressive and sentimental to most foreign observers, it was an ominous sight. The crashing tread of the feet, the somber pomp of the red and black flags. The river of fire flowed past the French embassy, wrote Ambassador Francois Poncet, whence, with heavy heart and filled with foreboding, I watched its luminous wake. Hitler had a late supper with Hess, Goebbels, and Frank in a small private room. Compulsively, he talked on and on. Some foreign source today called me Antichrist. He said, the only kind of anti-I am is anti-Lenin, according to Frank. Hitler went on to say he hoped Hindenburg could be won over to his side. The old gentleman liked it very much when I said to him today that I would serve him as Chancellor as loyally as in the days as a soldier when he was my hero, without respite. The talk switched to communism. This evening marks the end of the so-called Red Berlin. People are only red when they have no other way. Those who count on the so-called intelligence of a people are always cut short with the masses. The emotions of a people are like those of a woman, more or less. I would say Hitler was still talking as they strolled through the garden. This celery, he said, is like a cigar box, a very unimpressive place for a reception. We will change all that. That night, an exultant Goebbels wrote in his diary, it is almost like a dream, a fairy tale. The new Reich has been born. 14 years of work have been crowned with victory. The German Revolution has begun. Few Germans that evening realized this, and perhaps none recalled the prophetic words written by Heinrich Heine, a Jew, not quite a century earlier. German thunder is truly German. It takes its time, but it will come, and when it crashes, it will crash as nothing in history crashed before. The hour will come, A drama will be performed which will make the French Revolution seem like a pretty idle, never doubt it. The hour will come. One early in 1932, Austrian Chancellor Dollfuss urged the owner-editor of the Wiener Sonn und Monatszeitung to investigate Hitler's ancestry. Documents revealing the illegitimate birth of Hitler's father were found, and the above-mentioned special edition was brought out in hopes of influencing the German elections. Hitler was not as yet a major beneficiary of German industry. After weighing all the facts, writes H.A., we must recognize that the financial subsidies from industry were overwhelmingly directed against the Nazis. The bulk of the funds in the party treasury came from membership dues. Turner, Chapter 11, ANUNGUARDEDHOURGEN 1934. Neither a nation nor a woman is forgiven for an unguarded hour in which the first adventurer who comes along can sweep them off their feet and possess them. The next morning, Frau Goebbels brought flowers to Hitler. He was looking out the window of his room in the Kaiserhof. Slowly he turned and with an almost solemn gesture took the bouquet. These are the first flowers, and you are the first woman to congratulate me, he murmured, according to her reverent account. After moments of silence, he said, as if continuing a monologue, now the world must realize why I couldn't be vice-chancellor. How long my own party members did not understand me. After another long silence, she started for the door. Yes, she heard him softly exclaim, now I must remain by myself for some time. He regarded what had happened as fate, another step on a path long since mapped out. But those who had put him in power were convinced he was merely their dupe. Papin, for one, boasted to his circle, we have hired him for ourselves, and then reassured a critical friend, what do you want? I have Hindenburg's confidence. Within 2 months we will have pushed Hitler so far in the corner that he'll squeak. Thought they had bought a restitution of authoritarian rule, but Hitler had no intention of being their puppet and at once began laying the foundation for a dictatorship. The Junkers, as embodied by Papin. First, he dismissed out of hand a list of questions and demands submitted by the Center Party with the comment that, since negotiations with that party had failed, new elections were necessary. Then, through Papin, he persuaded Hindenburg to dissolve the parliament. Few realized the import of these first steps. Editorials in the Liberal Bourge, what papers force are no revolutionary changes. After all, there were only 2 other Nazis in Hitler's cabinet, and Frick. The make-up of the cabinet shows that Herr Hitler had to accept significant restrictions, pontificated the Frankfurter Zeitung that day, and 48 hours later remarked that it has become alt evident that the government revolves around Hindenburg. Not the Chancellor, even the Social Democrats were not alarmed, since it was widely believed that Hitler could never get the 2/3 majority to change the Weimar Constitution. The composition of the cabinet leaves Herr Hitler no scope for the gratification of his dictatorial ambition, and the British ambassador reported. On the whole, the press has taken the appointment of Herr Hitler to the Chancellorship with almost philosophic calm, and the populace took the news phlegmatically. A similar view was held by the New York Times. He was hiding his revolutionary intentions behind a flow of inspirational but conservative phrases in a radio address to the voters on the 1st of February. While all these observers were assuring the world of Hitler's impotence, he made it clear that he wanted only a return to the old virtues of the past. He said nothing of his plans for the Jews, said nothing, in fact, that offended or alarmed the average citizen. During the speech, the American charge d'affaires in Berlin was dining with one of those kingmakers who had helped put Hitler in power, and then assured the American that the Nazis would make no attempt to carry out their well-known demagogic reforms and that, consequently, all big business viewed the new regime with sympathy. Hjalmar Schacht, president of the Reichsbank, revealed that he was the Führer's court financial and economic advisor, while the last remark was an exaggeration. Hitler would not have been chancellor without the support of industrialists and the military. The majority in the officer corps agreed with Carlden, it's a rising man in the Navy, who felt it was simply a choice between Hitler and the Reds. The support of the military was as self-serving as that of the industrialists, and Hitler knew it. His opinion of generals was not high. I thought the general staff was like a mastiff which had to be held tight by the collar because it threatened all and sundry. His experience is with generals to date had not been happy ones. Before I became chancellor, he admitted years later, Lassow had betrayed him in Munich, and Schleicher had tried to keep him out of the chancellery. But now that he was in power, he was determined to make his peace with the military and enlist them in the regeneration of Germany. He took the first step on the evening of his 4th day as chancellor by accepting an invitation to dine at the home of General von Hammerstein, who had been outspoken in his contempt for the Nazis. The party had been arranged by the new Minister of Defense, General von Blomberg, and its purpose was to introduce the Führer to leaders in the armed forces. After dinner, he rose to speak. At first he was stiff before such company, as he told of the disastrous economic problems facing the nation. The answer was not a renewed export drive, since production exceeded demand throughout the world and Germany's former customers had developed their own markets. Unemployment and depression, he concluded, would continue until Germany recovered her former position in the world. Interest in the room was aroused. It was a solution most of them cherished. Hitler went on to say that pacifism, Marxism, and that cancerous growth, democracy, must be eradicated. Rearmament was the first requirement for a resurgent Germany, and once the fatherland had regained its power, there would come the conquest of the land in the East and its ruthless Germanization, lest this revelation of his blueprint for the future cause apprehension. Hitler promised that his listeners need not concern themselves over the domestic or foreign policy. The army would not be used to deal with unrest at home, and should devote itself for the next few years to the operation of its main objective, training for the defense of the fatherland in the case of aggression, as reassurance regarding the SA. He added that the army would be the sole bearer of arms, and its structure would remain unaltered. Admiral Erich Raeder was favorably impressed, and everyone else present shared his feeling. But Generals Werner von Fritsch and Friedrich were apprehensive of the talk of aggression, and General Ritter von Lieb had the impression Hitler was trying to bribe them. A businessman whose wares are any good, he later observed sarcastically, does not need to boost them in the loudest tones of a market crier. The response was mixed, but Hitler had won over a number of new adherents. Those who hoped to transform the new government into a military dictatorship as the first step to a restored monarchy were ready to sanction the National Socialist reforms, and many of those with qualms were inclined to go along out of respect for Field Marshal von Hindenburg, using the emergency powers of the Constitution that had once felt his scorn. Hitler next pushed through a decree for the protection of the German people, controlling political meetings and restricting the press. Neither Papen nor any of his colleagues in the cabinet protested regulations that enabled Hitler to paralyze rival parties and to control public opinion. Faced by such unanimity, Hindenburg also succumbed and signed the decree. This was followed shortly by an emergency decree replacing the political regime in Prussia with one of his own choice. The first protests were answered by Riesenpapen, as the newly appointed Prussian minister-president could surely control the new Minister of the Interior, Gring, but the fact remained that Hitler had accomplished his second step toward dictatorship. There was a new elite in Germany. The borough president of Hamburg came from a Notionschap, one of hundreds who had risen overnight from the lower middle class. Teachers, lawyers, and businessmen were also among the leaders. Never before had so many men of modest means been thrust into political prominence. These were the old Nazi fighters whose dedication to the movement and Hitler was now drawing dividends. Perhaps no other German chancellor had been so well prepared for assumption of leadership as Hitler, who had regarded himself as Führer for some time. The same could not be said for the party. It had been held together by his magnetism and the dream of power and jobs. This new elite did manage to carry out a National Socialist revolution on the local level, but only because of the complacency of the conservatives and the confusion among liberal and leftist opponents. While the rank and file were clumsily organizing the villages, towns, and provinces, their Führer was establishing authority over his disarrayed opponents. At first many misread his diffident, somewhat embarrassed manner with strangers as a sign of weakness. But in short order he gained the upper hand over those who underrated him. In cabinet meetings, recalled Finance Minister Count Lutz Schwerin von Krassig, who had been a Rhodes Scholar, one could not but recognize and admire the qualities which gave him mastery of all discussions, his infallible memory, which enabled him to answer with the utmost precision questions on the remotest problems under consideration, his presence of mind in discussions, the clarity with which he could reduce the most intricate question to a simple metams to simple formula, his skill in summing up concisely the results of a long debate, and his cleverness in approaching a well-known and long-discussed problem from a new angle. Schwerin von Krassig and other governmental officials had never before been subjected to such a dynamic personality, and it was no wonder they succumbed. His ascendancy over these men of substance was portrayed by a picture in the Illustriert Beobachter that month. No longer was he clad in an ill-fitting sit, no longer did he slouch in wrinkled trench coat, whip in hand. Now, smiling and confident clad in a soft overcoat of good cut and quality, he was the picture of radiant confidence. Despite his personal success, the fate of the Brown Revolution was still in doubt at the end of the first 6 weeks of power. The emergency deposition of the Prussian government was causing grave concern in other states. By the middle of February, Gring had drastically purged the Prussian police of men he could not rely on and issued an order instructing his police force to avoid at all costs anything suggestive of hostility to the SA. As these organizations contain the most constructive national elements, it is the business of the police to abet every form of national propaganda. This was followed by an ominous note to the effect that the police should act decisively against organizations hostile to the state and should not hesitate to use their firearms. SS and Stahl, Helm. On the contrary, they would be punished if they failed in their duty. he was declaring open season on communists, Marxists, and their sympathizers. 7 of the smaller states were already as hamstrung politically as Prussia, but the larger states, including Bavaria, the home of National Socialism, used to bow to the Hitler government. This rebellion was accompanied by a communist campaign calling for resistance to the Nazis. On February 21, the Union of Red Fighters exhorted the young proletarians to disarm the SA and SS. Every comrade a commander in the coming Red Army. This is our oath to the Red soldiers of the Soviet Union. Our fight cannot be broken by machine guns or pistol barrels or prison. We are the masters of tomorrow. A few days later, the official communist organ, Red Sailor, openly called for violence. Workers to the barricades, forward to victory. Fresh bullets in your guns, draw the pins of the hand grenades. These revolutionary appeals may have been mere verbiage, but Gring took them at face value. Professed Toland raided the Karl Liebknecht House in Berlin on February 24. An official announcement proclaimed that the police had discovered plans for a communist uprising. On the evening of February 26, Hannison predicted that this revolution would soon literally burst into flames. At a séance attended by some of the most influential people in the capital, he claimed to see smoke and eagle rising from flames, and then a large Berlin building engulfed in fire. Those of his listeners who were aware that there had been 3 attempts the previous day to set fire to governmental buildings must have been particularly impressed. The arsonist, a 24-year-old native of Holland, Marinus van der Lubbe, had in fact also made up his mind to burn down the Reichstag. A strong, lumpish young man, his protest against capitalism was setting buildings on fire. 4 years earlier, he had resigned in disgust from the Communist Party to join International Communists, a tiny splinter group which opposed Moscow policies. He had come to Berlin a week earlier under the impression that great things were about to happen there. But attendance at social democratic and communist demonstrations convinced him that the German workers would start a revolution only under the impetus of some startling event. He hoped the sight of governmental strongholds going up in flames would inspire the lethargic German masses to revolt. On Monday noon, it was February, bought 4 packages of firelighters at a shop on the Mullerstrasse and then set off on foot for the Reichstag. Not discouraged by the 3 abortive fires, he kept circling the ornate gilt and glass-domed building until he found the best way to enter was from the west door, least often used. Shabbily dressed in pitifully short trousers and peaked cap, it was a freezing day heightened by a sharp wind. To warm up, he stayed in the post office for half an hour, then walked some more, and at about 9 that evening was back at the Reichstag. The western approach was deserted, and in moments he had scaled the wall and was on the balcony of the first floor. At 9:30 p.m., a theology student on his way home heard breaking glass inside the Parliament building. He saw a figure with a burning object in his hand and ran to alert a police sergeant at the northwestern corner of the Reichstag. The sergeant found the broken window and a glow behind it, but watched in astonishment, and it was some minutes before he summoned the fire brigade. The first engines arrived just before 10, and by then the session chamber was in flames. At his Berlin quarters opposite the Reichstag, Hans Stangl was awakened from, assicked by the screams of the housekeeper. He looked out the window at the fire and telephoned the Goebbels apartment, where a party for the Führer was in mid-career. When Goebbels heard the news, he thought it was a joke. If you think that, come down here and see for yourself, retorted Han. Stangl, and hung up. A moment later, his phone rang. It was Goebbels. I have just talked to the Führer, and he wants to know what's really happening. No more of your jokes now. The annoyance and suspicion in Goebbels' voice seemed genuine, and Han. Stangl lost his temper. He said the place was in flames and the fire brigades were already there. He was going back to bed to nurse his fever. After Hitler saw the red sky above the tire, Garten, he shouted, "It's the communists," and set off with Goebbels for the scene of the fire. They found Göring inside the burning building, brown hat turned up in front and looking immense in a camel hair coat. He had been one of the first to reach the conflagration, and his first order was characteristic. Save the tapestries, he told Hitler that it was the work of the Reds. A number of communist deputies were present here in the Reichstag 20 minutes before the fire broke out. We have succeeded in arresting one of the incendiaries, and to Goebbels' excited question, "Who was it?" Göring replied complacently, "We don't know yet, but we shall squeeze it out of him. Have no fear." "Doctor, are the other public buildings safe?" asked Hitler. "I've taken every possible precaution. I've mobilized all the police. Every public building has been given a special guard. We are ready for anything." The party began a tour of the destroyed area, across pools of water and charred debris. As they entered a lobby filled with foul-smelling smoke, a policeman held up his arms to warn Hitler that a candelabrum might crash at any moment. The Chancellor, after remarking contemptuously, "Good riddance to that trashy old shack," fell back to join Sefton Delmer, who had arrived to cover the fire. "God grant that this be the work of communists," he said, a sign to the correspondent that he was not yet absolutely certain it was a red plot, but only hoped so. "You are now witnessing the beginning of a great epoch in German history, Herr Delmer. This fire is the beginning." He tripped over a fire hose, but lost neither his balance nor the thread of his speech. If the communists got a hold of Europe and had control of it 6 months, what am I saying? Wo monthsith whole continent would be aflame like this building. Who had rushed from a dinner at the Herr Club in honor of Hindenburg and was immaculate in grey tweed overcoat and black Homburg. After they had climbed the stairs to the next floor, they were approached by Papen. "This is a God-given signal," Herr Vice-Chancellor Hitler exclaimed. "Then we must crush out this murderous pest with an iron fist." Papen was relieved that the Gobelin tapestries had been saved and the library was untouched, and, "If this fire, as I believe, is the work of the communists." When Hitler invited him to attend a conference in Göring's office to decide on what should be done, politely but pointedly declined. He thought he should first report to Hindenburg. The fire seemed to fascinate Hitler, and after arrival at the office of the Reichstag president, he leaned over the stone parapet overlooking the Holocaust as if magnetized by the flames. By this time, the conference room was filling with cabinet ministers as well as other officials and dignitaries, including Prince Aue, the Lord Mayor of Berlin, the police president, and the British ambassador. Then the man who had undertaken the initial investigation entered. Rudolf Dils, chief of the political police in the Prussian Ministry of Interior, had come to inform the Führer and Göring that the arsonist, a Dutch national named van der Lubbe, had been found, bare to the waist inside the Reichstag. When an enraged interrogator yelled, "Why did you do it?" the young radical had replied as a protest. Göring began shouting slogans and orders. This is the beginning of a communist uprising. Not a moment must be lost. He was cut off by Hitler. Now we'll show them. Anyone who stands in our way will be mown down. His face was scarlet from excitement and heat. The German people have been soft too long. Every communist official must be shot. All communist deputies must be hanged this very night. All friends of the communists must be locked up. And that goes for the Social Democrats and the Reichs banner as well. Dills finally managed to tell Hitler that the arsonist denied any connection with the Communist Party and swore he alone had set all the fires inside the Reichstag. Dills added that the confession rang true, and that the fire was undoubtedly the work of a single madman. This is a cunning and well-prepared plot, scoffed Hitler, and resumed his irrational diatribe. The only thing is that they have reckoned without us, and without the German people, in their rathholes from which they are now trying to crawl out. They cannot hear the jubilation of the masses. Dills tried to say that it was ridiculous to think the communists were about to stage a putsch. Countless red turncoats had told him it was all talk, but Hitler would not listen. He flew into another outburst, vilifying these suburbans and shouting that he needed no more proof to be convinced that the communists, by shamefully setting fire to a German palladium, had wished to give the signal for their loudly heralded mass action. The tempestuous conference ended about 11 p.m. and after another meeting at the Prussian Ministry of Interior to discuss security measures, Hitler set out for the local office of the WWII Kischer Beobachter to see how the paper was covering the fire. It took half an hour before I could find anyone to let me in, and eventually some sub-editor appeared very heavy with slip. Hitler sent for Goebbels, and the two worked until dawn, preparing the next edition. Inside there were a few compositors sitting around, which would accuse the Reds of a plot to seize power amid the general panic. In the meantime, Gring was raging at the man who had been assigned to draw up the report for the official Prussian press service. After a glance at a 20-line draft which mentioned one arsonist, Gring shouted, "That's sheer rubbish. It may be a good police report, but it's not at all the kind of commune I have in mind," grabbing a blue pencil. He changed 100 weight of incendiary material to 1,000, and when the author protested that it would be impossible for a single man to carry such a load, retorted, "Nothing is impossible. Why mention a single man? There were 10 or even 20 men. Don't you understand what is happening?" The whole thing was a signal for a communist uprising. After Gring wrote in entirely new communique, indicating that van der Lubbe's accomplices were 2 communist members of the Reichstag. The original author asked him to sign it, since it was not an official report, but a political document. "Will only accept it from me if you sign it officially." Grudgingly, Gring scrawled a large G. By this time, all police radio stations were issuing calls for the arrest of communist members of the Reichstag. The news agencies, he explained, the provincial diets and town councils. Communist functionaries were also to be apprehended, and all red newspapers suppressed. The stimulation of that night emboldened Hitler to throw off his last inhibitions. For late the next morning he flung himself into an open battle for power. It started incongruously at a cabinet meeting, as the chancellor politely greeted each minister according to rank. After this traditional beginning, he took over in dictatorial fashion, as to warrant a ruthless settling of accounts with the communists which must not be dependent on legal considerations he proposed. The crisis was such, he said, therefore, referring almost casually to a special measure to safeguard all the cultural documents of the German people, but when Frick read off his draft, it should have been obvious that the decree cancelled most rights expected by a democratic society. An emergency decree to protect the nation from the Reds, but made it sound purely defensive and innocuous. First, it suspended the civil liberties granted by the Weimar Constitution: free speech, free press, sanctity of the home, secrecy of mail and telephone conversations, freedom to assemble or form organizations, and inviolability of private property. Next, it authorized the Reich Minister of Interior to seize control temporarily of any state government unable to maintain order. Not a single minister opposed the deprivation of civil rights, but Papen did protest that the threat to intervene with states would be deeply resented. Particularly in Bavaria, Papen's dissent was short-lived. He approved a minor change that was a modification in name only. That evening, Hitler and he reported to Hindenburg. The Führer argued that the decree was necessary to put down the Red Revolution, and when neither Papen nor Meissner expressed disapproval, the president signed without comment. A civil state of emergency had been substituted for the military measure sought by the conservatives, with the cabinet holding those powers usually bestowed on the commander-in-chief in a military dictatorship. On the surface, such power was not so ominous, since the cabinet was still overwhelmingly National Socialist. The decree was passed so hastily and under such emotional circumstance is that no one was sure exactly who had originated the idea to abolish civil rights rather than curtail them, as previous chancellors had done. Possibly it was not an underhanded plot of Hitler's in his avowed move toward dictatorship, but an accident of history. The fire had obviously brought Hitler to the edge of hysteria, and he truly feared a Red Revolution. Certainly his erratic actions, as well as those of Gring and others close to him, were not those of conspirators with level he did plan, nor did Hitler react so much in panic as in utter faith in his mission. So far as he was concerned, the fire was proof of all he had been saying about Reds and Jews for years. The emergency measures that followed, designed primarily to put down a non-existent revolt, turned out to be a leap forward in Hitler's drive for total power. Truckloads of SA and SS men hastily sworn in as Au's Illyries were helping the police enforce the decree. They descended on the rooms and taverns of known Reds and carted them off to prison or interrogation cellars. More than 3,000 communists and social democrats were taken into protective custody by the regular police. Aerodromes and ports were under strict surveillance while trains were searched at frontiers. Gring was in his glory, and the following day, as Prussian Minister of Interior, groups of whom planned to don brown shirt and Stahl helm uniforms and carry out terrorist acts in an effort to destroy the unity of the nation. He spoke to the nation by radio about the insidious plans of the Reds. It was only the first of many other fires that would distract the police and leave the people at the mercy of the revolutionaries. The burning of the Reichstag he predicted, but he concluded the nation need not fear. I may say to the communists that my nerves have not yet collapsed, and I feel myself strong enough to give the knockout blow to their criminal plans. While his explanation was widely accepted in Germany, the outside world was not so gullible. The assertion that German communists had any association with the fire is simply a piece of stupidity, stated the London News Chronicle, and this view was generally shared in diplomatic and foreign press circles, there was a growing feeling that it was the Nazis themselves who had burned the Reichstag as a pretext for crushing the communists. Next day, March 2, Sefton Delmer went to Hitler for the answer. He railed at foreigners for making such accusations when they should be grateful for his courageous acts against the common red foe. Delmer finally broke in to say that the mass arrests were spreading the fear that Hitler planned a bloody reprisal upon his enemies. "I need no strict bar, Zollum's night," retorted Hitler. Tribunals had been set up to try enemies of the state and put an end to conspiracies. Delmer took this to mean that he was going to slaughter his foes legally and wondered if the suspension of civil rights would be permanent. "No," said Hitler, "when the communist menace is stamped out, the normal order of things shall return. Our laws are too liberal for me to deal effectively and swiftly with this Bolshevik underworld. But I, myself, am only too anxious for the normal state of affairs to be restored as quickly as possible. First, however, we must crush communism out of existence." With each day, the belief grew throughout Europe that the Nazis were responsible for the Reichstag fire. This theory was strengthened by the startling revelation that there was a tunnel running from Gring's palace to the Reichstag, and the resultant outcry from abroad helped spur Hitler to insist on a trial of van der Lubbe and his purported Red associates, despite an objective police report that there was no doubt that he had committed the crime entirely by himself. It was a foolish decision, for it soon became obvious that the quick trial Hitler hoped to clear the air would drag on for months and provide considerable fuel for his enemies both home and abroad. The short-term advantage is of the fire did work to the Führer's advantage. Coming so close to the elections, it played on the fears of revolution, shared by most Germans. Few objected when squads of brown shirts ripped down the red election posters and replaced them with their own. Hitler did not make the political mistake of outlawing the Communist Party, but decided to wait until after the elections, lest the working class vote swing over to the Social Democrats. Instead, the Nazis inundated the country with terrifying stories of the bloodbath that the Reds had planned to follow, harsh methods that would have to be installed, and called on the voters to give the NSDAP a mandate. Gring was blunter, fellow Germans. "My measures will not be crippled by any judicial thinking," he told a Frankfurt audience on March 3, just 2 days before the elections. "My measures will not be crippled by any bureaucracy. I won't have to worry about justice. My mission is only to destroy and exterminate. This struggle will be a struggle against chaos, and I shall not conduct it with police power. A bourgeois state might have done that. Certainly I shall use the power of the state and the police to the utmost, my dear communists. So don't draw any false conclusions. But I shall lead the brown shirts in this struggle to the death, and my claws will grasp your necks." It was a confession that brute force would be applied outside the law, and it could have been made only in the charged atmosphere of the Reichstag fire. Fortunately for the Nazis, the Papens, Hindenburgs, and industrialists were not at all concerned by alarming words and gave substantial, if occasionally tacit, support to the Hitler campaign. As the Prussian Minister of Finance assured a visiting Austrian, there was no possibility of Nazi excess, is so long as pragmatic. Decent men like Schwerin von Krasig were in the cabinet. The violent words of buffoons like Gring and Goebbels should not be taken seriously, for the conservative element would actually run things and Hitler would just be on the sidelines. The industrialists were so sure of their ability to handle him that some 25 of them had decided at a recent meeting to underwrite the election financially. After Krupp, von Bohlen expressed the unanimous feeling of the industrialists in support of Hitler. The sacrifice we ask is easier to bear if you realize that the elections will certainly be the last for the next 10 years. Probably for the next 100 years, this threat of an end to democratic procedures was taken as a promise by Banco. Gring made an appeal for funds, who said, "And now, gentlemen." Cash on the counter, the industrialists conferred in whispers. The elder Krupp pledged 1 million marks about for the Ruhr Combine, and the representative of IG. Farben promised 400,000 marks. Other contributions brought the total up to 3 million. With all this money at their disposal, the National Socialists and their two coalition partners were able to blanket the nation with publicity. All major party speeches were broadcast, and, to those without radios, loudspeakers on streets and squares blared out the promises and threats of the new government. Hitler made frequent use of Hindenburg's name as proof of his own legitimacy. Months earlier, the same speakers had pictured the old man as a senile fool. Now he was transformed into a heroic figure of towering strength, with the prospect of consolidating power after an overwhelming victory. The party members threw themselves enthusiastically into a campaign that had governmental blessing. No longer were the SA and SS repressed by the police, who now looked upon them as ours, Illyries, and turned their backs on excess is committed in the name of patriotism. In his speeches, Hitler criticized opponents for having no program, yet presented none of his own. All he wanted was 4 years in office to prove himself. Election Eve was turned into a semi-holiday by Goebbels, who labeled it Day of the Awakening Nation. It seemed that almost everyone was for Hitler. He was the hope of the young idealists and carried the same banner as the patriots. Those who feared a Moscow-inspired revolution saw only two alternatives, a red or brown Germany, and the latter seemed more palatable. Many of his former critics, like Theodor Heuss, who would become the first president of the German Federal Republic, claimed to see signs of moderation in Hitler. He rants much less. He has stopped breathing fire at the Jews and can make a speech nowadays lasting for 4 hours without mentioning the word Jew. Hitler even had some Jewish support. The Jewish National Union not only advocated the Führer's ban on entry of Eastern peddler Jews, but supported his new government. Despite outer appearances and the vast amounts of money and energy expended on the campaign, the National Socialists received only 43.9% of the votes, and it took those of his nationalist allies to give him a bare majority in the parliament. It was enough for Hitler to claim a clear mandate from the people and resume his attempt to take control of those states not under his rule. Narrow as was the margin of victory assured of support from Berlin, the Nazis in Bavaria decided to force the issue. The SA in Munich was mobilized, and at noon, March 9, Gauleiter Adolf Wagner, accompanied by Captain in full S, a regalia, appeared at the office of Minister-President Held. They demanded that Held immediately appoint General State Commissar General Ritter von Epp, who had helped crush the Soviet Republic of 1919. Held wired protests to Berlin, but received the answer that Epp had been appointed commissar. Another protest to Hindenburg brought a definitive reply indicating how powerless the old gentleman had become. He requested Held to address all further complaints directly to Adolf Hitler. Bavaria was at last legally in the hands of the National Socialists. The same Proster, threats of violence from below and telegraphic intervention from Berlin similarly brought all the remaining free states into subjection. On the day of the take over in Bavaria, Hitler flew to Munich, where he was greeted tumultuously. He was euphoric. "Munich is the city of Germany closest to my heart," he said. "Here, as a young man, as a soldier, and as a politician, I made my start." The city is also baptized in the blood of those who died in 1923. He instructed the local party leaders to set up a stable Bavarian government, even at the expense of admitting non-party members. "Your assignment, gentlemen," he said, "is difficult. But it is important for the political stability of the nation that the power of the Reich no longer be disturbed by special movements or even separatist disturbances in Bavaria. I must finish the work of Bismarck. States are states only as long as they are useful for the good of the Reich." Later, someone asked what should be done with Dr. Ehard, the only effective state prosecutor at the Hitler trial of 1924. He was severe, but he also was objective and polite. Said Hitler leave him in the Ministry of Justice. Many foreigners erroneously believed that Hitler had already consolidated control throughout Germany. Consummate politician that he was assuming power gradually and with the people's consent. Authority, he remarked to Frank, is only a springboard, a step to the next step. Consequently, conciliation with all levels of German society was his present byword. Out of respect for both the Hohenzollerns and Hindenburg, he selected the Potsdam Garrison Church for the opening of the new Reichstag on March 21. The ancient town, founded by Frederick Wilhelm I, and containing the grave of Frederick the Great, was also steeped in Prussian military tradition. It was gaily decorated with swastika banners and the black, white, red flags of the former empire. Guns boomed. Armies Stahl, Helm and A troops formed ranks. Bells pealed out as the official motor caravan headed down the road to the little church in the bright spring sunlight. Once the towering form of Hindenburg appeared in the field, gray uniform of a Prussian field marshal, the audience rose. Leaning with one hand on his cane and carrying his field marshal's baton in the other, he advanced slowly with dignity. At the imperial gallery he turned, raised his baton, and saluted the empty seat of the Kaiser and the royalty lined up behind it. The marshal completely dominated the much smaller man beside him. Hitler looked to Ambassador Franz Ponset like a timid newcomer being introduced by an important protector int company to which he does not belong. Ill at ease in his cutaway, the two sat down facing each other. Then Hindenburg took out a pair of tortoise-shell glasses and began to read his speech. The tasks facing the new government, he said, were varied and difficult, and he called for a revival of the disciplined and patriotic spirit of old Prussia. Hitler's speech was directed to those in the crowded church, rather than to the people at home listening to their radios. The war had been forced on the Kaiser and Germany. He said and summarized the legacy of economic depression and unemployment he had inherited. After outlining a program for the future, he turned to Hindenburg as if he were still his commander and paid him extravagant homage as military and civilian leader. "We consider it a blessing to have your consent to the work of the German rising." Hitler walked to Hindenburg's chair, bent low to grasp his hand. The old man, visibly moved, slowly descended it. the crypt of Frederick the Great and Frederick Wilhelm I, followed by his son, and an adjutant who laid wreaths on the two tombs, to the well-timed accompaniment of cannon, salutes. The ceremony stage managed by Goebbels made its expected impression. All those present military, the Junkers and the monarchists, were convinced Hitler was subservient to Hindenburg and would follow the Prussian ideal. But 2 days later, Hitler made it clear to any objective observer that he was subservient to no man. SA and SS men patrolled the corridors, and behind the stage hung a huge swastika flag as a reminder of who was going to be master of Germany. The setting was different Berlin's Kroll Opera House, temporary site of the Reichstag, and so was the atmosphere. At 2:05 p.m., President Gring opened the session. After a brief speech including recitation of the song Germany Awake, he turned over the floor to Hitler, who had entered in the simple uniform of a brown shirt. There was a momentary silence, followed by a single shout of Sieg Heil. Sieg Heil! This set off wild applause as the Führer strode up to the podium through a forest of raised arms. It was his first appearance before Parliament, and he began reading off a speech that was remarkable for its prudence and moderation. He vowed to respect private property and individual initiative, promised aid to peasants and middle class alike. He would end unemployment and promote peace with France, Britain, and even the Soviet Union. But to do all this he needed enactment of the law for alleviating the distress of people and Reich. This so-called enabling act gave him overriding, if temporary, authority in the land, but he made it sound moderate, and promised to use its emergency powers only insofar as they are essential for carrying out vitally necessary measures. After giving reassurance to Parliament, President, the states and the Church that none of their rights would be infringed, Hitler concluded on a firm note that should have cancelled out these reassurances. If the Reichstag refused this opportunity for friendly cooperation, the new regime was prepared to fight for its principles. It is for you, gentlemen of the Reichstag, to decide between war and peace. During the recess, the foes of the measure mobilized, and when the session was resumed, the leader of the Social Democrats made a courageous, if poorly delivered, protest, despite chanting in the corridors from the brown shirts. "We want the Biller fire and murder." Hitler himself responded, even though Papen tried to restrain him, in a style reminiscent of the early beer hall days in Munich. By attacking the Social Democrats with sarcasm and invective, "I do not want your votes. Germany will be free, but not through. You do not mistake us for the bourgeoisie. The star of Germany is in the ascendant. Yours is about to disappear. Your death knell has sounded." Hitler's assault not only crushed the futile revolt of the Social Democrats, but intimidated the Center Party. The vote was taken, and when Gring announced the Resultsafer beyond the required two-thirds majority with 441 for the bill, 94 against, National Socialists leaped to their feet cheering as if their team had scored a winning goal in the final seconds of play. Then, with hands outstretched, they sang the Horst Wessel song. "Raise high the flags, stand rank and rank together. Stormtroopers march with steady, quiet tread." Democracy was expunged from the German parliament with scarcely a protest. Only the Social Democrats voted against the bill. The other parties handed over to Hitler powers that he privately vowed never to relinquish. And powers surrendered to a man who has use for them are seldom relinquished. The center leader got a letter from Hindenburg commending his support of Hitler. "I wish to assure you that the Chancellor has expressed his willingness, even without formal constitutional obligations. To take measures based on the enabling act only after consultations with me, these words, honestly meant, momentarily reassured the betrayed centrists. The majority of Germans were eager to be reassured, and many of them were rushing to join the NSDAP. Others gave their support in less overt ways. Civil servants and bureaucrats, no different from civil servants and bureaucrats in other lands, stayed at their posts to keep the machinery of government running as smoothly as if the most conservative party had won. The victory in the Reichstag also brought in a number of industrialists who had secretly supported Hitler. The steel magnate Krupp openly hailed acquaintance is on the street. He wrote Hitler a letter of congratulations stating that he and his colleagues were convinced that Germany at last had the basis for a stable government. He was rewarded by being chosen as Tsar of German industry, thus sanctifying the marriage between big business and National Socialism. It was also no accident that Hitler chose Hjalmar Schacht as president of the Reichsbank. This brilliant financier had helped bring Hitler into industrial circles and shared his detestation of democracy and parliamentarianism. Hitler's finance minister approved the choice since he regarded Schacht as a genius in his field. At the same time, he was one of the most apt liars I ever knew, recalled Schwerin von Krassig. He stretched the truth until he was right. Before his selection, Hitler asked Schacht how much the banks could contribute to his public works and armament program. Schacht refused to mention a specific sum, but declared the Reichsbank should furnish whatever money was needed to take the last unemployed off the streets. He got the job, and his first act in office was to invent the system of MIFA bills, so-called after Met all for Schungszel, Schaft AG, a dummy corporation formed by 4 armament firms, the state assuming liability for its debts. The MIFO bills were drawn chiefly by government contractors and were, in effect, not unlike promissory notes that could be extended to 5 years as a sort of short-term credit. The original feature of Schacht's scheme was to give unlimited credit to the regime and thus allow Hitler to rearm Germany on a large scale. It was not only bureaucrats and industrialists who were finding it possible to serve the Führer. A number of intellectual and literary figures were espousing the regeneration of Germany. These included the philosophers Crick and Bummler, the poets Gluck and Binding, and Germany's most distinguished dramatist, Gerhard Hauptmann, who refused to renounce his honors no matter what government was in power. I am delighted that Hauptmann should agree with me, wrote Rudolf Binding early that spring, that we serve the nation to which we belong and have no reason to leave the Academy when the regime changes. The Academy has to safeguard the freedom of artistic creation, not the freedom of political observations in this spirit of cooperation. Hauptmann several weeks later hung a swastika flag out his window, and some months later assured Harold Nicolson that Germany would liberate itself as Italy had done. A revolution was going on, but since it was almost bloodless on the surface, many Germans did note or chose not to orialize. This preliminary stage of the Brown Revolution was given an innocuous name, Gleichschaltung coordination. It appeared to be an efficient process of unifying the nation and was received with little alarm. What it did was bring the political, economical, and social life of the nation under the control of the NSDAP and plant the seeds of a faceless dictatorship. There was little resistance primarily because Hitler kept within the law. Consequently, His opponents believed he wanted a government similar to the Weimar Republic. A set of instructions issued to social democratic locals on the day of the enabling law enactment illustrates that party's obtuseness. It was filled with advice on filling out questionnaires and other mundane matters, and but one paragraph mentioned the Nazi revolution in progress, while their leaders were being searched at night for weapons, while thousands of communists and suspected communists were being jailed. The Social Democratic Party, which should have been the bulwark of democracy, was exhorting its followers to stop making book-keeping errors. The whole city lay under an epidemic of discreet infectious fear. Isherwood wrote of Berlin that spring, "I could feel it like influenza in my bones." The city was full of whispers. They told of illegal midnight arrests of prisoners tortured in the SS barracks, made to spit on Lenin's picture, swallow castor oil, eat old socks. They were drowned by the loud, angry voice of the government, contradicting through its thousand mouths. Outside the capital, particularly in the smaller towns and cities, a series of mass meetings, parades and pageantry distracted the people. Voluntary organizations were co-ordinate in the National Socialist fabric. Gradually, every citizen found himself involved with the regime. Old familiar street names were changed. In him, for example, Rathus Platz was now Adolf Hitler Platz, and Bebelstrasse became Hermanngringstrasse. Almost every week there was some new organization: the country school for mothers, the mother and child welfare organization, children's land camps, the food supply welfare organization. A month after Hitler had failed to persuade a majority of the electorate to vote for him, he had won the temporary confidence of most Germans by his gradual process of co-ordination. Isherwood watched these solid citizens smile approvingly at the young stormtroopers in their big, swaggering boots who were going to upset the Treaty of Versailles. They were pleased because it would soon be summer, because Hitler had promised to protect the small tradesmen, because their newspapers told them that the good times were coming, and they thrilled with a furtive sensual pleasure. Like schoolboys, because the Jews, their business rivals, and the Marxists, a vaguely defined minority of people who didn't concern them, had been satisfactorily found guilty of the defeat and the inflation, and were going to catch it. Jews and Marxists had been systematically persecuted since the takeover. Albert Einstein's bank deposits were seized when a bread knife, categorically a lethal weapon, was found in his house. In Germany, such stories were branded as foreign propaganda, while in the United States, Secretary of State Del Holt was assuring leaders of American Jewry that the physical mistreatment of German Jews had virtually terminated. Even so, the outcry of liberals from abroad increased to Hitler's annoyance, and he announced that Jewish business in Germany would suffer until the Jews in England and America ceased their atrocity propaganda. They did not, and on April 1, Hitler instituted a boycott with these words: "I believe that I act today in unison with the Almighty Creator's intention. By fighting the Jews, I do battle for the Lord." It was only a tentative step, almost as if Hitler were testing to see how far his countrymen would let him go. On the eve of the boycott, Italian ambassador Chiruti had urged him in the name of Mussolini to soften his attitude toward the Jews. Hitler replied that there were few Jews in Italy, and Ildis did not understand the Jewish question, which he himself had studied for long years. Like no one else, he predicted with absolute certainty that in 500 or 600 years the name of Hitler would be honored in all lands as the man who once and for all exterminated the Jewish pest from the world. From every angle, brown shirts were posted before the doors of most Jewish stores and offices. There was little violence, and the young SA men were, for the most part, polite when reminding shoppers that they were about to patronize a Jewish business. Little knots of passers-by collected to watch the performance, interested, amused, or merely apathetic. In fact, a good number went int. The department store Isherwood was watching. He too entered, bought the first thing he saw, a nutmeg grater, and walked out twirling his parcel. This act of defiance was greeted by a wink from one of the young SA monitors. Although the boycotters got support from organizations which called upon farmers to support them, it was ineffective against the large department stores and banks, and ended after 3 days. Hindenburg himself protested further anti-Semitic measures and wrote the Chancellor a strong letter condemning discrimination against Jewish war veterans. They must be considered worthy of continuing to serve the fatherland in their profession, but the old gentleman was no match for a man whose secret goal in life was Jewish extinction. If they were worthy of fighting and bleeding for Germany, Hitler replied that the Jews who monopolized up to 80% of the professions of law and medicine were now pushing their way into government posts. One of the major reasons why the old Prussian state was such a clean one was that the Jews were granted only a very limited access to the civil service. The officer corps kept itself almost entirely pure. It was an argument that could not fail to impress the field marshal. Was enough to permit enactment of decrees on April 7, removing all Jews from civil service posts and restricting the freedom of the legal profession. This, coupled with a vague promise to give some consideration to Jewish veterans. That same day, Hitler told the Doctors' Union that he was aware of their present distress, especially among the young members, and in so doing, subtly revealed his two-pronged Weltanschauung. It is precisely for these young Germans that a Lebensraum and possibilities for the exercise of their profession must be created by a vigorous repression of an alien race. This work of cleansing through racial hygiene now being undertaken will perhaps take centuries. The important thing is to lay a firm foundation today for future political development. Several weeks later, under the law against overcrowding of German schools, the number of Jews in higher institutions was reduced. Hitler defended his action in a talk with Bishop Berning and Monsignor Steinmann. After reminding the priests that the church had banished Jews in ghettos and forbidden Christians to work with them, Hitler explained that he regarded the Jews as nothing but pernicious enemies of the state and church. Especially from academic life and public professions, he was only going to do more effectively what the Church of Rome had been attempting for so many centuries, and therefore he wanted to drive the Jews out more and more. Many Jews did leave the country, but others did not feel the anti-Semitic program was directed against them personally. For centuries, the Jews had survived similar decrees by swimming with the current. What could happen to them in a nation that had produced Goethe and Beethoven? Besides, Hitler's real target was the Eastern Jew. With all its outward appearance of success, the NSDAP was neither unified nor organized. It had come to power with a weak cadre structure and many inept old fighters in key positions. The party grew rapidly, and there were already more than 1.5 million members with another 1 million applications awaiting approval. But Hitler was not pleased to see the party become so unwieldy and ordered Schwarz to halt applications on the 1st of... This also marked the beginning of his attack on labor unions. He declared a day of national labor and treated it as a celebration of unity between workers and government. The main rally was held that evening at Tempelhof airfield, where several 100,000 workers and their leaders gathered to hear the Führer expound on the dignity of labor and the need for national unity. All lights were extinguished except those beating on the orator, and the vast crowd listened in awed silence. He spoke in generalities, but with such passion that when he finished the workers cheered as if he had promised them the world, and before they could emerge from the magic of his words, they were singing the national hymn and the hoarse whistle lied, and as the last strains died down the sky exploded with fireworks. It was indeed a brave, a magnificent fate, recalled the French ambassador. The German participants and the foreign guests left with the conviction that a wave of reconciliation and of concord had swept over the Third Reich. The next morning, the SA and SS, with the help of police, seized Union offices throughout the nation. Labor leaders who had yesterday pledged allegiance to the government were arrested in their homes. Union files and bank accounts were confiscated and labor newspapers shut down. Before nightfall, organized labor in Germany was obliterated. But Hitler promised the workers they would be better off than ever in the new German labor front, and their rights would be fully protected. There was no uprising, no organized protest. And by the end of the month, the vast army of workers was marching obediently behind the swastika. They had changed from red to brown without breaking step. Success did not turn Hitler to excess. To the dismay of the party radicals, he became cautious and prudent, as illustrated by his answer to Franklin Delano Roosevelt's plea for world peace in mid-May. Would welcome the possibility suggested in the president's proposal of bringing the United States into European relations as a guarantor of peace. Germany, Hitler replied, absent were the bellicose demands of the first days of office. The German government wish is to come to a peaceful agreement with other nations and all difficult questions. Germany knows that in any military action in Europe, even if completely successful, the sacrifice would be out of all proportion to any possible gains. Only a man completely in control of his party could have changed course so radically. The speech was the best thing I have heard Hitler do. Luckner wrote his children. I often wonder how the Nazis would have mobbed their opponent like Stresemann or Brüning if he had dared hold such a conciliatory speech. That's the interesting thing about dictatorship anyway when it comes to foreign policy, for they know they have so much trouble consolidating their power at home that they want to avoid everything possible that might look like trouble with foreign nations. They are tame as lambs, witness Mussolini, Hitler, Stalin, Pilsudski. It is quite obvious that Hitler doesn't want war. The speech not only placated the West, but was further proof to Hindenburg that the new chancellor could be trusted. By this time, Hitler had succeeded in ingratiating himself with the old gentleman, always polite and deferential. The force and apparent logic of his arguments had torn down the last vestige of the president's distrust. Within 3 weeks, Hitler recalled. We had progressed so far that his attitude toward me became affectionate and paternal. There was little to impede the gradual assumption of total power, and by early summer, a series of new decrees entrenched the NSDAP as the ruling force in Germany, with Hindenburg under his influence. First came the subjugation of agrarian organizations under the entailed farm laws, for the preservation of the insoluble bonds of blood and soil, combined with a settlement policy based on race. This gave Hitler the foundation for settlement of the eastern regions by pure Germans after the conquest of that area, while governmental control of the land was being solidified by the political organization of peasants under local, district and state National Socialist leadership incongruously named Reich Nutrition Estate. Hitler was applying himself to the subjection of Germany's economy. On May 3, the Reich Estates of Trade and Handicraft was established, and within a month it had assumed the functions of the German Chamber of Industry and Commerce. The Adolf Hitler Foundation of German Business was set up on the 1st of June to the mutual benefit of both industrialists and the NSDAP. More significantly, thus organizational supervision, together with control of market and price policies, put German industry on the road to complete subservience to the government. Hitler was now prepared to make the next and perhaps most important step, the elimination of political opposition. The communists had already been eliminated, and on June 22, the Social Democratic Party was outlawed as hostile to the nation and state. Its members were expelled from the Reichstag, and many of its leaders joined other dissidents in the newly formed concentration camps. Within a few days, the state party voluntarily disbanded, and 2 weeks later, while Hitler was telling his Reich governors, "We must now eliminate the last remnants of democracy," German People's Party also disbanded. By this time, Hitler had added 5 more Nazis to his cabinet, and so there was little opposition when he proposed that Germany become a one-party state. The new proposal ignored not only the Constitution but the enabling law itself, for it stripped the Reichstag of all its powers and made a travesty of the parliamentary system. When we discussed the measure in the cabinet, there was practically no opposition, recalled Papen, and by the time Hitler called for a vote, it passed without dissent. It became the law of the land on Bastille Day, July 14. Germany, like the Soviet Union, was controlled by a single party, and that party was controlled by a single man who, in turn, was possessed by a dream. In every German village and town, the red and black swastika waved side by side with the black, white, red flags of the old Reich. Hitler's concept of revolution by absorption was working in a nation that wanted its uprisings orderly and legal. The Führer's stormtroopers were now accepted almost as an arm of government, and nearly every important post was held by Nazis or someone controlled by the party. In the classroom and the church, the Brown Revolution was receiving commendation and blessing. Hitler continued to say that the upheaval was temporary. The revolution is not a permanent state of affairs, he told the state governors just before the nation was declared one-party state. The stream of revolution released must be guided int. The safe channel of evolution ability must be the only authoritative standard, not membership in the party. Hitler wanted no bloody uprising, no sweeping reforms to repel the average citizen or industrialist, and he laid down guidelines to his own Gauleiters. To gain political power, we had to conquer rapidly with a single blow. In the economic sphere, other principles of development must determine our action. Here progress must be made step by step without any radical breaking up of the existing conditions which would endanger the foundations of our life. Such words deliberately courted physical defiance from his strongest supporters, the brown shirts who had waited long years to enjoy the fruits of the spoils system. But he carried off the extraordinary feat of dampening the revolution from below by the sheer force of his personality. He proclaimed the end of the economic revolution and replaced the party's economic specialist with a representative of big business. Hitler's socialism was his own and subordinate it to his secret aims. His concept of organized economy was close to genuine socialism, but he would be a socialist only so long as it served the greater goal. He had the Bohemians rather than the revolutionaries' disdain for private property, and wanted only enough capital to rebuild the army and restore the economy so that he could lead Germany to its proper destiny. He was a Caesar rather than a Lenin using socialism to get the masses moving. If he had believed they could have been propelled by capitalism, it is likely he would have carried that banner. To Hitler, saving Germany justified any means. It appeared as though he was creating a society of workers. To them, he was the soldier laborer, and they helped propagate this image. Thus millions of Germans, humiliated by defeat in war and brought to the edge of economic disaster in peace, readily identified with the warrior worker hero. In ever-increasing numbers, communists, whose leaders were in concentration camps, found a home in National Socialism. It was not at all difficult to accept Hitler's definition of the difference between socialism and Marxism. German socialism is directed by Germans. International socialism is an instrument of the Jews. By mid-1933, the majority of Germans supported Hitler. The bourgeoisie and the workers, the military and the civil service, the racists and some of the best brains in the country swelled the Nazi ranks. It has long been a political principle that power corrupts, it can also sanctify. Hitler, the street ruffian a year earlier, had been made respectable by the power of his office. Some Germans were seduced by expediency, but more by a wave of idealism. Reform seemed to be sweeping the Reich. Moreover, the economy had taken a turn for the better, and the streets of the large cities were no longer filled with beggars. An increasing number of intellectuals and artists followed the lead of playwright Gerhard Hauptmann in paying homage, if in varying degrees, to the Führer. They agreed about German policy toward France and shared the same disdain for the mediocre leadership in the evangelical church. Spengler spent an hour and a half with him that July. Hitler assured the author that he considered it of great importance for people outside the party to be won over to German policy. Spengler agreed and left with a feeling that the Führer, on parting, while insignificant, was a very decent fellow. Richard Strauss, scarcely Hitler's favor, et composer, was even more forthcoming and announced that he was quite satisfied with the change in Germany, and, when the Führer attended a new performance of Der Rose, Enkavalier in Berlin, was happy to be received in his box during the intermission. The princes of the church were more eager to curry his favor. Hitler knows how to guide the ship, announced Monsignor Ludwig Cass, leader of the recently outlawed Catholic party, after an audience with the Pope. Even before he became chancellor, I met him frequently, and was greatly impressed by his clear thinking, which are noble. It matters little who rules so long as order is maintained. Pius XI subscribed to the same principles. By his way of facing realities while upholding his ideals, as was proved on July 20 when a concordat between the Vatican and Hitler was signed. The Church agreed to keep priests and religion out of politics, while Hitler, among other things, granted complete freedom to confessional schools throughout the country, a notable victory for German Catholics. Most graciously, and remarked how pleased he was that the German government now had at its head a man uncompromisingly opposed to communism and Russian nihilism in all its forms. His Holiness welcomed Hitler's representative, Franz von Papen. The Vatican was so appreciative of being recognized as a full partner that it asked God to bless the Reich. On a more practical level, it ordered German bishops to swear allegiance to the National Socialist regime. The new oath concluded with these significant words: "In the performance of my spiritual office, and in my solicitude for the welfare and the interest of the German Reich, I will endeavor to avoid all detrimental acts which might endanger it." On every level of society, Germans were finding a reason to support the new government. The Führer's fantastic popular appeal was evident from the crowds that flocked to Spittal to honor the birthplace of his mother. They descended on the farmhouse where the boy Hitler had spent his summers. They climbed on the roof to take pictures, found their way into the courtyard to wash at the wooden trough as if it contained holy water, chipped pieces from the large stones supporting the barn, and carried off everything portable as souvenirs. When the present owners of the farm returned from the fields, they would be engulfed by tourists. It was like a country fair, recalled Johannes. They painted swastikas on the cows and would parade around singing Hitler songs. Before long, the place looked like a ruin. Late in July 1933, Hitler took time off to make another pilgrimage to Bayreuth. He laid wreaths on the graves of Richard and Cosima Wagner and their son Siegfried. He also attended the annual festival. It was the first time he had seen the Wagner family since becoming chancellor, and he wandered around the library at Winfried with undisguised satisfaction. "It was right here that you received me 10 years ago," he told Winifred Wagner, and then became dejected. "If the putsch hadn't failed, everything would have been different. I would have been the right age now. I am too old. I have lost too much time and must work with double speed." The moment of depression passed as quickly as it had come, and he predicted he would stay in power for 22 years. "Then I'll be able to retire, but first I must get more power in my hands so I won't have to bother with the cabinet." Just now they think they have a perfect right to meddle in things that are none of their business. During a vegetarian lunch, he confided that once he had full power, he would dissolve the monasteries and confiscate their property. That summer, Hitler spent much of his time at his mountain villa on the Obersalzberg. He invited the Stangls for a holiday at Haus Wachenfeld. Stangl was busy but sent Helene and Egon, who was 12. Hitler offered them a ride from Munich and sat in the front seat with the chauffeur. At a lonely stretch of road near Rosenheim, their car spluttered and came to a stop. In moments, 7 bodyguards, automatics in hand, surrounded the car. Kempka examined the motor as Hitler held a flashlight. "It's the old trouble again," my Führer explained the chauffeur. "Some Reds must have dumped sugar lumps in the gas tank." Hitler warned the bodyguards to keep a sharp lookout, then watched with interest as Kempka unscrewed part of the mechanism, sucked and blew through it, spitting gas and sugar on the road. Like any other proud householder, Hitler showed Helene and Egon through Haus Wachenfeld. His room on the first floor, which faced directly toward Salzburg, was modest in keeping with the rest of the villa. He had a small writing table, and a number of simple bookshelves, recalled Egon. I especially looked to see what kind of literature the Führer had chosen for relaxation. Surprisingly, the majority of the books were the Wild West novels of Karl May, more suitable for Gan himself then a chancellor. The Hanfstengels were the only house guests but other party members who were staying at near. By boarding, houses and inns would visit. Gring was constantly around. He and Hitler used to walk on the narrow tile paths in the garden, talking confidentially, round the same plot of grass. If you sat on the veranda in front of the house, you could catch bits of conversation as they went by. Gring did most of the talking. I have just signed 20 death warrants. That's about the only utterance I remember for sure. Mother heard it too, and both of us were surprised at this grim glimpse behind the scenes of glorious statecraft. They all had meals together in the pleasant but modest dining room downstairs. Gun couldn't stand the Austrian cooking that was prepared by Angela Robbel, particularly string beans served in a sauce made of milk, flour, and quantities of sugar. But he was fascinated by the free and easy table conversation. They talked about music and politics and Chinese art, in fact, about anything. Hitler was rather gracious for his standards. I mean, he didn't make you remember all the time that he was the Führer. As a rule, Hitler never converses. He either listens or, more commonly, preaches, making his utterance is as though they were endowed with the authority of revealed religion. But here in his Landhaus he frequently appeared wholly in the becoming guise of an ordinary host, an average man. He talked a lot about motor cars, engines, the size and performance of different ships, and technical things of that sort. By this time it had become known that the Führer was at Haus Watschen. Feld and tourists from all over Germany began congregating on the Obersalzberg. He stayed indoors to avoid being seen, and one day the crowd called Gun over and asked whether Hitler was likely to appear. The 12-year-old went to the Führer and said in stilted German, "Herr Hitler, a devoted multitude is eagerly awaiting your appearance at the gateway." Hitler burst into laughter and followed Gun outside to greet his admirers. They nearly swooned, and one hysterical woman picked up some pebbles on which Hitler had stepped and put them in a little vial, which she crushed ecstatically against her breast. Later, after he went back in, they thanked me profusely. After another crowd had gathered, Gun collected a stack of postcards, photos and pieces of paper from the grip, then word. Leslie placed the stack in front of Hitler along with a pen. "My God, boy," he exclaimed with a smile, "you don't give up either, do you?" By the time Hitler came down from his mountain and returned to Berlin, he had decided to present a similarly affable face to the world. That August he allowed Egan's father to publish a book of anti-Hitler caricatures from German and foreign magazines and newspapers. Entitled Fact versus Ink, the jacket showed a good-natured Führer laughing indulgently at his critics. Hanfstaengl cannily picked excellent cartoons, some satirical, some savage, covering the past 10 years. In his foreword, prefaced by a quotation from Hitler's hero, Frederick the Great, pamphlets are to be hung lower. Hanfstaengl explained that the book was an attempt to differentiate between the real and the fictional Adolf Hitler. This kind of propaganda appalled Goebbels, but Hitler was swayed by Hanfstaengl's reasoning that British and Americans would be impressed. There was already a feeling among many foreign observers that Hitler was an object more of fun than fear. While the myth of the leader is growing by leaps and bounds in Germany, observed the Literary Digest, certain independent European dailies and weeklies are stressing the comic aspects of Germany's dictator. All the more laughable because of his seriousness, the traditional English compassion for the underdog was also working. To Hitler's advantage in his dealings with France over reparations and boundaries, they picture Hitler as a comedian. Lord Lothian argued that National Socialist brutality at home was largely the reflex of the external persecution which Germans have been subjected since the war. British attacks on the Treaty of Versailles were second only to those in Germany. With this goodwill, Hitler set about revising his nation's foreign policy. It was dominated by his dual doctrines of race and space, and though he occasionally made a detour, he always returned to Germany's Lebensraum in the East. Hitler's hope was to inveigle England to join him as a silent partner in the crusade against communism. To do that, he must convince the English that the Reich had renounced world trade and global naval ambitions. Briefly, Germany would control the continent of Europe and be a bulwark against communism, while England ruled the seas, which was sympathetic to Nazi principles and shared a common hostility toward France because of Mussolini's ambitions in the Mediterranean. To further strengthen himself before launching his drive to the east, Hitler sought support from Italy, but the majority agreed with most of his basic aims. For entirely different reasons, persuaded themselves that they could use him and his brand of socialism for their own purposes. The diplomats Hitler had inherited from the Weimar Republic came from a different class and abhorred his methods. It was generally believed and hoped, recalled career diplomat Herbert von Dirksen, that the incurable revolutionaries would be eliminated in time and that their successors, and to a more conservative mentality, and so Dirksen and like-minded colleagues felt it to be our duty to assist in this process of normalization. After having tasted the wine of power and the comforts which it brought, would turn to productive work. Hitler was as astute in his manipulation of the diplomatic service as he was with the industrialists and militarists. He allowed all the leading officials to remain at their posts, including one Jew, and one married to a Jew. He also declared that the Reich desired to establish friendly relations with the Soviets so long as they did not intervene in German internal affairs. His campaign against homegrown Reds did not represent any hostility to Russia, and to show his good faith, he secretly allowed the Soviet Union to postpone payments on a long-term credit agreement negotiated before his takeover. By the fall of 1933, Hitler felt the cautious international game had been played to the end. He decided to walk out on the League of Nations, which, among other things, had a confused policy toward rearmament. "We must make a break," he told Papen in a state approaching exaltation. All other considerations are completely irrelevant when Hindenburg questioned the wisdom of leaving the League. Hitler argued that it had to be done to affirm Germany's full equality. Against his better judgment, the old gentleman gave grudging consent. A gift of too large property, along with Hitler's and Göring's oral promise, is to contribute 400,000 marks apiece from Reich and Prussian funds for their improvement, may have influenced him. On October 14, Hitler formally announced to the world by radio that Germany was withdrawing from the conference and the League. To be written down as a member of such an institution possessing no such equality of rights is, for an honor-loving nation of 65 million folk, and for a government which loves honor, an intolerable humiliation. His withdrawal from a body that discriminated against the losers was more of a symbolic rejection of the Treaty of Versailles than a challenge to the West. There was justification in this charge, and, in a sense, he went out of his way to reassure the French of his peaceful intents by including a hope for German-French reconciliation. Hitler's shock tactic was a gamble, and yet with its protestations of peace a fairly safe one. The British predictably felt more sympathy than condemnation. We are compelled to admit that we and other nations during the last 15 years have not handed out to Germany that full measure of wise and fair play which the country merited when it threw out from its own land the regime which made the war. Lord Allen of Hurt Wood told the House of Lords. Hitler characteristically faced the problem of gaining wide approval at home by announcing that he was submitting his decision to a plebiscite to take place by month's end. Within hours, his office was flooded with congratulatory messages, including a telegram from Catholic Action unanimously supporting their Führer. It is not ambition which made the Führer leave the League of Nations. Martin Heidegger, one of Germany's greatest living philosophers, told his students, nor a passion, nor blind obstinacy. It is nothing but the clear wish to be unconditionally responsible for assuming the mastery of the destiny of our people. Heidegger, nor a desire for violence. Then a Nazi left the party a few months later. Hitler had by no means abandoned his two-faced foreign policy. On October 18, he spoke reasonably and temperately to Daily Mail correspondent Ward Price. Although the Germans would put up with no more of this persistent discrimination against their country, they certainly wanted no Second World War. Reassuring words to a reporter mean little in the world of diplomacy. The German ambassador in Italy wired his foreign office that Mussolini was very much up, set over our step, and deplored it extremely. Ildis not only regarded withdrawal from the League as a severe blow to his own prestige, but saw no way out of the situation and did not know how Germany intended to make any further progress. Concerned as he was by Mussolini's irritation, Hitler concentrated his attention on winning a convincing man. Date in the 4th. Coming plebiscite. He campaigned as if for an election, utilizing the resource is of the party to convince the people to back his withdrawal from the League of Nations. The Church again gave enthusiastic support. In this way, the Catholics will profess and view their loyalty to people and fatherland and their agreement with far-sighted and forceful efforts of the Führer to spare the German people the terror of war and the horrors of Bolshevism, to secure public order and create work for the unemployed. It reflected public resentment at the lost war and the repressive Treaty of Versailles. Every bishop in Bavaria approved a statement by Cardinal Faulhaber requesting a ja vote. That was why Hitler had set the date of the plebiscite for November 12, the day after the anniversary of the armistice. He appealed to all classes as if they were a unified group. You cannot afford internal conflict in the fight to regain your position among nations, he told the workers at the Siemens plant. If Germany does not wish to remain as an outcast, it must insist on equal rights. And that can only be accomplished if all Germans hold together as one man. Accept me as your Führer. I have shown that I can lead, and I do not belong to any class or group, only to you. On election eve, Hindenburg identified himself with Hitler, from whom he had accepted such liberal gratuities. Tomorrow show your national honor and identify yourself with the Reich government, he advised the nation in a broadcast. Speak up with me and the Chancellor for the principle of equality and for peace with honor, and show to the world that we have restored German unity, and with God's help shall preserve it. It was an invocation that few patriots could resist. When the votes were counted the next day, 95.1% approved Hitler's foreign policy, the only party on the ticket, although some foreign observers scoffed at these results. 2154 out of 2242 inmates at Dachau concentration camp voted for the Führer, and in the Reichstag election, 92.2% voted National Socialist. The results were a true barometer of German feeling. Adolf Hitler had won his gamble on foreign policy while solidifying his position at home. His mandate was so overwhelming that he was able within weeks to pass a law unifying party and state. It stated that the NSDAP was to be the representative of the German state idea and indissolubly linked to the state, with the entire population of Germany incorporated into the new regime. Hitler's policy of Gleichschaltung was officially completed. He was not yet a true dictator, since resistance was still possible from the military, and even from the failing Hindenburg. While the Führer had gained considerable power by consent and threat, Hitler had led Germany on the road to dictatorship. They needed no whip to follow a Siegfried who was bringing them out of economic depression and wiping out the dishonor of Versailles. This could not have been accomplished, of course, without repression. The concentration camp, a term borrowed from the British of Boer War days, had become an accepted part of the national scene and was as much a threat to those on the outside as punishment for those inside. Nor was there any serious protest in the press after confiscation of Marxist and social democratic newspapers and publishing houses. Editors and publishers were brought under control, and the last vestige of independence were obliterated with establishment of the Reich Press Chamber. Along with freedom of the press also went that of literature, radio, theater, music, films, and fine arts. By December of 1933, Germany stood on the threshold of totalitarianism, brought there more by the needs of the time and the wish to conform than by terror. Nor was the spirit of conventionality a matter of class. It existed among scientists as well as workers. We wish thus to conform to the spirit of the total state and to co-operate loyally and honestly. The president of the German Mathematical Association told his colleagues, "Unconditionally and joyfully we place ourselves as is a matter of course for every German at the service of the National Socialist movement and behind its leader, our Chancellor Adolf Hitler." And so came totalitarianism and conformity to every profession on every level of society. Although other nations and races were congratulating themselves that such compliance was peculiarly Germanic, and the repressiveness of this regime was typically Teutonic. Both were a result of the intolerable demands of economics, geography, and the times. These Germans marching to the tune of National Socialism were not unique in their love of order and militarism, or in their cruelty and arrogance. One sour note among Hitler's success was the delay in the Reichstag fire trial. It did not get underway until the first day of autumn, and by that time the German communists had convinced most of the world that the conflagration had been started by the accusers. First they published in Paris a book purporting to be an expose of the Hitler terror and the burning of the Reichstag, which was based on fancy. We had no direct proof, no access to witnesses, only underground communications to Germany. Arthur Koestler later confessed. We had, in fact, not the faintest idea of the concrete circumstances. The expatriate communists followed this success with their own trial. It began in London on September 14, 1933, and was presided over by an international committee of jurists including D.N. Britt of England and Arthur Garr, filled haze of the United States, the illustrious audience included George Bernard Shaw, whose work, particularly Strict Joan, was admired by Hitler. Shaw had declined a place on the jury and was present in his usual role as dissenter. Whenever a prisoner is used as a stick with which to beat a government, he said, his fate is sealed in advance. After 6 days, the Kanger court published its predictable findings. Grave grounds exist for suspecting that the Reichstag was set on fire by or on behalf of leading personalities of the National Socialist Party. The next day, the German trial opened in Leipzig. Gring took a personal hand in the prosecution and was made to look like a fool by the 4 communist defendants. Finally, Gring lost his temper and shouted at Georgy Dimit, of later Prime Minister of Bulgaria, "You wait until we get you outside this court." "You scoundrel, Gring had the last word, but the victory went to the communists," all of whom were acquitted by the court. Van der Lubbe, who had testified over and over that he and he alone was guilty, was sentenced to death and executed. The outside world preferred to believe that the Dutchman was only a tool of the Nazis who had set fire to the Reichstag, as an excuse to crush the Reds. But their judgment was reached before publication of a detailed book by Fritz Tobias, which concluded that neither the Nazis nor the Communists were involved in the fire, and that Van der Lubbe was the sole arsonist. So did many historians, including Bullock and Shire. Its findings have been corroborated by Hans Mommsen in an authoritative article published by the Institute. It Zit Jetschickt. While the Tobias book was questioned by some historians, including Bracker, a body not at all likely to favor any Nazi interpretation, examination of Van der Lubbe's history and the trial transcripts indicated he was of above-average intelligence and that his action was a lone wolf attack on the establishment. Further, while the verdict of the judges of Leipzig was obviously swayed by foreign opinion, it was also an indication that the court system still maintained a measure of independence. Hitler's reply to a Gring complaint that the judges behaved disgracefully, "You would think we were on trial." Not the communists was revealing "Mein lieber Gring, it is only a question of time. We shall soon have those old fellows talking our language. They are all ripe for retirement anyway, and we will put in our own people. But while the old gentleman is alive, there is not much we can do about it." Hans Stangl claimed he overheard this pronouncement at a chancellery luncheon, and that autumn he made another attempt to turn Hitler on a course more acceptable to the West. He phoned Martha Dodd, the attractive daughter of the American ambassador, and announced, "Hitler should have an American woman. A lovely lady could change the whole destiny of Europe. Martha, you are the woman like so many others in the Führer's intimate circle." Hans Stangl was unaware that Hitler already had a mistress, Eva Braun, if a neglected one. Martha Dodd was rather excited by the opportunity that presented itself and agreed to meet the Führer and attempt to change the history of Europe at the Kaiserhof room. Hitler kissed her hand and murmured a few embarrassed words. She found it difficult to imagine that she was face to face with one of the most powerful men in Europe. Rather dull and self-conscious, it with this strange tenderness and appealing helplessness, when she described her impressions at dinner, her father was greatly amused at my impressionableness and advised her not to wash the hand that had been kissed by the great man. He seemed modest middle class. If Ambassador Dodd was unimpressed by Hitler, his British colleagues were taking him most seriously. They were willing to make considerable concessions to his rearmament, demands and their eagerness to secure some sort of agreement was revealed by a visit to Berlin early in 1930 of the Lord Privy Seal. Anthony Eden, Hitler impressed Eden as much more than a demagogue, showed himself completely master of his subject. All Germany asked as a precondition to any international guarantee was the possibility of self-defense. He knew what he was speaking about, and as the long interviews proceeded, if such a convention were concluded, Hitler promised to guarantee that the SS and SA would be deprived of arms. As if to underline his desire for conciliation, Hitler made an exceptional gesture the following day, February 21, by coming to the British Embassy for lunch. It was the first time the Führer had ever entered a foreign embassy. He showed little interest in food or drink, but thought materially once they began discussing their personal experiences in the war. When Eden remarked that ex-soldiers should be the last ever to wish for another war, Hitler assented heartily. After lunch, Hitler was prepared to make more detailed proposals. He asked for 30% of the combined number of military aircraft possessed by his neighbors, and was prepared to agree that the number of German aircraft should never exceed 60% of those in the French Air Force, adding that his own common sense and political instinct would never allow him to sanction the creation of a second army in the state. He also pleasantly surprised Eden by offering to trim down the SA and SS. Never, never. It was a season for concessions, and Hitler made another gesture of amity, this time to the United States. On March 14, Foreign Minister von Neurath cabled his consul general in New York to communicate orally the following note. Ambassador Dodd, who would soon arrive there on the SS Manhattan, THEREICHCHANCELLORREQUESTSMR DODDTOPRESENTHIGISTOPRESIDENTROOSEVELT HECONGRATULATESTPRESIDENTUPONHISHE ROICFFORTINTHE INTRESTOFTHE THE Presidents SUCC SSFULSTRUGGLE AGA INST CONOM ICD ISTRESSISB INGFOLL OWEDB YTHEENTI REGE RMANPOPLE WITH INTERESTANDADMI RATION THEREICHCHANCELLORISIN ACCORDWITHTHE PRES IDENTTH ATTHEVIRTUESOFSENSE OFDUTYREADINESS FORS ACRIFIC ANDDISCIPL INEM USTBETHES UPREMERULE OFTHEW UHOLENATION THISMORALDEMANDW HICHTHEPRESIDENTISADDRESSINGLECITIZEN ISONL YTHEQUINTESSENC OFGERMANPH ILOSOPHYOFTHESTAT EXPRESSEDINITSMOTTOTHEPUBLICW UEALBFOREPRIVATGAIN The message fell far short of its purpose, being not only offensive in wording but ill-timed. A week earlier, the American Jewish Congress had held an effective mock trial at Madison Square Garden entitled Civilization Against Hitlerism, a presentation of factual record of laws and acts of the Hitler regime. Samuel Seabury, a well-known attorney, acted as counsel for Civilization and the witness. His included Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia, Al Smith, and Raymond Moley. Civilization was unanimously pronounced the winner. Hitler's promise to hold in check the SS and S reassured France to a certain extent, but their leaders could not be persuaded that Hitler's rearmament program was designed for defense alone. The British were eager to get it all over with, recalled Ambassador Francois Poncet. They sent us note upon note urging us to state what guarantees seemed to us to strengthen security sufficiently to gain our consent to a relative rearmament of the Reich. The British themselves were privately concerned, particularly by the rapid growth of the German Air Force. But there was still considerable public sympathy for the plight of the new Reich, with many ridiculing the notion that Hitler was driving toward war. Ambassador Francois Poncet shared the view that concessions should be made to Germany. Better a limited and controlled armament than unlimited. Uncontrolled and unrepressed armament of the Reich, he felt any agreement, even a mediocre one, was better than none, and did his utmost to win over his superiors. Early that April he journeyed to Paris to present his views in person, but in an interview with Premier Daumer, was not permitted to breathe one word, and was cut short every time he attempted to broach the subject. The French decision was to check German ambitions by setting up an anti-Nazi bloc in the East Poland. The USSR and Czechoslovakia would be the links in this security chain under the aegis of Mother France. When France and the Soviet Union approached agreement that spring, Hitler understandably feared that this was the beginning of an encirclement of the Reich. To counter the proposed bloc, Hitler needed a strong ally. The best prospect was Italy, whose leader had shown little desire for such a union since 1924, when he refused to lend the Nazis a few million lire. It grated on Hitler to be a supplicant, but pride gave way to necessity, and he made another effort. Admiration for the historic efforts of your Excellency is linked with the desire for cooperation in a spirit of true friendship for our two ideologically related nations, which can contribute immeasurably to the tranquilization of Europe. Through suitable attention to identical interests, he argued that since Germany had disarmed, it had the right to demand the disarmament of other states. Controlling his resentment, he wrote Mussolini, then listed in detail all the usual arguments. To accent the import of the message, Hitler had the letter delivered by Hermann Göring. Several weeks later, Hitler's foreign press secretary and unofficial court jester Hans Stangl also visited Mussolini and suggested that he meet the Führer. You are both admirers of Wagner, and that will give a common starting point, Han. Stangl remembered saying, "Think what it would mean if you invited him to the Palazzo Vendramin in Venice, where Richard Wagner died. He would gain the benefit of your long experience and obtain much needed insight into the problems of Europe as seen from outside Germany." Mussolini was not averse to the idea, and in his good time sent an invitation which, after a show of reluctance, was accepted. The historic meeting was doomed from the start. According to Filippo Bogino, Italian press representative in Berlin, Mussolini was motivated primarily by curiosity to see the politician all Europe was talking about. Hitler is simply a muddle-headed fool, he confided to Bogino. His head is stuffed with philosophical and political tags that are utterly incoherent. I can't make out why he waited so long to take over power, and why he played the buffoon with his ridiculous electoral contests in order to take legal possession of the reins of power. Either he is a revolutionary or he is not. Fascist Italy would never have come in, being without a march on Rome. We are dynamic and seen. Your Hitler is just a praetor. This contemptuous attitude was so publicized that the Italian press turned out en masse, directors and all. Hitler, when he stepped out of his junkers at Lido Air, filled on June 14, he looked like a struggling salesman in his worn trench coat over a blue serge sit. To see this strange frick, he was met by a deuce wearing black shirt, jack boots and glittering gold braid, backed up by Italian troops in full dress. Mussolini flung his arm out in Roman salute so vigorously that correspondent H.L. Knickerbocker thought he might lose his hand. Hitler sidled forward uncertainly, his hand almost apologetically responding with a feeble Nazi salute. He was obviously embarrassed by the show Mussolini had staged and, after blinking in the sunlight, awkwardly descended the steps to shake hands with his beau idol. They were not over 3 yards from me, wrote Knickerbocker, and I was fascinated to watch the expressions on their faces. Beneath the obligatory cordiality, I found I could see an expression of amusement in Mussolini's eyes and of resentment in Hitler's, nor did the Führer's embarrassment ease when his host led him down the line of troops. He acted like a school boy at his first formal party. He didn't know what to do with his new fedora. First, he took it off to salute the Italian flag, then started to put it back on, but stopped himself and clutched it in his right hand. Then, as he walked alongside Mussolini, who was chatting away in his voluble but eccentric German, he kept shifting the hat from hand to hand as if it were a hot potato. There was another bit of comedy when the flustered Hitler tried to get Mussolini to precede him in boarding the launch which was to carry them to Venice. But Mussolini, the perfect host, maneuvered himself behind the Führer and waved him down the gangplank as if he were shooing a chicken int. A coup. At the hotel landing, Hitler leaped out and jogged forward with bent head. Mussolini stepped forth superbly. He was aware of being the cynosure of all eyes. His glances flashed, his figure was upright, he was histrionical. If dus, Hitler began loudly abusing his advisers for allowing him to arrive in civilian clothes when Mussolini was so effectively attired. Once inside his suite, he was so upset that the first conversation with his host, despite a glowing official report, was another disaster. Ildus dominated the talk, which centered on Austria, speaking in a bravura German, which was sometimes incomprehensible to Hitler, while Mussolini in turn misunderstood much of Hitler's Austrian German. The next morning, the two men reviewed a parade of fascist troops in the Piazza San Marco. At one point, two columns had an argument about right-of-way directly in front of the rostrum. Neither young. It would give in, and when both plunged straight ahead, the musicians began cater, walling. Later, Hitler asked his new personal adjutant, Lieutenant Fritz Wiedmann, what he thought of the military value of such troops. Wiedmann, adjutant of Hitler's regiment during the war, replied that fighting ability had nothing to do with parading. He glanced out the window at an Italian warship and saw to his amazement an array of sailors' shirts and underwear flying from the masts instead of the usual flit flags. This remark, however, made no impression at all on Hitler, especially since at the very moment only a fool or a master of comedy would have staged the concluding and most important meeting of the dictators at the Lido golf course. I noticed, recalled Bogino, that Hitler was speaking all the time in a very excited way, while Mussolini listened, silent and with a scowl on his face. During the 2-hour talk, Bogino rarely saw Il Duce open his mouth. He was so bored by Hitler's drivel that very evening, in the middle of the official reception, he decamped in a hurry and left the Lagune, stating that he did not want to see anybody. Hitler left Venice stung by the realization that he had been not only snubbed by Mussolini, but outmaneuvered. Diplomatically, the Führer had agreed to the full recognition of the independence of Austria, which he felt belonged within the Reich, while receiving in turn no definite promise of support on the disarmament question. It was thus with amusement that those diplomatic officials who had been present read Foreign Minister von Neurath's circular to foreign missions, the REICH Chancellor's VISITOVENICWENTOF FWITHE XCE PTION ALCORDI ALITYANDMOSTH ARMON IOUSLY ANDMADE AGRE ATIMPRESS IONONTHE PUBLI CAS well HITLERANDMUSSOL INIGOTONE XTREMEL YWELL TOGETHERANDCONC IVEDFEEL INGSOFP RSON ALFELLOWSHIPOVE RANDABOVETHE IMUTUALE STEE M THECONVERSATIONSWHICHWEREDTAILED ANDWEREHELD INANATMOSPHEREOFINTIMACY RANGEDOV RALLTHEQUESTIONSA RISING FROMTHE AFFINITYBETW UEENTHETW UOCONCE PTSOFTHESTAT ANDFARREACH INGAGREEMENTW UASESTABL ISHED FORMALAGREEMENTSH ADNOTBENENV ISAGED ANDWERE INCONSE QUENC NOT concluded. State Secretary Ernst von Wyse, Acker of the Foreign Office, confided to a Swiss official that he could not foresee any closer collaboration between the two men. One Hitler had genuine in admiration for the decisive manner in which the president had taken over the reins of government. I have sympathy for Mr. Roosevelt, he told a correspondent of the New York Times 2 months later. Lobbies and bureaucracy. Hitler went on to note that he was the sole leader in Europe who expressed understanding of the methods and motives of President Roosevelt, because he marches straight toward his objectives over Congress. Chapter 12. THESECOND Revolutional REVOLUTIONSD EVOURTHE IROW UNCHILDRENFEBRUARYAUG UST 1934. Hitler's promise to reduce the number of stormtroopers was sincere. For years, the SA had shown an independence that troubled him, and for months, its commander, Captain had been demanding a military role for his men. The army naturally opposed it. Hitler knew that his best chance for survival was to back the military leaders, since he could never achieve his ultimate aims without their full support. The essay is responsible for the political education of the people. These words stirred up old resentments among the 4,000,000 brown shirts, and so had announced the riots, where is the sole bearer of arms of the nation, who recalled the long struggle between the northern and southern factions of the party, while remaining loyal to Hitler as their spiritual leader. Many felt he had betrayed the Brown Revolution and was selling out to the right. They regarded themselves as the symbol of party radicalism and were not at all satisfied with the reforms of the first year of power. For months only he who is without pessimism has ideals had been calling for a second revolution that would bring them the social and material benefits they had fought for. Anyone who thinks that the tasks of the essay have been accomplished, he told 80,000 brown shirts at Temple, have air-filled, will have to get used to the idea that we are here and intend to stay here, come what may. While the majority of party members shared this anti-capitalistic, anti-conservative sentiment, it was the essay that was most radical and ardent. Over and over, let it be known that he and his men were the true guardians of the National Socialist idea. We are the incorruptible guarantors of the fulfillment of the German Revolution. Hitler sympathized with the radicals, but his head told him that further revolution was not feasible until Germany had recovered from economic disaster and rebuilt her armed forces. And this could not be done without the full support of industry and the military. At the same time, in his continuing role as conciliator, he made a minister without portfolio in his cabinet, promised to appoint him Minister of Defense, and sent him a rare commendation on the first day of 1934, remarkable for its use out of the familiar second-person singular. Hitler meant to praise her, while subtly warning him to leave the defense of the country to the military, but missed the point. Emboldened, he dispatched a memorandum to the Defense Ministry, claiming that national security was a prerogative of the essay. This brought the conflict to a head, and General von Blomberg asked Hitler to make a definite ruling. It was thus with regret that the Führer invited essay and Rias, where leaders to a conference in the marble-pillared lecture hall of the ministry on the last day of February 1934. In a moving, gripping speech, Hitler urged both sides to compromise, had solved unemployment, but within 8 years an economic recession would ensue, and the only remedy was creation of living space for the surplus population. The party, he said, this might necessitate short, decisive military action in the West, and then in the East. But a civilian militia, as